DNV Feng's eyes lit up the moment she saw Little Fish. She pinched the girl's cheeks, cooing with delight. Who is this adorable creature? Which family is lucky enough to have such a cutie? Chu Liang presented the girl with a bow. Master, behold the human form of the spirit carp I mentioned. DNV Feng didn't hesitate, patting the girl's head. So this little thing is actually a demon beast. Even better. Little Fish puffed out her cheeks in protest. Woo, woo, woo. You promised to help me find my sister, and you said there would be food. DNV Feng grinned wildly. No problem. You're coming back to Mount Shu with us. I'll help you find your kin. And if we fail, I'll just become your big sister instead. Chu Liang felt a headache coming on and quickly interjected. Master. Please, reconsider. Is that really appropriate for a master? He panicked internally. Calculating the sect hierarchy, if Lu Jiaoyu becomes master's sister, then, according to the rules of seniority, wouldn't I have to call this child second aunt? DNV Feng paused, realizing her blunder. She nodded solemnly. You make a valid point. She is just a little demon, after all, but we can't just leave her here at Mount Shu without a title. She pulled Little Fish into a bear hug, laughing heartily. Decided. I'll accept her as my junior sister. Now she's officially a disciple of the Mount Shu sect. Little Fish snuggled into the embrace. Satisfied. Yay. Agreed. Thank you, Sister Feng. Chu Liang watched the two of them and sighed in defeat. I guess that's settled then. Meanwhile, in Weiyang City, inside the Imperial Palace, majestic towers pierced the night sky, lanterns flickering like stars against the darkness. A midnight fog coiled around the capital like a dragon. Inside the royal study, the emperor sat upon the carved dragon throne, an oppressive aura around him. He listened intently to the winds of the world. Your Majesty. Urgent secret intelligence from the southern domain. The emperor's voice was low and dangerous. So urgent. Read it to our ears. The messenger could barely keep his composure, trembling as he reported. Tonight, during the South Sound Pavilion's tours outside Nangguan City, before the curtain could even rise, disciples of Mount Shu caused a riot. They executed the Dingshan Marquise on the spot and took the young Marquise captive. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through his fear. The cause. It appears the Marquise estate and the Eastern Whale Gang ... were conspiring to traffic women. The Mount Shu disciples exposed them, leading to a bloodbath. Officials are still verifying the details. The official memorial will arrive tomorrow. The emperor's face darkened like a thundercloud. His voice was ice. These cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they have forgotten the weight of imperial authority. Even if he committed a capital crime, he is royal blood. To execute him without an imperial trial. Who dared to strike down my kin? The official slammed his head against the floor in terror. Your Majesty, appease your anger, he whispered into the ground. It was the peak master of Mount Shu, DNV Feng. The emperor froze. His pupils shrank, as if recalling a nightmare. Instantly, the emperor's fury vanished, replaced by a sudden, terrified shift in demeanor. He stood up, drafting a decree with furious speed. Pass down my command. The Dingshan Marquis committed unforgivable sins. He is to be posthumously beheaded. Let the divine court sweep away the Eastern Whale Gang. Uncover the truth. Anyone involved in this corruption. Display their heads to the public. No mercy for these criminals. Ensure none escape judgment. Meanwhile, at Mount Shu, 9th Mystery, Peak, clouds severed the mountains. Below, a waterfall roared into the cloud dragon pond. An elder in a tattered robe sat in silence, a fishing rod in hand, blending with nature. DNV Feng waved enthusiastically from afar. Uncle Si Kong, I need a favor. The white-bearded elder glanced at her sideways. Si Kong already knew the purpose of her visit before she even landed. He spoke first. You're here to ask about the little girl's destiny. DNV Feng grinned playfully. Of course. Why else would they call you the Old Immortal? One look was enough. Sikong closed his eyes, revealing his Dharma artifact. The Koi fortune is overwhelming. Even without my help, her wishes will manifest. Fate will bring them together. Little Fish tilted her head, confused by the cryptic riddles. Only DNV Feng dared to scold the elder. Stop speaking in riddles, old man. Just tell us where her sister is so we can go grab her. See. Kong chuckled, always so impatient. Yet his hands moved, channeling spiritual energy into the tortoise-shell artifact. It hummed with power. Little Fish was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. Grandpa, please, even if I can't find her yet, I just need to know, is Big Sister safe? I'm so worried about her. Moved by the purity and sincerity in her voice, Sikong nodded. Very well. The tortoiseshell levitated on a wave of ki. Glowing runes manifested in the air. The elder stroked his beard, interpreting the sign. Your destiny lies here, at Mount Shu. Stay. The path to becoming a dragon is open to you. Lu Zhao. You blinked, processing slowly. But... My sister, is she okay? Sikong's eyes crinkled with a smile. She is more than okay. She thrives. Your paths will cross sooner than you think. Seeking her now would only disrupt her destiny. Patience is key. Little Fish nodded, absorbing the wisdom. Her eyes sparkled, the anxiety washing away. Okay, we'll go when it's time. As they turned to leave, Sikong fixed his gaze on the silent young man trailing DNV Feng. Young man, what is your name? Chu Liang stopped and bowed respectfully. This junior is named Chu Liang. Sikong narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. I shall remember that. You may go. Just as the group departed, Sikong's fishing rod violently jerked. The rod bent to the breaking point. Yay! He gasped, wrestling with the line. Later, on the path, back to the peak, Chu Liang visited the sword transmission hall to appraise his spoils and repair his gear. Looking at the damaged flying leaf artifact, he clicked his tongue in distress. This damage is catastrophic. It saved my life, so I must restore it. He turned to his trusty junior brother, went for an appraisal. This loot came from a 6th realm cultivator. The value must be immense. But as he laid out the items, his jaw dropped. Black Star, iron flexible, yet indestructible, worth 100 sword coins. And spirit awareness, sand. The robe is torn, but the essence remains. Wherein is concealed one's aura perfectly. There's also a bottle of unidentified pills. Suddenly, Junior Brother Wen's eyes lit up with inspiration. We can smelt the broken blade into the flying leaf. Not only will it repair the damage, but it will also evolve the artifact's power. But the moment the idea was voiced, the price was set. 200 sword coins. Non-negotiable. Chu Liang clutched his chest, feeling a pain sharper than any sword. With a heavy heart, he finalized the purchase. 1,000 sword coins vanished in an instant. His already destitute finances were now utterly devastated. Afterward, he headed to the neighboring Dharma Protector Hall. It was time to hand over the secret legacy dropped by that masked cultivator. The square-faced senior brother here was a high-ranking deacon. As a senior of the Sword Guardian Hall, he approved a contribution reward of over 1,000 sword coins immediately. No bureaucracy needed. When Chu Liang revealed the item, the deacon gazed at it with pure awe. Incredible. This is the Heavenly Star mystic art. The long-lost legacy of the Seven Kills sect had finally resurfaced. It was a priceless treasure. Chu Liang was ecstatic about the massive windfall, but his smile faded. He hadn't harvested poison bees in days. He rushed to the Golden Flower River to investigate. Yet, the moment he landed, the silence was deafening. Not a single poison bee was in sight. Bewildered, he returned to the mountain peak. only to find his master and little Yu enjoying a leisurely meal. Chu Liang felt a wave of depression wash over him. He kicked a pebble, his heart heavy with the loss of potential profits. Moments later, he joined their conversation. After his master retired to rest, a breakthrough occurred. Little Yu had actually gathered intelligence on the poison bee's true lair. Hearing this, Chu Liang's eyes shone brighter than the midday sun. His anxiety vanished instantly. His walking pile of sword coins hadn't disappeared. They had just moved. He flew his sword upstream, following the river's flow. The currents twisted, veering sharply toward a hidden peak. The terrain became increasingly treacherous and narrow. Finally, the dense mountain valley Little Yu described appeared before him. Chu Liang descended into a small clearing, surrounded by ancient, towering trees. This was truly untouched wilderness, a valley where no cultivator had ever set foot. Inside, there was an eerie silence. No birds, no beasts, not even a single cricket. Only the poison bees remained, dancing in a frenzied, chaotic swarm. Their numbers were endless. Deep within the valley lay a hidden cavern, the epicenter of their activity. With a few casual waves of his hand, Chu Liang annihilated the guards. Yet, he sensed something peculiar pulsating from within the cave. Driven by curiosity, he stepped into the darkness. His flying sword hovered tightly at his side, radiating profound power. The tunnel was deceptively deep, stretching far into the mountain's belly. He walked endlessly, yet the end remained out of sight. The air grew heavy, not with a sweet scent of honey, but with a metallic temps. This was the true source of the swarm. A gust of wind carried the nauseating stench of rotting flesh. As he ventured deeper, the density of the poison bees increased exponentially. They coalesced into a living black mist. Through the haze, a faint, sickly purple light pulsed. Chu Liang landed softly, his brow furrowed in extreme caution. He dared not approach recklessly. The swarm was feasting on something. It looked like they were gnawing on a corpse. Chu Liang silently levitated a stone, sized perfectly for his palm. Without a word, he channeled his ki. With a sharp flick, he launched the stone directly into the heart of the buzzing mass. The impact scattered the swarm, revealing the truth. A withered skeleton lay there, barely recognizable as human. Chu Liang took 2 steps back, his eyes widening in shock. Golden bones. This cultivator was at least in the 6th realm of the Dharma body. But sensing the lingering spiritual divinity, this might even be a legendary Tao-asking powerhouse. How could such a supreme being perish in this nameless valley? Once the beast had fully dispersed, Chu Liang cautiously approached the source of the chilling in energy. Black tendrils of miasma rose up, laced with purple poison. As the swarm retreated, he looked up, following the trail of the noxious gas. From the ceiling shadows, a queen bee of nightmarish proportions descended. Its massive stinger, dripping with venom, aimed straight for his heart. So, this is the matriarch. It commanded the swarm with a single thought. Chu Liang instantly deployed his defensive artifact, summoning a protective barrier. A brilliant halo erupted around him. To quell the rebellion, I must slay the king. A ring of fire blazed beneath his feet. Tyrant sword art, he roared. His Dharma sword danced, obliterating the smaller drones in seconds. Now, he locked his focus solely on the queen, unleashing his full killing intent. The razor-sharp blade struck the queen's abdomen. It didn't even leave a scratch. Chu Liang frowned. Tougher than I thought. My flying sword isn't refined enough yet. Sparks flew upon impact, but the beast remained unharmed. The queen descended, her lethal stinger poised to strike. The stinger was bursting with venom. The queen used her massive weight, pinning Chu Liang to the cavern floor. Suddenly, the stinger ruptured. A torrent of toxic liquid sprayed toward him. Chu Liang had no time for games. He made a split-second decision, channeling his energy for a superior technique. He summoned 1,000 spectral swords, weaving them into a solid wall of steel to intercept the poisonous deluge. Hiss! Several swords melted instantly. Chu Liang's heart raced. The corrosion was terrifyingly potent. Only when the venom mist finally dissipated did he make his move. Second form. Ice and fire. Dual talisman. Sword art. Blazing flames and glacial frost swirled together, manifesting a blade of opposing elements. The queen braced herself, raising her legs to block, but it was futile. With a single thunderous motion, the elemental power surged forward. It pierced straight through her abdomen. Perfect fatal blow. The queen's carapace shattered, her form dissolving until only her soul essence remained, which she promptly collected. The golden skeleton was now fully exposed. Chu Liang stared at the glowing remains. I see ... The queen and her swarm didn't just live here. They mutated by devouring the flesh of this divine cultivator. How powerful was he in life, even in death? His very flesh could force evil. Suddenly, the skeleton radiated light, illuminating a parchment tightly clutched in its bony hand. Sharp-eyed as ever, Chu Liang noticed the scroll remained untouched by time or poison. He analyzed the situation instantly. He must have swallowed the skin scroll right before he died to protect it. For a supreme expert to resort to such desperation, it must be priceless. Chu Liang bowed his head in respect. Senior, forgive this junior's intrusion. He stepped forward, prying the scroll loose. He studied the ancient glyphs in silence for a long moment. Is this ... a legendary treasure map? But it was incomplete. No coordinates. No clear drawings. Finding the missing pieces would be like searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Chu Liang addressed the remains. Once more, Senior, your bones have been gnawed upon by vermin for years. You have suffered great indignity. Allow this junior to lay you to rest. With a burst of flame, he turned the bones to ash, letting the senior finally sleep in the peace of the cavern. I may not know the secrets of this map ... but I will ensure it sees the light of day again. Please, do not blame me. The scene shifted, returning to the mist-covered peaks of Mount Shu. An ancient tree, twisted with age and draped in moss, hung low with mystical purple blossoms, painting a dreamlike scene. From the shadows, a pair of flawless jade legs emerged, stepping lightly in high heels onto the arid earth. Yet with every step, 100 flowers burst into vibrant life. It was none other than the peerless beauty, Jiang Yubai, arriving before a mysterious figure. She bowed with deep respect. Master, a woman as lovely as a blooming flower slowly turned, her voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. You've returned. Her perfect form, crowned with pale pink hair, only enhanced her heaven-sent beauty. Her gaze swept over Jiang Yubai. Did everything go smoothly? Yubai clasped her hands, replying with absolute honesty. It could be considered smooth. However, I found no true successor of the divine void temple, merely distant descendants who know nothing of the sect's true secrets. Suddenly, the peak lord of Jade Fall descended like a goddess, lifting her gently from the ground. Rushing to embrace Yubai in her arms. You're injured. Yubai leaned into the warmth, her face flushing with embarrassment. I was a bit hasty during the pursuit. And got ambushed. It is nothing serious. A flash of heartache flickered in the beautiful peak lord's eyes. She whispered softly, Come here. Master and disciple sat upon a nearby branch. An intimate moment. Yubai rested her hands on her lap, absorbing her master's words. Your mother came from the divine void palace. And left. After recovering, your father spent his entire life searching for the palace's treasure, only to vanish into the silence of the grave. You need not follow that path. Stay here at Shu Mountain and cultivate in peace. Divine void is like a curse. Getting too close brings only misfortune. Yubi touched her chin, a trace of melancholy coloring her voice. But master, this disciple is already cursed. Perhaps, this is simply my inescapable destiny. The Peak Lord gently interrupted those dark thoughts. Your father was a peerless genius in his time. I only fear I fear you will meet the same tragic end. Yubai looked at her master with unwavering resolve. Master, one cannot hide from fate. Meanwhile, back at his quarters, Chu Liang returned, to his room, finding a letter from senior sister Jiang. She had returned safely. He was engrossed in the beauty's letter, reading every word, when a rapid knocking shattered the silence. Brother C, it's when, Oolong, are you there? As the door burst open, Oolong eagerly presented a treasured object. Brother Chu, the artifact you asked me to fix is ready. Chu Liang looked at the item in his hand, eyes widening. Completed so quickly. As he grasped it, a surge of oppressive power erupted, drawing out his own spiritual energy and resonance. Oolong introduced his masterpiece with overflowing confidence. I didn't just fix the array. I used black mystic iron to add an offensive formation. This green leaf now possesses 3 distinct forms. Ch. Liang gate in awe at the artifact. Then let's head to the testing grounds to witness its true power. At the edge of the Silver Sword Peak Forest. Chu Liang. And when Long prepared for the field test, he aimed at a target, thinking, learning from last time, I'll only channel a sliver of mana. The moment he let go, the artifact blurred into motion, shooting forward without hesitation. Chu Liang was shocked by the result. Heavens, that speed! It flew in a chaotic zigzag, slicing through timber like butter wherever it passed. Oolong waved his hands excitedly. Well, how was it? Wasn't it both fast and powerful? Chu Liang couldn't deny the destructive force, but he raised a hand. Let's put that aside for a moment. Tell me, where exactly did it go? Oolong pointed to a tree behind them, answering with a clueless expression. Isn't it stuck right there? Oolong took the chance to brag about his genius. I cleverly combined the new formation with the old one to ensure that upon activation, it achieves extreme velocity. To max out the speed, I curved the blade so it rotates, drastically increasing the cutting power. Since it didn't have a name before, I hereby christen it the Flying Leaf Fast Blade. Chu Liang cut him off, pointing to his original target. Shattering his confidence. But it missed my aim by 10,000 meters. What good is destruction if it can't hit the target? Oolong scratched his head, defending his work. The only flaw is aiming, but the movement has a pattern. If you just practice a few techniques, accuracy will surely improve. Chu Liang forced a smile. Speechless. Thinking. Great. A new feature means I have to learn a whole new skill set. Oolong then touted the third function of the Flying Leaf Fast Blade. It's actually useful. High-level duels rely on locking onto the opponent's aura. If you aim directly, they prepare and dodge. But this blade, it attacks from the east while looking west. The opponent won't even be able to imagine its trajectory. Imagining testing it on his rival Lin Bei, combined with Oolong's persuasive pitch, an erratic path, impossible to guard against. Chu Liang smirked with satisfaction. Indeed. Back inside the room. He pulled out a bottle of pills. Right. That mystery pill from before. I had a brother from the alchemy hall analyze it. It is called the Hidden Origin Pill. The ingredients are so rare they are nearly extinct. Its main power is to completely conceal your aura, even when attacking. No spiritual fluctuations will leak out. The effect lasts for about a quarter of an hour. It was perfect for an assassin. He imagined Lin Bei again. Once Chu Liang swallowed the pill, he could strike a painful blow. From within the shadows, without warning, Oolong held the rare pill bottle, grinning. Complete concealment. That is a terrifying ability. Oolong gave him a meaningful look. If you sold this, a single pill could fetch hundreds of sword coins. Chu Liang nodded, understanding the value. I'll consider it. But in his heart, he already had a plan. A pill of this caliber, could ensure a perfect assassination or act as a lifeline in a death trap. Unless he was desperate for money, he should keep this treasure. Then, his face fell, as he mentioned another item about the breath concealing yarn. I asked, in Tauti City, sellers want 800 sword coins. It's too expensive. We should wait. The price might drop soon. Chu Liang was deeply grateful. He clasped his hands. Many thanks, junior brother Wen. Ngok Long waved off the formality with the casual air of a true craftsman. Think nothing of it. I only ask that if senior brother So comes across high-grade materials or artifacts in the future. You entrust them to me for crafting. So Luang flashed a charming smile, agreeing instantly, but his merchant soul couldn't resist. Deal. But remember, I expect a family discount. Ngok Long was already speechless regarding his senior's stinginess. He could only smile bitterly in helpless defeat, daring not to argue. Later, upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, he immediately sought out Tuing. The little girl was already waiting by his door, like a loyal sentry. Without a word, she began her ritual, praying for his luck with absolute devotion. Ever since she realized she could aid him, she had become his obedient little lucky charm. Entering the White Tower space, So Luang stood before the iron cage, holding the bee queen. His finger hovered over the button, anticipation burning in his veins. Let's see what loot the destruction of the Great Wind King yields. A beam of light materialized before him, revealing a massive egg resembling that of a dinosaur. The system identified it. Mysterious beast egg. It required a direct infusion of true ki to hatch a spirit beast. Once hatched, it would recognize its master instantly, becoming a pre-heaven spirit pet. So Luang held the heavy object, his face a mix of shock and childish excitement. He couldn't help but wonder. I didn't expect the White Tower to reward me with a living creature. Snapping back to reality, his thoughts returned to the little girl outside. Iotu. Big time. I need to treat her to a feast soon. He rubbed her head affectionately, giving her a silent thumbs up for her blessing. Before rushing into his room to begin the incubation, he immediately channeled his azure ki, wrapping the egg in a protective cocoon of energy. Suddenly, he felt a shift inside. The creature within was greedily devouring his spiritual energy. So Luang was startled. A reaction already. I just started channeling. A warm, rhythmic pulse echoed against his palms, a heartbeat. No wonder the bond with pre-heaven spirit pets is so strong. It already has spiritual awareness. Since I'm feeding it my ki, it might actually mistake me for its mother. The thought made him pause, a goofy expression crossing his face. Wait, am I about to become a mom? At that precise moment, a violent pounding on his door shattered the peace. So Luang, it's me, Lambak. The moment the door opened, Lambak burst in, practically vibrating with excitement. So Luang, we're about to be famous. Someone from the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion is here to see us. So Luang, still reeling from his maternal crisis, stared blankly. Moments later, the two were flying on their swords, side by side, toward the towering Heavenly Pivot Peak. Before they even stepped across the threshold of the guest hall, Lambak was already announcing their arrival. Fellow tourist of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, we have arrived, as promised. A woman beside the beautiful Kuang Nujet batch looked up, her eyes sparkling with interest. The two young heroes of Mount Shu are here. I am a disciple of the Wind-Catching Hall, Trong Tiu. Han, I came, specifically, today, to interview you both regarding the incident at South City Gate. Unlike the bubbly reporter, Kuang Nuyet Batch remained icy, her gaze sweeping over them with cool detachment. So Luang blinked, genuinely surprised to see the sect's top beauty present. He looked at the quiet figure and thought, why is senior sister Kuang involved in this? Sensing his confusion, Tiu Han grinned mischievously. She wrapped an arm around the ice beauty, introducing her like a trophy. Sister Kuang and I go way back. I happened to have business with her, so I dragged her along. You boys won't be too nervous with her watching, will you? Lambat clasped his hands awkwardly, his voice trembling as he spoke the truth. Nervous is an understatement. Sister Kuang is the goddess of Mount Shu. Just meeting her is a dream we mortals barely dare to have. So Luang, however, said nothing, ... and had already made himself comfortable in the chair opposite the two beauties. Lambac stared in horror, cursing internally. This guy. He's too casual. Tio Han leaned into Nuyet back. ... only. To be pushed away gently. Hurry up and start. Ask them first. You don't mind if I listen in, do you? Tio Han pouted playfully. How could I mind? Switching to professional mode. Tio Han radiated the energy of a seasoned investigator. First question. What was your primary purpose for going to South City Gate? Lambac jumped at the chance to answer. Naturally, it was a mission to exorcise demons. You know, ... We disciples of Mount Shu view protecting the Tao and eliminating evil as our sacred duty. But Tio Han, a veteran interviewer with 100 years of experience, ... had already spotted the inconsistency. But according to our intel, the demon-slaying mission was nearly complete. Yet, you stayed in the city for several extra days. Were you perhaps waiting for the performance of Miss Teat from the South? Lambac, eager to show off, raised 2 fingers and declared loudly, Absolutely not. We were aiding a lost girl in search of her missing sister. It was during this noble quest that we uncovered the sinister plot of the Dingshan Hu estate, so Luang didn't have time to kick him under the table. The idiot had just spilled a classified family vendetta. Tio Han clapped her hands, feigning admiration. Wow! True chivalry, indeed. Then, her expression shifted. She leaned in, her eyes narrowing with the gleam of a gossip hunter. However, ... rumor has it you two spent a lot of time with Miss Teat. People say you offended the little duke not because of justice, but out of jealousy over the songstress. At that heavy accusation, So Luang instantly raised his hand to object. That is completely false. Fake news. Even Lambac was blindsided by this twist. Wait, people are saying that... Tio Han stood up, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I heard from a servant at the villa... that a handsome young hero visited Miss Teat privately. They closed the door to discuss music intimately. Lambac stepped in front of her, waving his hands frantically. It wasn't me. That left only one suspect. Slowly, Tio Han's cat-like gaze shifted to the man trying to make himself invisible. So Luang felt the weight of the room crushing him. What kind of gossip rag is the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion running? Why aren't you asking about my heroic battle against evil? Why are you obsessed with these tabloid rumors? Tio Han leaned in closer, invading his personal space, while the icy gaze of the goddess bored into him from across the table. So Luang could only lower his head, sweating bullets, especially since Sister Kuang was watching. The image of Miss Teat playing the zither flashed in his mind. He sighed, forced to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I did go to hear Miss Teat play, but strictly for the music. We didn't even talk. Please, don't listen to baseless slander. Tio Han's eyes lit up. She had him exactly where she wanted him. Oh, so you two closed the door. Just to listen to music. No talking at all. So Luang nodded firmly. Correct. Tio Han grinned, ready to dig even deeper into this scandalous hole. So, young hero Xiachu implies he can read Maiden Ji's soul through mere zither strings. No words needed. Just a spiritual resonance echoing in harmony. The misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. Chu Liang desperately tried to slash through Zhao Han's delusional romantic fantasy. Absolutely not. Pure coincidence. Maiden, she only played for me once. Stop fabricating legends. But then, Lin Bei decided to betray him and tear the truth apart. He slapped Chu Liang's shoulder, rewriting history on the spot. Nonsense! She clearly serenaded you multiple times. Chu Liang looked at him with eyes full of despair. Oh! And didn't she save your life that one time? The gossip-hungry Zhao Han wouldn't let go, her eyes gleaming with a new theory. Maiden, she's saving the hero. A debt of life repaid in emotion. Chu Liang was speechless. He dared not utter a word, fearing any sound would dig his grave deeper. Wait, that's not the right word. Sensing a freezing, murderous aura from Jiang Yubai, Chu Liang wanted to crawl into a hole and vanish. He thought, why does the air suddenly feel so heavy? Meanwhile, at the lonely peak of Mount Shu, by the roaring waterfall, a scene of tranquility amidst the majestic clouds, by the falling dragon pool, Old Man Kong sat like a statue, hooking something massive. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the rod. He pulled with all his might, breath coming in ragged gasps. He refused to let this prize escape back into the depths. 100 years of fishing leads to this very moment. The old man roared, his aura exploding and shredding his tattered robes, revealing the iron muscles of a cultivator. With a mighty heave, the line broke the surface. Suddenly, a terrifying and ancient pressure descended upon the surrounding. Water columns shot into the sky, mixing with surging blood essence. Break your limits and rise. A golden water dragon erupted from the waves. Though the hook was still in its mouth, its body radiated the terrifying cultivation of a divine beast. Eyes glowing like golden lamps, scales shimmering with power. With long whiskers dancing in the wind and antlers piercing the sky, it clawed at the void. Ferocious and majestic, Old Man Kang threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ignoring the heavens, he shouted, "Ha! My Mount Shu finally has a dragon!" The beast whipped its head around and roared at the old man, but he didn't care in the slightest. He just kept laughing, drunk on success. His voice echoed through the mountains, shaking the very forests of the sect. A true dragon to shoulder the destiny of Mount Shu. Heaven blesses our sect, but the great dragon twisted, trying to flee toward the heaven-reaching peak. It aimed for the misty clouds, desperate for freedom. But this small mortal realm cannot withstand a true dragon's thrashing. Stay here. From now on, the falling dragon pool is your home. Old Man Kong unleashed a spatial technique, a giant spectral hand blocking its path. The dragon panicked, coiling in fear. With a hand wrapped in spiritual ki, the old man didn't waste words. He grabbed the legendary beast as his alias, catching a loach, spiritual ripples blasting outward. As Old Man Kong tamed the beast, the scene shifted back to the Sword Pavilion interview room. Desperate to satisfy the reporter's hunger for gossip, Chu Liang made a move. To shift the target off his own back, he decided to sacrifice someone else. He began to passionately fabricate a tale of justice and scandal. Do you know the twisted, perverted nature of the little Marquis? Have you heard the unspoken dark secrets of the Dingshan Marquis? And his son. Do you know the shocking truth behind why I tied him up? Was it twisted human nature or the complete collapse of morality? Do you want to know? Zhao Han was instantly hooked by Chu Liang's barrage of clickbait questions. Tell me more. I need the details. But just as he was spinning his web, the window lit up with the image of Old Man Kong wrestling the dragon. Zheng Tihan instantly forgot Chu Liang. Her eyes locking onto the window, she screamed, "Jiang, look! A true dragon has appeared at Mount Shu. The sect leader is taking action!" The target of the scoop had shifted instantly. Her eyes shone like she had found a mountain of gold. True dragon descends. Sect leader suppresses the beast. This is the #1 headline in all the 9 provinces. No doubt about it. This story belongs to me. Plus, Jiang Yubai and Nam Guancheng. These 3 stories, together, I'll dominate the news cycle. With a true dragon involved, reporter Zhang wasn't going to waste another second here. She grabbed senior sister Jiang and rushed out. Watching the 2 beauties leave to chase the dragon, Chu Liang finally exhaled. save by the beast's appearance. Green Sky Peak. Atop the massive green sky tree, the female peak lord sat gazing at the clouds when her disciple returned. She had rushed back in a panic. Master, the peak lord looked at her. What is it? Jiang Yubai recounted exactly what she had seen. A true dragon really appeared at Mount Shu just now. And in that moment, I felt like it was staring directly at me. The peak lord's expression instantly turned grave. A true dragon is no ordinary beast. It is a true spirit of the world. Could it be an omen? Jiang Yubai was drowning in confusion. She frowned deeply. Disciple does not know, but remembering she was one of the few in the room, the probability of being the target was high. The female peak lord didn't hesitate. She glided past her disciple. The event has occurred. I will go speak with the sect leader immediately. Even if it is a true dragon, I will never let it harm my disciple. Jiang Yubai bowed deeply, touched. Thank you, master. Suddenly, a figure descended from the high heavens, shouting loudly, Little swallow. Jiang Yubai started, looking up at the source of the noise. That voice. It was Imperial Daughter Phoenix, her master's eccentric childhood friend. Only this senior aunt dared to call her master by her nickname, Jiang Yubai. Connected the dots. ... Imperial Daughter, Phoenix, of Silver Sword Peak, means Chu Liang, ... Her face fell. Thinking of that guy made her frown in annoyance. The woman landed, calling out affectionately, My dear little swallow. The peak lord sighed helplessly. You may leave us for now. She didn't want to ruin the mood. ... For their chat, Jiang Yubai obediently retreated. With no one to block her, Imperial Daughter Phoenix lunged forward for a bear hug. You claim to be my dearest friend, do you not? The Icy Peak Master saw right through the shameless act. So, what do you want this time? Ignoring the frost in the air, Empress Phoenix beamed with zero hesitation. I simply wished to visit my favorite person, the Peak Master sighed, allowing the hug. Spit it out. You scammed me out of 3,000 sword coins? And now this. Phoenix grinned, her skin thicker than castle walls. Calling it a scam treats me like a stranger. It hurts my heart. Did I not borrow it fair and square? Yanzai pushed her away coldly. A loan requires repayment. That is the universal law of borrowing. Phoenix suddenly produced a heavy bag of coins, radiating an aura of generosity. Exactly. And am I not here to settle my debts like a hero? Naturally, I owe you a mountain of debt, so I cannot clear it all at once. Here is 1,000 sword coins. A down payment, consider it the interest. The Peak Master snatched the bag instantly, eyeing her with suspicion. Did the sun rise from the west today to see Phoenix actually pay up? ... Phoenix wasted no time on pleasantries. Actually, I have a grave matter to discuss. A life or death situation. Can I borrow a small treasure? Yanzai sneered, her eyes narrowing. Ha! I knew it. Phoenix tried to block her path before she could flee. Wait, I didn't pay just to borrow it. Yanzai backed away, raising her spiritual defenses. What do you want? Phoenix whispered. The ancient, cloud-piercing sword. Yanzai didn't say a word. She vanished instantly. Phoenix refused to give up, chasing desperately. Wait everything. Izunegoshiable. I just need to use it. It won't break. I'm not asking him to keep it. Yanzai, come back. Phoenix stumbled, shouting into the wind. We can talk when you return. The Peak Master used shrinking earth 2 inches, leaving her dust behind without a backward glance. Phoenix finally halted, gasping for air. Defeated, she wailed dramatically to the heavens. Yanzi, how can I survive without you? Back at Silver Sword Peak, Chu Liang retreated to the secluded back mountain. It was time to master the flying leaf turns to saber. Leaves danced in the air, transforming into deadly blades at his command. After countless repetitions, he sensed the hidden laws of nature within the technique. But perfect control was elusive. Only through endless grinding could he master the Tao within. The leaves hummed with lethal sharpness. Wherever the flying leaves struck, the ancient trees of Mount Shu were sliced into confetti. It was a chaotic display of raw, unbridled power. Realizing he was about to bald the entire mountain, he spared the remaining trees. As he turned to leave, the devastation behind him was clear. Trunks were scarred, branches severed. Staying here was dangerous for the landscape. He needed a change of scenery. Next time, he would find a desolate wasteland to unleash his power, but his mind drifted. Senior Sister Jiang Zora had been dark today. He hadn't dared to ask why. He couldn't ask her directly. He wrote a letter, folding his concern into a paper crane, and infused it with magic to fly toward the moon-white peak. Moments later, a crane returned. 3 cold words. "It is nothing." Her anger was palpable even through the paper. Chu Liang scrambled to write a reply. "Good. I was worried. I found a spirity fruit with a unique flavor. I want to present it to you. Senior Sister, meet at our usual spot." Jiang Yubai's reply was instant and icy. Next time, Chu Liang refused to yield to the Cold War. "If you are free, let's meet today. It has been ages." Little White Z misses you constantly. Yubai couldn't resist his persistence. "I recall that beast cannot speak, but fine." The usual place, holding the acceptance letter. Chu Liang sighed. A woman's heart was truly the most complex cultivation manual to decipher. Pagoda Peak was a paradise of cherry blossoms and crystal waterfalls. Chu Liang arrived, juggling cups of tea like a waiter. He greeted Yubai with a smile. "See? He missed you." Little White Z happily circled their feet, playing the perfect wingman. She scoffed at his eagerness. "I think he missed you more." Her mind flashed to the rumors about Mizzou. "This tea? It has many flavors." Chu Liang presented his tribute, trying to curry favor. "I discovered a new strawberry blend just for you. 1 flavor for each cup." "Senior Sister, please taste it." Yubai eyed him sharply. "Did you offer this to ... Ms. Zhu, who played the zither for you?" Chu Liang gave a thumbs up. "Of course." He paused, seeing her aura darken dangerously. He quickly switched to a whisper, sweating. "Of course not. You are always my first thought, Senior Sister. I wanted you to taste them all, so I could pick the best one to give to Mizzou later." He was playing with fire. Nah. Her fist clenched, spiritual energy spiking. "You, Chu." Liang laughed softly, soothing the beast. He. I am only joking. Just a joke. That girl from the heavenly pavilion kept asking about Zuling Shu. She was just fishing for gossip. I... am not that close to Mizzou anyway. He wove his words carefully to soothe her jealous heart. "It is exactly as I told you. I only helped her because she saved me once, but she cannot compare... to the place you hold in my heart." Yubai looked away, blushing HMPH. Who cares about that? They talked for hours, sharing their cultivation journeys. She finally opened up about her recent mission. A group in the eastern region... was acting under the name of the Divine Void View. She had gone to investigate. They sat on the stone bench, enjoying the peace. It was a harmonious scene, but at the mention of Divine Void, Chu Liang's expression turned serious. "I know that name. Those who reach the 9th level of the profound realm are called divine. Since ancient times, that name carries heavy significance. Throughout history, only a handful of chosen ones have ever reached the apex. It is whispered in ancient legends that when a 9th realm supreme reaches the twilight of their lifespan, they do not die, but instead step into the divine void, vanishing from the mortal coil forever. Myths surround this place, like a shroud of mist. Some claim it is the final resting place of gods, while others whisper of a darker truth, describing it as a graveyard of stars. It is the sole path to true ascension. In short, a forbidden realm existing only in ancient texts. However, regarding the divine void gate itself, Senior Sister Jiang's expression darkened instantly. Sensing the heaviness in the air, I wisely chose silence. But as the tea steam curled between us, Jiang Yubai suddenly broke the quiet. Tell me, Chu Liang, how far have you comprehended the way of the rune sword? Demonstrate your prowess for me. Now. Facing a sudden examination from Senior Sister Ji, he sprang to his feet, energy radiating from his eyes. With the strict aura of a Grand Master descending upon her, he cleared his throat confidently. Junior brother is ready to display his mastery. Behold, the dual rune sword art. I have seized control of 3 elemental forces: ice, fire, and wind. First, witness the fusion of freezing cold and scorching heat, followed by the devastating combination of wind and fire. Jiang Yubai sat gracefully, watching him weave signs and channel key with intense focus, unleashing his new techniques. A spark of approval flashed in her eyes. The might of your sword art has eclipsed your past limits. Tell me, truthfully, what cultivation realm have you reached? Instead of words, he let his spiritual pressure surge. Late stage divine intent realm. She nodded, her face betraying no shock. Indeed. Just as I suspected. A solid foundation in the late stages. However, a frown marred her porcelain features. Something did not add up. Hold on. I recall clearly that when I first met Chu Liang, his aura was merely that of the middle stage. His cultivation base was feeble back then, wasn't it? Yet looking at his innocent, beaming smile, she felt her understanding of reality crumbling. In such a fleeting span of time, he broke through the bottleneck and reached the late stage. Impossible. She stood up abruptly. Closing the distance between them, she leaned in, scrutinizing his very soul. Furthermore, this aura is dense and terrifyingly stable. He is on the verge of the peak stage. She stroked her chin, lost in a storm of confusion. Peak divine intent signifies the perfection of the 3rd realm. He is 1 step away from condensing a golden core and entering the 4th realm. But how can a mortal cultivate with such godlike speed? Even I. To bridge the gap between middle and peak stage, I sacrificed endless years of blood and sweat, far more than the average cultivator. And if Chu Liang truly possesses such heaven-defying talent, why has he remained in the shadows all these years? Why was his name not written in the stars? Yet, in this short window, his cultivation has soared like a dragon. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. And Chu Liang, tell me the truth. Are you secretly cultivating a forbidden demonic art? Cold sweat drenched Chu Liang's back. Boom. Righteous aura exploded from his body. He slapped his chest with conviction. Senior sister, please. My heart contains only the purest orthodox key. It is just that, when I was young, I had no master to guide my path, so I walked slowly. But now, I am simply sprinting to reclaim lost time. I would never tread the path of heretics. Internally, however, he pictured the big-headed doll in the pagoda, grinding cultivation for him day and night. He smirked inwardly. I can just throw the blame onto my master. Who would dare question the methods of Silver Sword Peak? Jiang Yubai decided to drop the interrogation. Still, one cannot bury a peerless genius. But considering his master is the eccentric Empress Phoenix, even the most bizarre phenomena become reasonable. The following dawn, Chu Liang rode his sword beyond the borders of Mount Shu. He descended into a dense, ancient forest. The Silver Sword Peak was too exposed. A true cultivator needs solitude to sharpen his fangs. Here, he could unleash his full power. Finding a secluded clearing, he began the chaotic dance. Flying, leaf technique. Activate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Leaves became blades, slicing through thick tree trunks like butter. This was his first live test. It felt strangely familiar, like shooting a basketball in his past life. But form is nothing without accuracy. Even a Grand Master misses. How can I guarantee a hit every single time? absolute 100% accuracy, unless I rely on pure luck. Just as he recalled his spiritual energy, a blinding flash erupted following the return of his energy. A strange golden light manifested. Chu Liang's eyes went wide. What is this? A golden seal. Did my stray attack accidentally slay some hidden demon? He leaped onto the high branches with the grace of a leopard. And there, a grotesque, spiky sphere lay cleaved in twain. It leaked a sinister, dark mist into the air. Remnants of yin energy lingered. It possessed a physical form, but housed a spirit within. The yin energy here was abnormal. He cast his gaze toward the horizon. In the distance, a swarm of black-purple monstrosities frolicked in the shadows. Sword keys surged around Chu Liang instantly. He watched the creatures buzzing about. Oh! Do these things possess a hive consciousness? Let us test that theory. Power gathered in his palms. The creatures, ignorant of their impending doom, danced like fools at the entrance of a dragon's lair. They dared to provoke him. Silence was his answer. 100 sword art, descend. A torrent of spectral blades filled the sky. The monsters shrieked in terror, scrambling to escape the slaughter. Mercy, not today. The sword rain hunted them down without pause. You think you can flee? Moments later, standing amidst a lush, green meadow, he called out, Little you! Little you! The koi-fish spirit lay lazily on the soft grass, soaking in the sun. The sky was a perfect azure canvas. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she grumbled, You want a blessing again? Chu Liang patted her head gently. Thank you for your hard work. Instantly, she clasped her hands. A sincere prayer for fortune. Meanwhile, inside the white pagoda dimension, Chu Liang observed the harvested souls trapped in the cages. Those black spheres were surprisingly agile, even after a desperate chase. I only managed to slay a dozen. The rest vanished like smoke. Too troublesome to hunt them down. Now, let's see what loot these demons yield. Refinement complete. The reward materialized. Small seeds. Like beans? The white pagoda's ancient voice echoed. Cultivate these to harvest the golden patterned fruit. Consumption replenishes ki blood and purifies the skin. Chu Liang stroked his chin, eyeing the spiky monster remains. There is an old rule in the JIANGHU... If a stranger offers you a seed, you must bow and say, May the benefactor live a peaceful life. Jokes aside, let's put these to the test immediately. He scaled a small hill to find the perfect spiritual soil, digging the earth with his bare hands. He planted the mysterious seeds. In moments, a small, secret spirit garden was born. Later, he visited the alchemy pavilion to purchase a special spirit growth powder, a catalyst designed to accelerate botanical life. With decisive action, he scattered the mystical dust over the newly sprouted seedling. Moments later, Chu Liang and Little Fish sat before the small plant, waiting. The little girl, puzzled by the process, tilted her head and asked, Brother Chu Liang, what exactly are we doing? Chu Liang kept his gaze fixed on the sprout and replied with patience. We are waiting for the Tao of nature to bloom. Little Fish's curiosity was piqued, so she decided to join the vigil. The two of them sat on the open ground, heads tilted in, observing the miraculous acceleration of life as the plant prepared to bear fruit. However, the wait proved too long for a child's attention span, and Little Fish drifted into a deep slumber. After what felt like an eternity, the plant finally reached maturity. A plump, eye-catching fruit materialized before them. Little Fish woke up, her eyes widening with delight, as she exclaimed, Wow! It made such a huge fruit. Chu Liang, however, immediately plucked the fruit to inspect it. A golden rune shimmered on its skin. It possessed spirituality. This was likely a low-grade heavenly treasure. While it had more spiritual energy than common fruit, it still lacked the potency of a true spirit medicine. The remaining flowers had also bloomed, suggesting a bountiful harvest was possible. Excellent. This was a sustainable business model. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a massive, crunchy bite. The moment his teeth sank in, an irresistible flavor exploded in his mouth, with juice still staining the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but praise it, as expected. The spiritual energy makes the juice incredibly rich, sweet, refreshing, and utterly delicious. It seemed this crop was worth mass-producing. Even if just used as seasonal fruit for Silver Sword Peak, it was a top-tier luxury item. Little Fish watched the delicious spectacle, drool already pooling at the corner of her mouth. "I want to eat some too," she pleaded. Chu Liang, with a look of feigned generosity, spoke up. "I was just testing the first one for poison for your safety. If you want to eat, we should plant more." Excited, Little Fish immediately grabbed a shovel, ready to expand their farm. But suddenly, the skies darkened, and a torrential downpour began. Chu Liang looked up, confused by the anomaly. Strange. Rain falling from these specific clouds. Little Fish was soaked instantly. Immediately, her fishtail popped out from behind her, reacting to the moisture. Unaware of the water's origin, she asked innocently, "Oh, what is this?" Chu Liang caught some in his hand. Equally baffled, he muttered, "What is going on?" Examining the pale gold droplet in his palm, he realized this rain is golden, and it seems to contain a mysterious power. As the drops hit the soil, the tilled earth nearby erupted with life, countless flowers blooming in mere seconds. A voice echoed from the horizon, explaining the divine phenomenon to the bewildered disciples. "A true dragon has coiled around Mount Shu. From this day forth, dragon energy shall manifest as rain. This rain contains the dragon's breath and is beneficial for cultivation. Disciples, do not panic." Chu Liang sat down and casually plucked a fruit that had just ripened. Understanding dawning on him, that was the voice of the alchemy elder. "So, this is the legendary Dragon Key Rain. Almost, damn it." Little Fish noticed that the fruit watered by the golden rain now bore dragon-shaped markings. Just as Chu Liang opened his mouth to devour it, Little Fish frantically stopped him. "Didn't you say this time it was my turn to eat?" Far away, one could see the cloud pouring its blessing solely upon Silver Sword Peak. The surrounding peaks remained quiet. The white clouds rolled by as usual elsewhere, showing no strange activity. However, a shadowy, translucent figure observed the rain falling on Silver Sword Peak. Unwilling to accept this reality, he let out a furious snort. He sped back, piercing through the thick cloud layers to reveal the entrance of a hidden, mysterious cave. His spirit returned, merging back into his physical body hidden within the cave. He deactivated the divine spirit travel technique. The moment his soul settled, he rushed out of his meditation. Hiding in this nameless cavern, he shouted his report the moment he entered the main chamber. "Mount Shu has a dragon. A true dragon." The man he addressed was seated on a rock. "Cultivating silently," the leader replied. "We have already received the intelligence." The spy was livid, clenching his fists in jealousy. "The 9 heavens and 10 lands are all trying to attract dragons. So why did the true dragon choose that declining wasteland of Mount Shu? Truly bad luck." The leader, his spiritual aura flickering in the dim light, raised a hand and spoke with a grim voice. "The plan must be delayed. The descent of a true dragon proves that the destiny of the Mount Shu sect has not yet been severed. If we act recklessly now, we will only face failure." The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before looking at the spy with suspicion. "Why do you speak with such passion? Have you stayed there so long that you actually consider yourself a person of Mount Shu?" Hearing the cloaked man's accusation, the spy roared back in defense. "What are you implying? I have asked to return countless times, but you people keep pushing me back, and now you doubt me." The cloaked man revealed half a face, smiling apologetically. He corrected his slip of the tongue. "Ha ha! My apologies. It is just that, given your blood feud with Mount Shu, your lack of urgency to destroy them raised a few questions in my mind." The spy's astral form had been blurry, but his anger was making his physical presence radiate intense heat. The dragon's descent means their luck is flourishing. The cloaked man, surrounded by a sinister aura, smiled and replied, I know, but luck is not a divine weapon. Among the 9 heavens sects, they are the only ones without a supreme divine artifact. This defines their fragility. Furthermore, we do not necessarily need to annihilate Mount Shu. We only need to ensure their gradual decline. We will target the younger generation, ensuring that soon they are kicked out of the 9 heavens. Consider it our first step toward victory. If only the assassination of Jiang Yubai had succeeded last time, he recalled the young prodigy of the current generation. Mount Shu had effortlessly countered his previous scheme. The spy hurriedly explained his failure. Although I failed, I learned something crucial about her potential. Jiang Yubai's talent is far higher than I anticipated. The cloaked man, however, already had a new tactical plan. He began to outline the upcoming scheme with sadistic glee. I have contacted the Nether King sect. They have agreed to act during the Mount Shu gathering. When their guard is down, it will be the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage. He sneered, mocking the useless factions of the world. It is laughable. We only need to kick Mount Shu out of the 9 heavens. The ones who benefit most are the 10 land sects, as they all have a chance to ascend. Yet, not a single one dares to show their face. The spy, however, was wary of the ancient power. He feared the accumulated strength of Mount Shu's ancestors. He added, Mount Shu has a foundation thousands of years deep. Unless a wielder of the heavenly origin carries a supreme artifact to sweep them away. Otherwise, who dares to provoke them casually? The 10 great sects have been restless lately. But even if they took Mount Shu's spot, how many could actually hold the throne? The cloaked man didn't care for such politics. He looked at his hands, swirling with dark energy, and laughed. Well, regardless, you just rest easy and continue your undercover work. Wait to coordinate with the Nether King sect's operation. If it goes smoothly, perhaps we can finally bring you home. The spy felt a glimmer of hope. The day of his liberation might be near. But having spent over a decade in hiding, performing endless missions, he found it hard to trust the empty promises of his superior. Always big talk, but today, reality had to match the hype. The next morning, dawn broke over Silver Sword Peak, bathing Chu Liang's room in light. He threw open the doors, welcoming the morning sun. Still groggy, he stretched his limbs to circulate his energy. Phew, but as he looked out, the rain falling wasn't water, It was liquid gold. Chu Liang blinked, doubting his own eyes. Rain again. And why does it never stop? Meanwhile, at a distant corner of the sect, the other disciples looked on in absolute horror, gazing up at the miraculous golden clouds hovering over Silver Sword Peak. A disciple clutched his head in pure jealousy. Heavens above, why is it always Silver Sword Peak? Disciples on the balcony trembled, their voices shaking. True dragon. It's the true dragon. Wipe your eyes and look. Has the dragon spirit come alive to spit blessings upon them? That tyrant of Shushan is drowning in fortune. While the sect panicked, Chu Liang tended to his spiritual garden. The dragon key had turned to rain, and little Yu was playing the role of the perfect, hard-working gardener. She had lost count of the harvest, with a basket overflowing with ripe, spiritual berries behind her. She held up a sweet fruit and looked at brother, Chu Liang. I picked so many. Can I eat one now? Chu Liang, working nearby, wiped sweat from his brow and smiled warmly. You've worked hard. Eat up. Go ahead. He diligently sprinkled spirit powder into the flower beds, his mind racing. The wood spirit technique had limits on how much it could boost growth. With limited soil, he couldn't force it every day. He frowned, calculating the future. A 7-day cycle to stimulate growth. That was acceptable. For the next few days, he wouldn't need to focus too much on these specific berries, relying on biological knowledge from his previous life in China. Chu Liang decided on a rotation strategy. He smirked. If he expanded the flower fields by 7 times, he could harvest every single day. A perfect crop rotation system. Sustainable ecological agriculture in the world of cultivation. Gazing at the lush green fields he had built with his own hands, Chu Liang felt a surge of narcissism. Why did this feel so good? He had never farmed before, but watching the journey from seed to harvest gave him a profound sense of intimacy. Looking at the bumper crop, he muttered to himself, "Right. Still have work to do today." Moments later, at Shushan's red border peak, Chu Liang arrived with a massive sack of fruits on his shoulder, instantly drawing the crowd's attention. Some, addicted to that sweet spiritual flavor, shouted out, "Long time, no see. There are others selling tea fruits lately. They're cheaper than yours, but they taste like trash compared to yours." One disciple, too excited, got tongue-tied. "I just really love your taste. I mean, the taste of your tea fruits." Basking in the adoration of his customers, Chu Liang's eyes curved into crescents. Excellent. His personal brand was established, but the tea fruit industry was about to become obsolete. He set up his stall in the usual spot, then unveiled a new sign. Product launch, promotional event. Buy tea fruit, get a silver sword, peak specialty berry for free. The dragon breath, golden patterned fruit, beauty enhancement, and yang, strengthening. He sat in the center of his booth as a man at the front of the line pointed at the sign, confused. "What does this mean? This berry of yours?" Chu Liang enthusiastically introduced the new product. "This is the fruit, right here. Buy the tea fruit, and you get to sample this for free." The crowd surged forward, craning their necks. Is that a spirit fruit, nourished by dragon breath? Curiosity piqued. Even those who just read the sign stayed to buy tea fruits, desperate for the beauty-enhancing bonus. Free yangs, strengthening, sold. Customers walked away with a tea fruit in one hand and a specialty berry in the other. Satisfaction written on their faces. So fragrant. "This is the first time in my life I've tasted such a divine fruit." A female disciple following behind couldn't stop praising it. "It really is delicious. It's filled with spirituality. Wait, is this actual dragon key? Even the tea fruit tastes different today." Hearing the glowing reviews, the queue exploded into chaos. "How do you sell this berry? I want to buy it." Chu Liang poured tea with lightning speed, gracefully rejecting them. "Senior brother, I apologize. The berry is just a gift today. Only available with a tea fruit purchase." Looking at the sea of customers, Chu Liang had already calculated his business empire. The market reaction was explosive. The next step, increase production. When the mat was completely empty, he stood up and clasped his hands. "Apologies, everyone. The dragon breath golden pattern fruit is in limited supply. It is currently but production will increase in the future, and sales will open up then. Please keep an eye out." The remaining customers could only leave in despair, regretting their slowness. "Ah, too late again. Fine. Junior brother. Grow them faster." Shushan. Outskirts, deep within the forest. After finishing his money-making scheme, Chu Liang arrived at the dense jungle where the black furballs had appeared. Hiding his aura, he prepared to ambush the monsters. He drew his sword, locking onto the chaotic little beasts. The ambush didn't go as smoothly as before. He slashed out, but only managed to eliminate 1/3 of the pack. As soon as a few fell, the black furballs instantly rotated their formation and fled. These things were far harder to deal with than the lantern monsters. Fast, agile, annoying. But Chu Liang didn't give up. He unleashed a flurry of sword techniques, chasing them deeper into the shadows. He cut down over 10 of them, pursuing the retreating pack. He suddenly stumbled into a desolate clearing. Chu Liang landed softly, looking up, and froze. He stood at the base of a colossal ancient tree. It was covered in black fur balls, Yin energy radiated from it, twisting the tree into a grotesque, dark shape. He could feel it. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to take down this tree. Chu Liang's face went serious as he analyzed the threat. Standing at a safe distance, he calculated their traits. A ghost tree! Yes, but it was far from humans, and even animals avoided it. If it posed no immediate danger, why destroy it? The greed of a merchant slowly replaced the killing intent in his eyes. This wasn't a monster tree! In his eyes, it was a vending machine filled with fresh loot. To me, this is a treasure trove. His gaze turned steady as he looked at the chaotic fur balls. A grand idea formed. From now on, he would come here to hunt the strays. Sustainable fishing. That was the most profitable way to solve this problem. Back in the spiritual garden that little Yu tended with such devotion, Chu Liang gazed at the sprouting seedlings. His mind raced with calculations, estimating the market value of the golden-patterned spirit fruit, with his own labor being free, and merely 3 sword coins needed for a month's supply of spiritual fertilizer, plus little Yu's wages. The profit margins were promising, but just as he tended to the soil, a streak of light cut through the azure sky. A cultivator descended upon a flying sword, his voice booming. Senior brother, see. One glance was all Chu Liang needed to recognize the visitor. Junior brother when Yulong touched down, his face beaming with excitement. Good news! The negotiation for the quicksand essence materials I handled for you. It is finally settled. The seller from Taodi City sent word. They have agreed to lower the price. For a mere 650 sword coins, it is yours. Chu Liang could hardly contain his delight. Excellent. He immediately finalized the new quote with Jade Dragon. Tell them to ship the materials straight away. Although Taodi City's consignment fees are steep, their reputation is ironclad. We should not skimp on such essential costs. Chu Liang nodded, flashing a thumbs up. No problem at all. Suddenly, the air above them vibrated. A thunderous voice echoed from the heavens. Disciple! The sudden roar made both little Yu and Jade Dragon jump out of their skins. Chu Liang, however, was a veteran of this chaos. He spoke calmly. Junior brother, do not panic. It is just my master. Realizing he was not the target, Jade Dragon hastily bowed. Understood. I shall take my leave then. I would not dare disturb you further, senior brother. Chu Liang waved politely. Thank you for making the trip. Junior brother. Chu Liang hurried to his master's quarters, bowing respectfully. Master, I am here. Empress Phoenix wasted no time. She immediately pulled out a treasure she had recently acquired to show off. Feast your eyes on this. Chu Liang's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the object. Is this... He stared at the intricately carved blade, his inner voice trembling. The cloud-banishing ancient sword, ranked 31st on the manual of myriad treasures. This is the personal blade of Mount Shu's Blue Sky Peak master, Taoist Yan. Legend speaks of the primordial era. A grandmaster swordsmith discovered a trace of Tao rhythm hidden within the clouds. He sought to fuse it into a blade, but the heavens were stubborn. After countless failed attempts, the essence rebelled time and again. It unleashed a chaotic aura, forming devastating tornadoes. Finally, the smith devised a desperate plan. He rode a colossal beast into the firmament to wrestle the sword from the 9 heavens clouds. After enduring wind, thunder, and heavenly fire, 100 tribulations, the cloud-banishing sword was finally forged. Empress Phoenix looked incredibly smug, basking in her disciples' awe. Didn't you complain about lacking a weapon for the Mount Shu summit? Your master thought long and hard about it, and decided to lend you a hand. I borrowed this from Yan Zai up on the mountain. Aside from the legendary purple and blue twin swords, this is the highest-ranked artifact available. Chu Liang's heart leaped. Master intends for me to wield the cloud-banishing ancient sword at the summit. This... Empress Phoenix shot him a look filled with judgment. instantly shattering his beautiful daydream. You certainly have a vivid imagination, don't you? She hugged the ancient sword possessively, taunting him. Yanzai treats swords like lovers. Do you think she would let anyone else touch her baby? Besides, with your meager cultivation, a single swing would drain your entire spiritual reserve dry. You have absolutely no way to control such power. After receiving such a blunt verbal slap, Chu Liang stood there, stunned. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. I am merely a cultivator at the third realm. A small fry. He realized that his body would likely explode from the backlash of such a mighty divine weapon. She waved the sword again. I intend to take you to Tauti City. We shall find a smith to forge a replica of the cloud-banishing ancient sword and infuse it with a fraction of its power. A high-grade copy will solve your lack of a flying sword. Chu Liang was not disappointed in this. He gave a thumbs up. Brilliant idea. He suddenly recalled seeing Qingyi use the square-inch ruler, which was a replica of the ancient divine artifact, the Measuring River Jade Ruler. The original ruler is ranked within the top 100 of the Manual of Myriad Treasures. Chu Liang's anticipation began to rise. I witnessed Song Qingyi of the Gentleman Hall in battle. The weapon she wielded, the square-inch ruler, was an exceptional replica with overwhelming power, truly worthy of a divine copy, though such craftsmanship usually costs 1,000 or 2,000 sword coins. Chu Liang looked like a country bumpkin entering the big city, as Empress Phoenix led him around. Nearby, a burly man wielded an iron hammer, savagely grinding a weapon. Forging imitation artifacts is common in the cultivation world, but it is not just about mimicking the appearance. At the higher levels, it depends entirely on the Grandmaster Blacksmith's skill and the materials used. If one copies a top-tier artifact from the top 100, the resulting replica could very well rival genuine treasures ranked in the top 500. Although the replica will always have less raw power than the original, it remains a simulation and cannot be listed in the Manual of Myriad Treasures. This leads to many powerful replicas remaining famous yet unranked. Chu Liang asked with excitement, Master, are we going to find a sword-casting master in Tauti City? Empress Phoenix cleared her throat, lifting her chin. The master of Kun Wu. Chu Liang's eyes sparkled like stars. Huh? Him. That Grandmaster is a legend among legends. Night fell over Tauti City. Giant stone mountains embraced the city, while ancient structures glowed with flickering spiritual lights. At the residence of the master of Kun Wu, the old man walked slowly into his hall. A voice called out from behind him. Father, did you call for me? The master of Kun Wu turned, his brow furrowed as he barked an order. Pass down my command. Take every rare material, every precious treasure, every finished and unfinished famous sword in the sword furnace, ... and hide them all. He paused, a shadow of dread crossing his face. No, hiding is not enough. Move them directly to a separate location. Just ensure they are not lost. We will move them back after some time. His son looked confused and reluctant. This... ... Why must we do this? We still have dozens of swords currently being forged in the furnace. The master of Kun Wu raised his hand, stopping him immediately. Halt all work. Wait for the storm to pass before resuming. You lot need a break anyway. Stopping for a while won't kill you. The son could not wrap his head around these bizarre orders. But why? Father, it is as if we are guarding against a master thief. The master of Kun Wu frowned deeply. A voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very walls. It is the thief. Hearing this, the son panicked, his face pale. Master Kun Wu's voice trembled, urgency dripping from every word. What? Which suicidal bandit dares to target our sanctuary? Do they seek a swift death? Master Kun Wu shook his head, eyes full of despair. If only it were a simple thief. I fear she is here to plunder my very soul. Son, do you recall the legendary star, Yan sword I forged 20 years ago? The son nodded instantly. Of course, that masterpiece was the turning point. The battle that cemented your legacy as a supreme swordsmith. The old master clutched his head, groaning as the traumatic memory resurfaced. Back then, that block of pure yang iron was impossibly stubborn. It possessed extreme yang energy. I tried 10 different spiritual fires, all failed. I was on the brink of total ruin. I exhausted my spirit and life force. Only after obtaining a wisp of samadhi true fire could I melt that cursed metal and birth a star. Yang sword. But then, the image flashed in his mind, Empress Phoenix casually tossing a flame from her palm. The son looked confused. Samadhi, true fire. Isn't that exclusive to the imperial clan? Kun Wu wiped cold sweat from his brow, whispering, "The royal family aren't the only monsters in this world with such power." I begged for that flame from an outsider to save my reputation. But now, his face turned distinctively dark, muttering like a man condemned. I owe a debt of karma, and the creditor has finally arrived. Meanwhile, back at Silversword Peak, Chu Liang listened to the story, rubbing his chin with a suspicious look. An affair, or did she blackmail him with the fire? Empress Phoenix sat cross-legged, grinning proudly. That's right, he borrowed my fire years ago. That little brat claimed he owed me a great favor and wanted to break through to the Grand Master realm. I didn't care about his ramblings. I just tossed him the fire to shut him up. Chu Liang's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. Empress Phoenix, known for having enemies everywhere, actually had a valuable connection. Usually, if his master knew someone, it meant a fight was brewing. But a positive connection. And with Master Kun Wu, no less. The man was a legend, not just for his divine forging skills, but for his integrity. He never overcharged. To suggest stacking sword coins for his work was an insult to his craft. In every blade he forged, he poured his heart, soul, and blood. When Master Kun Wu strikes the iron, he harmonizes the hammer with his own life force. Among the 3 great smiths of the world, only the master of Taudi City defied the market, refusing to extort cultivators. He filters his clients by destiny, not just wealth. Empress Phoenix scratched her head, laughing carelessly as she revealed the secret. Honestly, we weren't friends. I just helped him to annoy another old geezer I hated, who knew he'd actually succeed and become a world-renowned grandmaster. If I didn't need a sword for you, I would have forgotten he even existed. Remembering how she had shamelessly clung to someone else earlier, Chu Liang asked, "If you have this connection, why did we need to beg for the cloud sword? With your status, a simple letter would have made Kun Wu send a courier." Empress Phoenix looked at her innocent disciple, a sly glint in her eyes. "You think too small. To catch a giant toad, you must smoke it out of the hole completely." Looking at his cunning master, Chu Liang gave a thumbs up. As expected of Master, you truly are diabolical. Taudi City, a majestic fortress of commerce, a massive line of travelers, spirit elephants, and luxury carriages flowed through the gates, creating a vibrant, chaotic atmosphere. Inside was even crazier, a sea of people and beasts squeezing through the inner sanctum. A sprawling estate appeared ahead. Chu Liang followed Empress Phoenix, gawking at everything like a country bumpkin entering the capital. So this is a city run by cultivators. The prosperity is blinding. The first building after the gate was the exchange hall, convenient for travelers. Empress Phoenix marched up the steps. First mission, money exchange. Chu Liang followed dutifully. Understood. In Taudi City, they use divine beast currency, far more complex than Mount Shu's system. There were 4 tiers: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Chu Liang placed 2 bags of sword coins on the counter. "Excuse me, please exchange these for 1,000 Vermilion Bird coins and 100 Black Tortoise coins. Time for Professor Sihu's lecture on economics. Since ancient times, 1 dragon coin equals 10 tiger coins. 10-to-1 ratio. The vermilion bird coin that holds the same value as a standard Mount Shu sword coin. After leaving the hall, they rode a spirit rhino toward Kun Wu's estate on Beast Mountain. The two chatted happily, enjoying the ride. Truly, a cultivator's paradise. Even with strict airspace restrictions forbidding flight, the ground transport was as advanced as his previous life. High above on a balcony, two shadowy figures watched the street, scanning for prey. The toll, Lanky One asked. Assessment. The stout dwarf beside him locked onto the targets. Those two, ... They look ripe. His eyes widened. Let me use my heaven-piercing eye to check their aura. He activated his technique, staring right at Chu Liang, who was clutching his money bag tight. He relayed the data. The male is at the late spirit awareness realm. Looks like a rookie terrified of losing his wallet. As for the woman, his eyes bulged as he scanned Empress Phoenix's figure. Her assets are magnificent. Asterisk smacked. The toll thief chopped his head. I said check her power, not her body. You pervert. The dwarf rubbed his stinging head, shrinking back. Ouch. ... Right. He recalled her sleeping face and frowned. I see no spiritual fluctuation. Either she's a mortal warrior or a supreme grandmaster. The tall thief scoffed. Don't be stupid. Would a grandmaster ride a public tortoise bus to Beast Mountain? That kid is guarding pennies. If they were powerful, would they act so poor? The toll thief leaped onto the adjacent roof. Targets are scarce today. These sheep are our dinner. Don't hesitate. The dwarf nodded eagerly and followed. Target locked. Proceed with caution. The scout watched from the shadows, eyes gleaming with greed. Boss, the sheep has separated from the herd. The leader, known as Long Legs, narrowed his eyes. Perfect. Time to hunt. A sinister grin spread across his face. With his wealth, I finally have enough resources to attempt the golden core breakthrough. The thief sprinted like a warhorse, desperate to escape. But Chu Liang was a predator on the hunt. You think you can outrun me, little rat? The chase led deep into a blind alley. Longlegs glanced back, a mocking sneer on his lips. Hey! He stopped abruptly, summoning his two brothers to complete the ambush. Chu Liang skidded to a halt, sizing up the three bandits. The air crackled with tension. Coming up, Chu Liang versus the Trio of Doom. Tauti City, the city of gluttony, a place of shadows and secrets. Most customers here wore black cloaks to hide their identities, and for good reason. In this market, you either carried a mountain of gold or a legendary treasure. Anonymity was the best defense. Yet, amidst the cloaked figures, some locals walked with arrogant confidence. But Chu Liang had a specific mission today. He was here to collect the rare breath concealing sand he had ordered. The shipping fees to Tauti City were extortionate, but worth every coin. Since he was already here, he decided to save some money and pick it up personally. Every spirit stone counts. He approached the counter, cheerfully reciting his order code. The transaction was smooth as silk. 700 vermilion bird coins changed hands. Moments later, the breath-concealing sand was his. But he wasn't done yet. He needed a storage artifact. The White Pagoda had a fatal flaw. It could only store items generated from within itself. External treasures like the Golden Lotus or the sand were rejected by the system. They required a tangible vessel. Chu Liang's eyes sparkled as he watched the new bracelet bind to his spiritual signature. Finally, a proper inventory. But trouble struck the moment he left the city. Before he could find the sword furnace, a stranger collided with him. A rush of wind, a sudden impact. Was it an accident or a calculated move? The stranger muttered a quick sorry and vanished into the crowd. Chu Liang's instincts screamed danger. He scanned his new storage bracelet with his spiritual sense. His blood ran cold. The box containing the breath-concealing sand was gone. He double-checked. But the space was empty. Impossible! Storage artifacts were supposed to be absolute vaults. How could someone steal directly from a dimensional space? But there was no time for shock. You chose the wrong victim. Chu Liang unleashed his movement technique. He blurred through the streets, closing the distance in seconds. I've got you now. He cornered the thief in a deserted alley. The thief stopped, turning around with a cheeky grin. Chu Liang paused, confused by the lack of fear. That was when Longlegs stepped out from the shadows. Yo, brother! The leader blocked the path, radiating arrogance. This is Windfire Gang territory. You lost. The short lackey panted heavily, looking smug. Chu Liang ignored the taunts. He extended a hand, his voice cold. Your friend took something of mine. I tracked him here. Hand it over. Longlegs' face darkened. Ha! What nonsense is this? You accuse my brother of theft without proof. Chu Liang didn't have time for games. He turned to leave. Fine. I'll let the law enforcement hall handle this. The item was just purchased. If they search you and find it, the serial number from Taoti City will prove everything. He saw the panic in their eyes. They weren't going to let him leave alive. Hold it right there. Longlegs barred his way, killing intent flaring. Don't be shameless. A mere third realm cultivator thinks he can threaten us. We are all third realm masters here. We've buried plenty of arrogant brats in this city. Chu Liang lowered his head, hiding a smirk. In an instant, he launched his attack. Eat this! Energy exploded. The two lackeys jumped back in terror. But Longlegs stood firm, untouched. He frowned, confused. Huh? What happened? Chu Liang stood perfectly still, like a statue. The thieves hesitated, fearing a trap. But as seconds ticked by, their fear turned to mockery. Bwahaha! Stop acting mysterious. It was just a bluff. Emboldened, the two short bandits stepped forward. They pointed fingers at Chu Liang, laughing hysterically. This kid doesn't know the terror of our big brother. What are you pretending for? Suddenly, Chu Liang turned his head. He looked at the fat thief with a gaze full of pity. The thief blinked. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Liang answered honestly. I'm just curious why you're laughing. Doesn't it hurt? The Demon Slayer's sword had already done its work. While they were mocking him, a spiritual leaf had pierced the fat thief from behind. The delayed reaction of the nerve endings finally kicked in. Arg. Arg. The fat thief collapsed, clutching his back in agony. It hurts. It burns. Panic erupted in the alley. Second brother against Chu Liang. These loose cultivators were nothing but cannon fodder. He trapped Longlegs instantly within a flying leaf array. Inside the whirlwind of blades, the leader's arrogance vanished. Mercy, young hero, spare me, he screamed as his clothes were The battle was over in seconds. One thief lay unconscious, the other bound and sobbing on the floor. Boo-hoo! I was wrong. I confess. If Lin Bei were here, he would have wiped them out. But Chu Liang had questions. Specifically, about the theft. How did you bypass the storage seal? He interrogated the third thief and discovered a rare skill. The divine sleight of hand. The thief handed over all his stolen goods, trembling. It works through physical contact. I can transfer one item from a target's storage to mine, but it's random. I can't choose what I steal. A gamble, skill, high risk, high reward. And it doesn't work on anyone with a higher cultivation realm. Chu Liang nodded, satisfied. After dealing with the trash, he resumed his journey to the sword furnace. Soaring on his flying sword, the wind rushing past his ears. Something below caught his attention. The Myriad Beast Hall, a massive trading post for spirit beasts. He descended to read the grand notice board. His eyes scanned the list of new arrivals. Iron Eater, Bear, Wine-chasing Rhino, Black Dragon, Leopard. And there, at the bottom, Human-faced Demon. Chu Liang's heart skipped a beat. They're selling a human-faced demon. That's not a monster. That's a walking treasure trove. The heavenly cycle puppet could finally be unearthed. If I could possess such a treasure, would my joy not be doubled? But suddenly, a chaotic uproar shattered his thoughts. Make way! A black leopard with blood-red eyes burst through the gates, riding a gale of chaotic wind. The crowd inside scattered in terror like leaves in a storm. A black-bearded elder roared, "Vile beast, cease your escape!" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a sphere of blazing spiritual fire. The flame transformed mid-air, becoming a golden net of searing heat that descended like judgment upon the black leopard. The beast crashed to the earth, the impact shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Bystanders tumbled in panic. The leopard, mad with fear, tried to flee again. But in the distance, a silhouette appeared. A young maiden stood ready, her presence like an immovable mountain. Her small feet, clad in embroidered shoes, stepped forward, and with every stride, mystical runes blossomed upon the ground. Her features were sharp and cold. She gathered her key, gripping a massive saber that seemed heavy for her slender frame. With a single, earth-shattering slash, she brought the blade down, instantly subduing the ferocious beast. The maiden sat calmly beside her massive blade. Having witnessed the leopard's defeat, Chu Liang stood frozen. Time seemed to stop as his jaw dropped in absolute shock at the scene before him. That strike contained overwhelming tyranny. She had bisected the beast with zero mercy. A clean kill. Job done. She sheathed the colossal weapon, radiating an aura so oppressive it made the air heavy. The front courtyard gates swung open, and servants rushed out, shouting for the crowd to clear a path. Close the gates. Make way. The young miss requires rest. 2 guards at the steps bowed low, trembling with respect. Young miss. She walked past them on long, jade-like legs, waving a hand dismissively. I am fine. You deal with the aftermath. As the heavy doors began to shut, Chu Liang snapped back to reality. Wait! They are closing! Panic set in. I haven't even entered the shop. I haven't bought the human-faced demon artifact. He desperately squeezed into the narrowing gap. Hold on. Do not close yet. Can you let me in for just a moment? The black-bearded elder glared, his voice like ice. Closed to guests. No entry. But our protagonist was not one to give up easily. He clasped his hands, bowing with utmost sincerity. Inside your establishment lies a treasure I desire above all else. Could you find it in your heart to let me take one look? A voice from the shadows within drifted out. Let him enter. The bearded guard looked back in surprise. Understood. He turned to the crack in the door. You may enter, but do not ascend to the upper floors without permission. Chu Liang slid through the gap like an eel. Many thanks. Once inside the Taudi Emporium, he successfully located the human-faced demon. However, his pockets were light. He could only afford the down payment. He would need to return with 800 vermilion bird coins to claim it. The shop was decisive, and after taking his deposit, they promised to hold the item for a maximum of 3 days. With the deal struck, he left to prepare his finances. Walking away, he lost himself in a beautiful daydream of owning 2 puppets. Big-headed dolls cultivating spiritual energy for him day and night. Suddenly, a stranger appeared from nowhere, interrupting his fantasy. Excuse me, fellow tourist. Chu Liang raised his head, blinking. What is it? A man with striking turquoise hair looked at him with desperate eyes. I must ask, how did you manage to get inside just now? Chu Liang nodded, answering honestly. I simply told them there was something inside I desperately wanted. I asked if I could just see it. They are actually quite reasonable people. They let me right in. The turquoise-haired man's eyes went wide. Huh, it was that simple. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, brother. Chu Liang replied politely. You are welcome. The stranger rushed to the silent gate and pounded on it with all his might. The black-bearded guard opened it, annoyed. Seeing this stranger, his brow furrowed in anger. You again. Scram. The turquoise-haired man ignored the warning, bowing his head with practiced sincerity. "Senior, please, listen to me." He put on a cheerful expression, extended his hand, and repeated Chu Liang's words verbatim, not missing a single syllable. "Inside, there is something I desire above all else. Can you let me in to take a look?" The guard's face turned beet red, his pupils constricting in rage. He roared, leaping forward. "You fetus! You lecherous pervert! You dare try to peep!" The turquoise-haired man backed away in terror, trying to defend himself. But the guard's cultivation base was far superior, and completely overwhelmed him. Chu Liang, having walked a short distance, heard the commotion. Glancing back, he saw the turquoise-haired man being blasted into the street by a palm strike. The man rolled like a tumbleweed, stopping right at Chu Liang's feet. Looking at the pitiful cultivator coughing up blood on the ground, he thought, "Wait, isn't this the guy in white, ... who asked me for directions earlier?" Seeing his unstable condition, Chu Liang's heart softened. He crouched down. "Fellow Taoist, are you all right?" The man raised a trembling hand. "Brother, if you have any kindness, please take me to a clinic." A short while later, inside the medicine hall, ... surrounded by shelves of ancient texts and spirit herbs, the man lay on a bed, exhausted but chatty. "I am from the Sea King sect. I haven't asked for your great name yet." Chu Liang looked at the frail patient, disciple of Mount Shu. Chu Liang was still puzzled. "Brother Wang, why go to such extremes?" The disciple of the Sea King sect closed his eyes, recalling the beautiful maiden's face. "Brother Cao, you do not know. A few days ago, I fell for a certain lady. My heart is set on her. I wish to court her. That lady is none other than the Golden Rankings' top beauty, Su Hongju." He fantasized about holding beautiful women in his arms. Chu Liang gave him a knowing look. It suddenly clicked, ... The Sea King sect leader was a notorious playboy of the cultivation world. It seems the disciples follow in the master's footsteps. Despite his arm being in a cast, the man's eyes still burned with infatuation. "That eldest miss is like a wild mare, impossible to tame. I tried everything, but I could not get close. She ignored me, chased me away." He recalled tailing Su Hongju all the way from the southern region to Taodi City. He continued slowly. "But my spirit never wavered. I followed her all this way." He looked at Chu Liang, who was listening intently. "I finally saw her staying there. I wanted to talk to her, so I asked you how to get in." Who knew that when I said the exact same words? Chu Liang finally understood everything. "Oh, I see now," he thought. The lady was covered in blood, and her servants said she needed rest. She likely went straight to bathe and change clothes. He imagined Hongju in the bath. So, when this guy demanded to go inside to see the thing he desired most, the guard thought he was targeting the naked girl. "No wonder you got beaten to a pulp." "Brother, the words I said and the words you said had entirely different meanings." Chu Liang shrugged, pointing out the hilarious truth. "Brother Wen, you are truly stubborn," Wen replied with a shy, bashful expression. "Senor Brother Shu, you don't understand. In this life, I only desire a woman like her. The moment I saw her, I knew I was lost. Even if she ordered someone to beat me to death, I would accept it gladly." Chu Liang rubbed his chin, nodding as he reached a conclusion. Brother Wen simply enjoys the pain. He imagined the scenario of being a puppet in Suju Hong's hands, lying on a mountain of gold at her absolute mercy. With a face full of satisfaction, he declared, "No, I just like a wealthy mistress." Chu Liang was utterly speechless. "Fine, beat you to death, and you still won't change." Meanwhile, in a corner of the medical hall, a single bed lay covered in various salves and potions. Beside it stood an empty table and chairs. The bandits from earlier were all tending to their injuries. Long legs, bandaged from head to toe, sighed deeply. Old third. "Don't you know our situation?" We came here for minor scratches. But how long will it take to earn back this medical fee? Shorty pointed a trembling finger toward the bed. Chubby lay, gasping for air on the sheets. Big brother, your wounds are light, but second brother is at death's door. Chubby remained motionless on the bed. Hearing this, he shut up in a rage, shouting back, Nonsense! My body is tempered steel. Would I fear these scratches? Don't talk about taking just one blade strike. Even if I took another blade, I would be fine. Longlegs wrapped his arms around his brothers, speaking with determination. All right. Times are tough for us brothers right now. We even have to calculate coin for medicine. But I swear, I will lead you to glory, even if we suffer worse injuries. We won't worry about the cost. The injured Chubby looked at him with pure faith. Big brother, I believe in you. Shorty awkwardly interrupted their moment. Big brother, if we do become famous, can we stop getting beaten up? Both Longlegs and Chubby paused, finally realizing the implication of his words. Silence filled the air. Longlegs turned red with embarrassment and roared, You'll talk too much. Get the medicine. Terrified, Shorty scrambled away on all fours, but he returned almost immediately, panic written on his face. Big brother, second brother, I saw the guy who beat us. The other two looked at him in horror. Curiosity got the better of them, and they peeked from behind the door. Chu Liang was currently carrying Wenren in for treatment. Terrified of being discovered, they huddled behind the door, whispering in fear. What do we do? We are definitely not his match. Forget revenge. Should we just run? But Chubby, who had been silent, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Big brother, I have a plan. We do this. And then that... After a serious strategy meeting, they spotted a burly man with a massive frame. Muscles rippled on his body as he waited in the hall. Longlegs hesitantly pushed Shorty forward. That guy looks like a tyrant. Compared to him, Shorty was just a speck of dust. The massive tyrant was shrinking back slightly. No! Just as Shorty turned to flee, the tyrant spun around with a growl. Shorty bowed his head repeatedly. Sorry, he squeaked before running away. The apology left. The tyrant confused. Finally, it was up to the heroic Chubby to step forward. He approached with a friendly smile. Big brother, are you the one who lost some medicine? Remembering his rare lingy mushroom, the tyrant looked at him in shock. Yes. What is going on? Chubby quickly pointed towards Chu Liang at the counter and began his lie. Just now, I saw that guy over there sneak your medicine onto his own tray. You weren't looking, but it's definitely there. He is about to take it away. As Chu Liang turned to leave, the tyrant stomped over in a huff. Excellent. Which thief dares to steal from me? Seeing the plan work so smoothly. Longlegs gave a thumbs up. Second brother, you really are the strategist of the Wind-Fire gang. Chubby grinned, showing his teeth. Naturally, before he could finish, the tyrant unleashed a violent palm strike towards shouting, Thief, you dare steal my spirit medicine. Chu Liang swayed, holding the tray and dodging sideways. The rough hand smashed down. The tyrant then summoned his artifact, pulling out a long, whip-like rope, gripping it tightly. Ignoring the discomfort of his own body, he lashed out ferociously at Chu Liang. Chu Liang, agile as ever, ducked under the attack. Realizing he couldn't fight well holding the tray, he decided to break the move with the Flying Leaf Fast Blade. Use the Flying Leaf Fast Blade to break it. To counter the opponent's move, he summoned his flying sword for protection. One hand holding the medicine, the other commanding his divine art. The tyrant gritted his teeth. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, cold sweat broke out. This is bad. The blade hovered in the air. The artifact flew crookedly. It missed the target. The tyrant clutched his head, escaping death by a hair. The three bandits hiding in the corner watched eagerly. It's that green light again. The green light mentioned was indeed flying erratically back and forth. Then, it plunged straight into Chubby's bandaged back. Agony pierced the very heavens. Sweat poured down his face as he endured it. I don't know why. ... Why do I feel a chill on my back whenever I see that green light? Don't tell me. He craned his neck and called out, Big brother, old third, look behind me. Is there a sword sticking out of my back? The other two turned and confirmed that, yes, he had been backstabbed once again. Chubby twisted and screamed, Arg! Leaving the flying leaf dripping with red liquid, the other two dragged him away in terror. Not good. Don't lure him over here. Let's go! Seeing the sword technique Chu Liang displayed, the tyrant backed away. That flying sword! Are you from Mount Shu? Chu. Liang replied coldly. That is correct. The tyrant continued, stalling for time. I am a disciple of the Manhwa sect. You are a disciple of the Nine Heavens Immortal sect. So why steal my spirit medicine? Chu. Liang frowned, confused. Why do you say that? The tyrant pointed accusingly at the herbs, sitting arrogantly on Chu Liang's tray. That is clearly the medicine I just bought. Why is it on your tray? Chu Liang finally looked down. Huh? The herb in the tray really is. The doctor didn't mention this. His small payment couldn't possibly cover such a spiritual item. He calmly held the tray out to the man. I do not know. Perhaps the clinic staff made a mistake. If it is yours, just take it back. Why resort to violence? Retrieve his own medicine. The tyrant bowed and clasped his hands in apology. I suppose so. I was too impulsive. I was just anxious to retrieve my goods. Apologies for the offense. Chu. Liang waved his hand. It is fine. Receiving the acknowledgement, the tyrant replied, understood, and vanished from sight. Chu. Liang put on a show, panting theatrically as if the earlier chaos had drained his soul. Oh my! That scream was blood-curdling. I was terrified my willow leaf fast blade had accidentally claimed an innocent life. Judging by the aftermath, something definitely went down. But why did the victim flee? Didn't he want to demand compensation? Truly, a saint walks among us. Once the dust settled, the man named Wenren, now recovered, approached with overflowing gratitude. Brother, Saku, you risked life and limb for me. Please, accept these Azure Dragon coins as a token of my eternal thanks. Please, you must take it. Chu. Liang waved his hands in mock refusal, his acting skills reaching the Grandmaster realm. Oh no, Brother Wenren, I couldn't possibly. This is too much. Yet, his robes conveniently fell open to receive the bag. Outside the medical hall, a devious grin spread across his face as he gazed at the Azure Dragon. Coins. The breath-concealing sand. Cost me 700... ... And now I need 800 more. That is a grand total of 1,500. If when Renmo hadn't just sponsored me with this cool 1,000... ... My savings would be pitiably light. As twilight descended, Chu Liang hummed a happy tune, skipping his way toward the black market to secure his monstrous prize. His destination, the 10,000 Beast Hall. Priority number 1. The human-faced owl. The Zhou Tian puppet matter was critical. Delay was not an option. He strode forward with high spirits, but ... Chu. Liang froze in his tracks at the entrance. The Beast Hall was sealing itself off. A crimson barrier of ki radiated from within, locking the area down like a fortress. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the tremors in the earth. Roars and vibrations. It feels as if a legion of thousands is stampeding through the halls. What in the heavens was happening? Inside a sealed chamber, Su Juhong sat with icy composure, a teacup in hand. Second uncle, care to explain your recent ... achievements? Standing beside her, he clasped his hands, sweat forming on his brow. Hunger, you know our Beast Hall has always flourished. Business is booming. As the manager in Taudi City, social obligations are endless. You arrived so suddenly, I rushed back The moment I heard, Zhu Hong shot a glance at the man, who was cowering before her authority. So, business is booming, is it? Then, explain why. Over the last few years, double quotes, The tribute profits have been shrinking. The uncle let out a nervous, oily laugh. Huh, you don't understand the market, niece. Even if sales are good, profit margins fluctuate. It is mere. Before he could finish his lie, Elder Shangxing coughed loudly from across the room, cutting off Su Nanling's pathetic defense. Do you realize who you are addressing? The eldest, Miss Patrols, on the direct orders of the gang leader. Speak when spoken to, and hold your tongue when not. The uncle lowered his head to hide the flash of malice in his eyes, forcing himself to agree. Elder Shangxing is absolutely right. Zhu Hong's voice turned sharp as steel. Second uncle is family, so private etiquette matters little. However, on official business, I expect a precise answer. Su Nanling sighed, his voice dropping low. Sigh. As I said, profit fluctuations are double quotes, normal. In the last 2 years, spirit beast shops have popped up like mushrooms in Taudi City. To compete, we had to slash prices significantly. I have poured my blood and sweat into this. Zhu Hong remained unmoved by his sob story. I understand your hard work. In that case, bring me the ledgers of the 10,000 beast hall. I wish to understand the details. The uncle turned pale, stammering, you, you. Doubt my integrity. Su Zhu Hong extended her hand, her gaze piercing. This is the gang's property. I am auditing on the leader's authority. Does second uncle have an objection? At this, Nanling dropped the act, revealing his true, ferocious colors. He roared right in her face. Every single year. Double quotes, I send the books to the leader for review. There has never been an issue. Suddenly you arrive demanding an audit. You are clearly accusing me of theft. Zhu Hong crossed her arms, her patience evaporating. Correct. I do suspect you. His pupils constricted in panic. What? Staring at the unwavering woman, he thought. Since when did she become this formidable? This deviates from the script. Suddenly, a chaotic noise from outside caused both Zhu Hong and the elder to frown. Stop! Right there! Outside the hall. The containment failed. Spirit beasts and demons were smashing through the doors, escaping in a frenzy. Only Chu Liang, oblivious to the politics, was cowering inside his willow leaf blade defense, chanting Buddhist mantras. Once the stampede passed, he peeked out from his shield. Disaster. With all these beasts fleeing, my human-faced owl must be... He activated his golden light vision, scanning the chaotic horde instantly. There, he spotted the human-faced owl leading the charge. Found you. Chu Liang hopped onto his flying leaf, weaving through the lesser monsters, locking his eyes on the prize. He screamed as he accelerated. Halt! The street was a mess, but Chu Liang was a man on a mission. Stop running, you little rascal! Where do you think you can go? Suddenly, the beast leading the pack panicked, sensing the killing intent behind it. Was someone, actually chasing them down. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, the bandit trio from earlier was lying in wait, with a net. Fatty peered through the dust. Boss, this commotion seems too big for us. Longlegs, watching the glowing aura, scoffed. Relax. We just need to net the stragglers and block the Wolfang gang. We grab, we run, and we secure our future with the gang. Block him. The thief leader barked the order. Longlegs nodded vigorously. Yes! Yes! Seeing the target approach, Longlegs knew the moment had arrived. Brothers, cast the net. The three of them unleashed their trap in unison. Chu Liang was closing in, desperate to snatch the owl. Fatty, however, squinted at the pursuer. That face and the phantom pain of his recent injuries. He shrieked in terror. Huh! Why is it him again? Shorty, blocked from view, asked. Huh! The spirit net descended, ready to capture the beast. The net erupted with blinding golden light. Even Chu Liang had to slam on the brakes. The human-faced owl, terrified of the net, pulled a Yu straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. Seeing the beast fly right back into his grasp, he muttered, "A heaven-sent opportunity, now." Chu Liang simultaneously triggered his two strongest artifacts, the 100-sword technique and the flying leaf blade. A torrent of light exploded as hundreds of sword projections merged with the lethal leaf blade. The human-faced owl stood no chance. The attack pierced it instantly. 4 massive holes were blasted through its chest, with sword key pinning its tail feathers. The beast disintegrated, its essence transforming into a soul orb that floated toward him. Chu Liang gracefully caught the prize, securing it within his robes. Meanwhile, the bandit trio, realizing they had messed with the wrong cultivator again, scrambled into the alleyways in a panic. Brother Ahai vanished, leaving Chu Liang standing alone in the silence. The echo of the beast hunt had barely faded when a new nightmare descended. A terrifying killing intent locked onto him from behind, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "You wretched thief! How dare you defile my 10,000 beast hall!" Consumed by blind rage, Namlang launched a devastating palm strike. Chu Liang didn't even have time to think. Instinct alone moved his hand to intercept the blow. Wait, I didn't. But the elder's eyes were filled with bloodlust, ready to devour him whole. Chu Liang grit his teeth as the chilling truth hit him. This wasn't a capture. It was an execution. He intends to silence me forever. Facing the colossal energy palm crashing down, Chu Liang had only one option. He instantly retreated into the flying leaf defense. But Namlang's power was tyrannical. Like a mad beast, he poured all his fury onto the uninvited guest. Murderous aura spiraled into a storm, smashing ruthlessly against the barrier. The impact was catastrophic. Chu Liang took the full force of the blow. Blood sprayed from his lips as he collapsed, questioning his very existence. His defensive treasure was nearly shattered, and the Grim Reaper was still looming over him, face darkened with wrath. Chu Liang's mind raced desperately. The artifact had taken too much damage. If his defense failed now, he would be a sitting duck. He recalled the damaged shield and summoned the returning spear. His eyes locked onto Namlang with supreme caution. That single palm strike had nearly destroyed a defensive treasure. This old monster must be at the 5th realm of cultivation, he thought. And he definitely wants me dead. Namlang raised his hand again, gathering dark yin energy for the finishing blow. Chu Liang made a split-second calculation. Turning his back to flee meant certain death. I have to hit him with everything I've got. It's my only chance at survival. Just as death seemed inevitable, a figure flashed forward like a gale. Su Zhuang intercepted the attack. "Second, uncle, stay your hand." The elder paused, startled by her appearance, but the energy blast had already been fired. Chu Liang braced for impact. Suddenly, a protective barrier descended from the heavens, shielding him. Chu Liang looked up in astonishment. Meanwhile, Namlang's face twisted with displeasure. He despised anyone meddling in his affairs. He roared at the newcomer. "Elder Zheng, do you dare protect a thief?" But before the argument could escalate, Zhuang stepped in front of Chu Liang. Her expression was cold as ice. "Second uncle, you are mistaken." She pointed firmly at Chu Liang. "This man is no criminal." But Namlang was blinded by his own prejudice. He refused to listen, convinced they were conspiring to fool him. "I saw him with my own eyes," he spat. "He flew out of the 10,000 beast hall and fled to this spot. There is no mistake." Zhuang stood her ground, shielding the young hero. "I do not know what you saw, but I know for a fact this man is innocent. If it were anyone else, I might doubt them. But this is the young hero of Mount Shu." Namlang paused, his suspicion wavering. You know this brat. Zhuang closed her eyes, recalling the events of the past. When I traveled to the southern pass to investigate the giant whale gang's corruption, double quotes, ... It was the disciples of Mount Shu who helped me uncover the truth. She turned her gaze to Chu Liang, eyes filled with respect. And it was this young hero who played the most vital role on the day of the grand performance. I was there. I watched him fearlessly confront the powerful Marquise Dingshan. Hearing her explanation, everything finally clicked for Chu Liang. So that's why I was allowed into the beast hall so easily ... No wonder my appointment went so smoothly yesterday. It turns out his past deeds against the giant whale gang had paved the way. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Many thanks for the rescue, Miss Su. Su Juhong's voice soft instantly. You have done so much for us. Hero, I had hoped to repay your kindness properly. She looked at his injuries with regret. I did not expect you to be harmed on our turf. I am grateful you do not hold a grudge. Then, her expression hardened as she turned to Namlang. Second uncle, listen closely. If the Mount Shu sect decides to pursue this matter, double quotes, ... Not even I will be able to protect you from their wrath. But the elder remained arrogant, oblivious to the danger. HMPH. My conscience is clear. Why should I fear them? Sensing the rising tension, Chu Liang quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. It was just an unfortunate series of events. He lied smoothly. I was passing the beast hall when I encountered a fleeing creature and a suspicious dark shadow. Assuming it was a thief, I followed the teachings of my sect to eradicate evil. He looked at Namlang with a humble smile. This senior must have been chasing the same culprit. It was merely a misunderstanding in the heat of the moment. Our goals were the same. Why would I ask my sect to investigate an honest mistake? Watching the young man create an excuse for his attacker, Su Juang was stunned. In a cultivation world filled with tyranny and bullying, ... It is rare to find a soul so pure and forgiving, she thought. She bowed deeply. Young hero Chu is truly noble and wise. But let us speak no more. You are injured. Please, allow us to treat your wounds. Chu Liang waved his hand dismissively, acting the part of the stoic hero. It is merely a scratch. Nothing to be concerned about. I only ask that you guide me to the first-grade sword hut. I have urgent business there. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was just a minor injury. After all, the three of them departed, leaving the awkwardness behind. Right this way. Young hero Zhuang led the way. Chu Liang followed at a leisurely pace. Sorry for the trouble, he said politely. Behind them, Namlang stood alone, stewing in his impotent rage. It was a short journey. Miss Su personally escorted him to the first-grade sword hut in Taoti City before taking her leave. She offered a graceful wave of farewell. Chu Liang returned the gesture with a bright smile and strode into the building. But the moment he stepped inside, a familiar voice barked at him. You Brett! You finally decided to show up. Empress Phoenix glared at him. What have you been doing? People from the giant whale gang were just here asking about you. Chu Liang didn't explain. He just smiled. Finally, he thought, I'm back with my real family. Even with the giant whale gang's favor, he knew better than to be arrogant. After all, they are a powerful clan. And I am just a humble cultivator walking his own path. Even if I had doubts about Su Nanling, I valued my life too much to speak them aloud. Instead, Chu Liang approached the fierce woman, his voice dripping with honey. Master, his face changed faster than a mask in a Sichuan opera. 1 second he was calm. The next, seeing his rich backer, the crocodile tears flowed. Master, your poor disciple nearly crossed the yellow springs. I almost didn't live to see your divine face again. You must seek justice for me, he wailed. She frowned, confused by the sudden theatrics. Justice. Chu Liang, executing his premeditated scheme, pressed on. Master, why do you hesitate? Your most beloved disciple was nearly slaughtered by villains. Empress Dinu Feng rested her chin on her hand, unimpressed. First, tell me what actually happened. You went out to buy groceries, vanished for half a day, and came back half. He clutched his chest, feigning critical injury. Oh, master. It happened like this. Chu Liang spun a tale, exaggerating every detail. Naturally, the story focused entirely on the cruelty of the enemy. He painted Nanling as a demon and himself as a helpless lamb. Dinu Feng listened, her expression darkening. Finally, the protective instincts kicked in. She stood up, her aura flaring. A mere manager of the giant whale gang dares to touch my disciple. Does he think his family has too much money to burn? No, master. He thinks his life is too long. Chu Liang poured oil on the fire from the sidelines. Exactly! Dinu Feng slowly retracted her aura, regaining her composure. However, if we want revenge, I need a day to recover my ki. She sighed dramatically. Forging that sword for you drained my spiritual energy significantly. Chu Liang blinked, confused. Didn't we hire Master Kun Wu to do the forging? Why are you drained? The dark-skinned smith, in his memory, seemed to be the one working. Then he remembered her threatening the poor smiths with fire to ensure quality. She scoffed. I had to select the finest materials from my sword furnace. The Azurocian? Jade essence. Only the legendary Samadhi True Fire can refine such divine metal. So, naturally, I had to expend great effort. Chu Liang looked at her proud expression and realized the truth. So that's how it is. Then we shall wait for Master's power to return to its peak. Revenge is a dish best served cold. After all, Dinu Feng waved her hand, leaning in. If it were just a trivial 5-element, realm CUL, TIVA, TOR, ... I wouldn't need to rest. But in the world of cultivation, one must always be at their best to handle the unexpected. Right. Strike the young, and the old monster comes out. She paced the room. Besides, the 10,000 Beast Hall is chaotic tonight. Guard patrols will be tight. Rushing in now would only alert the enemy. We wait one day, then we crush him. It will be easier to catch him off guard. Chu Liang gave a thumbs up, his admiration genuine for once. Master is wise beyond measure. Late that night, in the guest room, Chu Liang sat on his bed, activating his technique. Hey, time to check my new toy. His consciousness dived into the White Tower space. He stood before the iron cage holding the soul of Yan Zhao. Without hesitation, he pressed the execution button. Refine. A streak of energy shot into his hand. A golden core puppet materialized. The system's voice echoed with the item description. Used to assist cultivation. Requires the host to form a pseudo-core first. The puppet will then cultivate on the master's behalf. All benefits transferred to the host. Cost: 1 spirit gathering pill by day, 2 by night. In combat, it can unleash golden core power, but pill consumption doubles. Chu Liang's face fell, question marks floating around his head. A golden core puppet, and I need to be at the core formation stage to use it. Then, a realization struck him like lightning. He possessed 2 entities within him. As the implications settled, shock washed over him. If I activate this puppet... it could help me form a second golden core. I could become a legendary dual-core cultivator. He slumped next to the puppet, laughing bitterly. But my wallet is empty. I don't even have resources for my own core, let alone feeding this gold digger. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Master was meditating, so he had free time. Time to wander. Who knows? Maybe fortune awaits in the streets. He strolled through the market. He hopped onto his mount to get a better view. Suddenly, a familiar noise caught his ear. It was Long Legs. The thief was arguing with his 2 brothers over an object. The Wolf Fang Gang won't find us! But what is this treasure anyway? We risked our lives stealing this from the gang leader's room. The short, fat one looked anxious. This box is special. Brute force failed. Lockpicking failed. How do we open this cursed thing? Chu Liang, eavesdropping from behind, grinned. He raised a hand. interrupting their huddle. Ah, what a delightful coincidence. Hearing that traumatizing voice, Longlegs panicked. Trying to hide the loot, he stuffed the box behind his back. The thieves turned, sweating bullets. You promised not to beat us anymore. One held his head in terror. One more hit, and I'll be brain damaged. Please. No. Only Longlegs kept a shred of composure. Brother, we've had enough bad luck. What do you want? Chu Liang played innocent. What's all the fuss about? He extended a hand with a warm, harmless smile. No malice here. Just passing by. Don't be afraid. How about we shake hands and make peace? Longlegs forced a stiff smile and reached out. Fine. Good. We really need to go now. Chu Liang didn't stop him. Agreed. The thieves didn't waste a second, sprinting away and leaving Chu Liang alone in the dust. Chu Liang tossed the box he had just swiped into the air, catching it with a smirk. Those three were acting suspicious with this. Stolen goods, I presume. He hopped off his mount, holding the mystery box. Technically, if it's stolen, I can't say it's mine, ... But since the thieves ran away, I can't exactly return it. He pondered for a moment. I'll head back to the sword furnace. Maybe the manager can identify the owner. But as he reached the entrance, her master had just awakened, stepping into the light with a lazy grace. Empress Phoenix, now fully restored to her peak condition, eyed the strange box in his hands and asked, "What is this doing here at the crack of dawn? And why are you parading that thing around?" she demanded. He held it out for her inspection, replying, "I found this artifact, master, but it seems sealed by a specialized technique. Mere force cannot open it. Without the key, I have no way to find its owner." Empress Phoenix scoffed, staring at the tightly sealed container with amusement. "Is that all? You make it sound so difficult." Boundless energy surged. She raised a hand, summoning the mystical arts within her palm. A blinding light erupted, and scorched earth fire roared to life. "Leave it to your teacher. Destroying seals is my favorite pastime." The ghostly flame danced around the mysterious box, its ancient power ruthlessly corroding the protective barrier layer by layer. Under her overwhelming might, the box simply ceased to exist. In Chu Liang's hand, only a mysterious tome remained. He immediately focused, scanning the secrets written within. After a moment, the truth clicked into place. He recalled that powerful, beautiful woman from yesterday. The moment the eldest miss of the whale gang arrived, the 10,000 Beast Hall had descended into chaos. And that middle-aged man, the one whose eyes burned with murderous intent. Chu Liang connected the dots instantly. The puzzle was complete. So that is the game, he thought. The eldest miss is here for an audit. If the rare beasts are missing from the inventory, checking the books becomes a nightmare for the culprit. Empress Phoenix could not contain her curiosity. Ignoring all boundaries, she shoved her head next to his. "Why are there so many words? Are there any secret treasure maps hidden in there?" Losing her patience, she snatched the book from his hands, flipping through it frantically. "But why can't I find a single hidden code? Where is the treasure?" Chu Liang was left speechless, blinking in disbelief as he watched the book vanish into his master's grip. He thought, "Master is already a god of war. If she actually knew how to read, the world would be doomed. How could anyone survive her chaos then?" Suddenly, a voice drifted from the distance. Jiang approached, bowing respectfully. "Junior ... Ah, young hero, see, were you looking for me?" Chu Liang stepped forward, cutting to the chase. "That's right, brother too. I need to know ... who is the grand manager of the 10,000 Beast Hall." Jiang hesitated before answering. "Ah ... The Beast Hall is a vital asset of the whale gang. The manager must be from the Su bloodline. I believe it is Su Nanling. Say Chu Liang's eyes narrowed. Target acquired, he thought. So, it is him. Inside the beast hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Miss Honggu and the elders under her command were bowing low. We pay our respects. Junior Su Honggu of the Whale Gang has long admired the senior's legendary reputation. Empress Phoenix strode through the door, beaming a radiant smile at the young woman. Ayaya, you are Su Bashan's daughter. How did a blockhead like him produce such a beautiful child? Fate is truly mysterious. Before she could finish, the air in the room froze instantly. Chu Liang and Honggu both looked up, the awkwardness suffocating them. Realizing his master had once again engaged her foot-and-mouth technique, he tugged desperately at her sleeve, whispering, "Master, please." Empress Phoenix whipped her head around, annoyed. What now? Am I not being polite? This is called courtesy before violence. Chu Liang was utterly defeated by her unique definition of manners. Great! She has rewritten the dictionary again. Honggu, however, maintained her composure and spoke with grace. Regarding the incident at Southern Pass, I am eternally grateful. You and your disciple helped me clean up my own house. I have always sought a chance to repay this kindness. However, duties here have kept me bound hand and foot for the senior to visit me personally. This junior is truly ashamed of her negligence. Empress Phoenix laughed, a carefree and booming sound. Don't mention eliminating evil. I crushed villains hundreds of times a year. It's just a hobby. Suddenly, her expression shifted from playful to deadly serious. But I am here today to discuss last night. Beside her, panic flashed across Chu Liang's face. His mind raced. I'm fine! It was just a misunderstanding. Why is Master dragging me here to escalate things? Honggu hesitated, caught off guard. Last night, Empress Phoenix buried her face in her hands, feigning deep sorrow as she patted Chu Liang's shoulder. My poor disciple. I am an honest, upright person, but the moment my disciple steps out the door, he gets bullied. If I, his master, cannot protect him, what face do I have left? Her voice dropped to a demonic growl. Who hit him? Boom! Flames erupted from her hand, her aura crushing the Whale Gang members into submission. Honggu stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. Senior, please. This is entirely our fault. In the corner, Su Nanling's face turned black as coal, refusing to apologize. He watched the shogun playing the red-faced tyrant, the other playing the white-faced peacemaker. He saw Chu Liang waving his hands awkwardly. Hump, he thought. This master and disciple duo are clearly here to run a scam. After the chaos last night, the missing beasts are a huge financial loss. They look suspicious, but I have no proof. My position is unshakable. He glanced at Hongwu with disdain. She was trying desperately to He sneered, his arrogance swelling. Even with the token of authority, Su Honggu can't touch me. I watched this little girl grow up. She isn't even 25 yet. What skill does she have? Apologizing the moment she walks in. Pathetic. If I admit the beast hall was wrong, I admit I was wrong. Impossible. But what this little girl didn't realize? She isn't just dealing with outsiders. She's letting them blackmail me. Huh. Calling her incompetent is an understatement. A cruel smirk twisted his lips, his teeth flashing like a predator. Typical youth. If I were handling this, I'd just kill the accuser. No witness, no crime. Everything becomes a misunderstanding. Nanling stepped forward, pointing at his own chest and roaring. It was me. His shout sliced through the conversation of the two women. He was completely oblivious to the catastrophe he had just invited. I must seize the momentum, he thought. So what if it's Empress Phoenix? This is my territory. I will show them a force they cannot resist. Empress Phoenix said nothing. She didn't need words. She blurred into motion, delivering a single, devastating kick directly to his face. A vortex of flame spiraled from the impact point. Bang! Nanling was launched like a cannonball, smashing into the wall with an explosion that shook the foundation. Seeing him lie there, coughing blood, Honggu's eyes went wide. She actually did it. Before leaving home, Honggu had studied the profiles of every supreme expert in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and among those legends, Empress Phoenix stood at the very peak, a being of absolute dominance where she walks, the birds fall from the sky, and dragons hide in the abyss. The jackal buried its head in the dirt, whimpering like a frightened dog. But then, it turned to face the freezing, killing intent of Empress Phoenix. Jugo stood rigid, her face pale. She dared not utter a single sound. How could Namlang dare to raise his voice at such a terrifying master? Was it simply because she had smiled earlier? Jugo desperately tried to salvage the situation, apologizing profusely. "Senior, please, quell your anger." But Empress Phoenix laughed, acting as if the terrifying pressure wasn't her doing at all. "Angry? Me? It is only because he suddenly screamed in my face like a madman." She turned her gaze slowly, glaring with displeasure at the group from the Namlang faction. Her command was absolute. "You people, bring that man over here." Now, they stammered in pure terror. "Yes, right away." Empress Phoenix pointed a finger at them, her voice sharp. "Last night, without distinguishing black from white, you beat my disciple, Black and Blue. Today, I came here specifically to demand justice. Give me a satisfactory answer, and we will leave immediately." Chu Liang stood beside her, rubbing his hands together like a peacemaker. "Master, please. Miss Hua has already admitted her mistake. Let us not make things too difficult for them." But Empress Phoenix did not agree. So, instead, she made a different proposition. "Fine. That works too. I will not argue with juniors. Since you struck my disciple with one palm, I shall return the favor with one palm of my own." "That sounds fair, does it not?" Namlang, supported by his subordinates, protested weakly. "Wait. Didn't you already kick me?" Empress Phoenix rolled her wrist impatiently. "That was merely because you screamed in my face. I only used half of my internal energy. How could my full punch be so gentle?" The man's eyes bulged in horror, cold sweat drenching his back. Hua Ju rushed forward to block the path. "Senior, please, we can offer compensation instead." Internally, she was fighting a war with herself. Part of her wanted to see her second uncle punished, but she had finally secured the most important position in the 10,000 Beast Hall. If a trivial external matter caused a scandal now, and she lost one of the sect's high-ranking elders, her prestige in the capital would be shattered. Empress Phoenix suddenly beamed with delight. "Well, that is a bit embarrassing. We are not unreasonable people, after all. How about this? You simply cover the medical expenses for my poor disciple." Chu Liang looked excited but feigned hesitation. "Master, how can we ask for money? Miss Hua is a good friend of mine. Talking about cold hard cash will only hurt our feelings." Phoenix looked at him, her eyes signaling a hidden scheme. "If we don't take money, then what do we take?" Chu Liang had prepared for this moment. "The 10,000 Beast Hole is full of spirit beasts. Why don't we just pick a random one to raise as a pet?" Phoenix pretended to be unimpressed by the idea. "That won't do. Do you not know of my divine phoenix pressure? Any beast under the 4th realm would die from shock if I even raised my voice. How could we possibly raise one?" Chu Liang spoke calmly, setting the trap. "Then we shall simply take a 5th stage spirit beast. It will serve as a living proof of our eternal friendship with the sect." Empress Phoenix acted as if this made perfect sense. "Oh, I suppose that idea isn't too bad. What does Miss Hua think?" Go agreed instantly, relieved. To save face. Of course. She led them into the massive beast warehouse, filled with countless iron cages. Monsters roared from behind the bars. Jugo gestured generously. You too may choose any beast you like from this collection and take it with you. Looking at the beasts before them, Empress Phoenix whispered a secret order. Pick the most expensive one. Chu Liang's eyes darted around quickly. But your disciple cannot tell which is valuable. Then, a brilliant idea struck him. Disciple has a method. Master, first, release a fraction of your pressure. Any beast that does not cower in fear is the one we choose. She nodded, satisfied. That works. Empress Phoenix immediately floated into the air. She unleashed the terrifying power hidden within her A golden aura flooded the warehouse. Waves of energy rolled out like a tsunami. A blinding light pierced the gloom of the dungeon. Amidst the suppression, only one beast remained defiant. A shaggy creature, slamming violently against its iron cage. Chu Liang marched toward it with absolute conviction. Big head, it's you. He pointed at the most aggressive beast in the hall. This big treasure. Is the chosen one. The two members of the beast sect exchanged looks of pure joy. He picked that one. Chu Liang paused, noticing their overly happy expressions. Wait a minute. Why are they celebrating? Did I make a mistake? Jugo turned to leave, hiding her smile. Then please, take this Manatine Wolfu with you. Both Chu Liang and Empress Phoenix froze at the mention of the strange species, Ahu. Unlike normal spirit beasts that need to transform, Ahu maintains its original form. Their bodies are naturally blessed by the heavens. Their understanding of the great Tao is equal to humans, so they have no need to shapeshift. However, among spirit beasts, the Hu is known as a legendary idiot. Jugo began her sales pitch. This golden fur who is a treasure of our 10,000 beast hall. It has been stored here for 15 years. It is obedient, hardworking, incredibly brave, and a master of combat. It is the perfect guardian beast and an essential mount for traveling. Its only slight flaw is that it eats a lot, and when it is hungry, it eats the iron cage. Once it gets used to the taste, it will chew on the metal even when it isn't hungry, just to sharpen its teeth. Chu Liang stared. At the monster crunching on the massive iron bars. He muttered. Are your cages expensive? How long does it take to order one? The man replied cheerfully. These cages are made of deep-sea demon cloud iron. It takes 3 full days to forge just one. But we found a new method. We just replace the bars it eats. So the cost has gone down significantly. Standing before the cage, remembering his own poverty, Chu Liang asked the fatal question. But if it eats expensive iron to grow, can we even afford to keep it? Empress Phoenix, with the spirit of a drunkard who lives on debt, replied calmly. Why can't we raise it? If it dares to eat people, we will just slaughter it for meat. Chu Liang still hesitated at the entrance. He kept asking questions. Is it really obedient? Does it like people? The man, desperate to get rid of the money pit, nodded furiously. Yes. It just isn't used to strangers yet. Give it time, and it will be a good boy. Once you tame it, you can ride it into the sunset any time you wish. The handler's hands trembled slightly as he passed the reins of the terrifying golden furhu. 2. Its new master. You must keep it chained at all times. When outside, he warned, his voice grave, absolutely 1,000 times over. Do not let it loose. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu Liang immediately shifted this heavy burden onto his master. I understand, he thought with a smirk. Walking A, who without a leash, that is basically asking for chaos. After you, Master D. Nu Feng's eyes sparkled as she accepted the chain, clearly delighted with her new plaything. With a sharp command, she barked, Sit! The golden fur who let out a low, dissatisfied growl. Yet it dared not disobey the pressure she radiated. As they exited the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Her crisp laughter trailed behind them. Whatever. I will bond with it properly once we are home, she decided. Suju Go and his companion waved an awkward goodbye to the poor beast, watching it tremble as it was dragged away. Once they were a safe distance away, Chu Liang parted ways with Dinufeng and the Hu to return home. But before she left, she turned to him with one final instruction. Go handle your business first, she said, her eyes narrowing dangerously. As for me, I cannot simply let that scoundrel get away with this. Hearing her firm resolve, a wave of dark satisfaction washed over Chu Liang. How could she forgive anyone who dared to strike her precious disciple? The scene shifts to the West City, at the Wind and Moon Cliff, home of the embracing Moon Tower. The atmosphere here was unlike anywhere else in the mortal realm. Vibrant colors painted the surroundings, while a crescent moon hung cradled by rainbow-colored clouds. 5 beauties, fresh as blooming flowers, stood at the entrance to offer a warm welcome. Each one possessed a sweet allure and a voice as soft as silk. Congratulations on your ascension, immortal, they chimed in unison. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes, taking in the lavish scene. No wonder they call this the embracing Moon Tower, he mused. The very design of this sect ensured that fairies greeted every guest upon entry. It truly gave one the illusion of ascending to the upper realm, embracing the moon in the 9 heavens. Such professionalism, he thought, impressed. Caught up in the delightful atmosphere, his demeanor softened as he reached out a hand. I am here to find someone, he said gently. May I ask if Brother Wenren from the Sea King sect is present? The beauty smiled warmly, gesturing for him to follow. You are here for fellow Taoist Wenren, she asked. He is currently in the Yellow Court Palace, and Sister Ziyun has already gone to notify him. The brown-haired fairy enthusiastically led the way. Please wait a moment. Fellow Taoist. Arriving at the door, Chu Liang peered inside to see Wenren, deep in concentration, ... or so it seemed, as he sat flanked by 2 fairies. Chu Liang cleared his throat, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Brother Wenren, he called out teasingly, is your role play not a bit too professional? Even ordering the Alchemy Immortal package. Inside. Wenren was indeed holding a pill furnace, recognizing Chu Liang. A grin spread across Wenren's face. He narrowed his eyes mischievously and replied, What? Aboard the spirit vessel. Wenren was deep in the alchemical arts, spotting Chu Liang. His eyes crinkled in a fox-like grin. What? I am merely refining the essence of heaven and earth. Behold, the face-preserving pill. I intend to gift this masterpiece to Lady Su. This is my ultimate technique, guaranteed to shake the Tao heart of any woman, mortal or cultivator alike. It was meant to be a token of our eternal union, but alas, the winds of fate are blowing against me. I have no choice but to offer this tribute early to turn the tides. Chu Liang feigned awe at this grand gesture, though internally he questioned this strange courtship between an ice-cold goddess and a desperate pursuer. What defies you, brother Wenren? Tell me, what stage has your cultivation of love reached with Lady Su? Wenren's eyes lit up with manic hope. If this furnace of pills brings a smile to her face, perhaps our destiny will finally align, and I can break through to the next realm of her heart. Chu Liang was speechless at this delusion, yet his sharp eyes saw an opening. He talks big, but he would not dare breathe a word in her presence. It was time to intervene. He produced the secret ledger obtained days ago, offering it like a life-saving manual. Brother, this item here acts as a preservative for your efforts. At the very least, possessing this ensures you a private audience with Lady Su. When Ren stared at the object in Chu Liang's hand, his spiritual sense tingling, shock rippled through him. In his mind's eye, the image of the icy Empress Su Juju surfaced, alongside the memory of those 3 bandits trembling before Chu Liang's might. It all connected. Chu Liang calmly laid out the strategy. Lady Su descended to Taudi City to investigate the Thousand Beasts Hall. Yesterday's chaos, ... was merely a ripple in that pond. From what I gather, her investigation has hit a wall, unable to pierce the veil of shadows. However, I hold a fragment of truth, evidence potent enough to shatter the Thousand Beasts Hall and grant her an achievement of legendary merit. This ledger records every traitor who colluded to smuggle spirit beasts. Before he could finish, when Ren seized Chu Liang's hand with the speed of a desperate demon, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears of anxiety. "How did you obtain such a heavenly treasure?" He then leaned in, whispering words that would make a statue cringe. "If Lady Su receives this, her joy will be boundless. Brother Xiash, grant me this, and I shall owe you a debt of karma for this life and the next." Chu Liang looked at him with feigned difficulty. "I came specifically to entrust this to you, brother." When Ren released his grip, his mind racing on the concept of equivalent exchange, to acquire such a thing, you must have paid a blood price. I cannot let a brother suffer a loss. What treasure is worthy of this exchange? Watching the wealthy young master rack his brain for a reward, Chu Liang smirked internally. Working with high-intelligence cultivators is truly a breeze. They know the value of a favor without needing a price tag. Outwardly, Chu Liang smiled like a saint. "Brother Wen, our meeting is the will of the heavens. Let us not sully this bond with vulgar talk of spirit stones." When Ren stared, stunned. No money. Then I must offer a supreme artifact to balance the scales. How can I satisfy Brother Siku's noble spirit? He frantically searched his spatial storage until his hand brushed against something radiating immense power. He revealed a crimson orb pulsating with mysterious energy. Found it. The red lotus orb, a treasure I stumbled upon by sheer luck days ago. Though priceless, its fire attribute clashes with my cultivation technique. I intended to auction it, but now, if it can compensate Brother C... Then, take it. He began listing its heaven-defying properties. This orb emits divine light that can pierce the 9 underworlds. It shines through the darkest abyss and fuels the Lotus God fire, the ultimate bane of all evil spirits. Please, brother, accept this humble gift. Chu Liang eyed the pulsating treasure. His interest piqued, fearing rejection, when Ren forcefully shoved the orb into Chu Liang's hands. "Take it, or my Tao heart will never know peace." Chu Liang pretended to be casual, suppressing the urge to grin at the windfall. "If you insist, I shall accept." The transaction complete, and twilight descending, Chu Liang clasped his hands in a formal farewell. "Since our business is concluded, I shall take my leave." When Ren, clutching the evidence, gestured to the beauties beside him. "Brother, Chu, why rush? Stay and choose a fairy to experience the bliss of ascension." Chu Liang turned on his heel, waving a hand without looking back. His silhouette disappeared into the night. "No thanks. I'll save that ascension for another lifetime." Meanwhile, at the Thousand Beasts Hall, when Ren pounded on the gates with frantic energy, the door flew open to reveal Elder Shang Xing, his face a mask of thunder. He raised a hand to deliver a disciplined slap, causing Wen Ren to recoil in terror, throwing his hands up in surrender. When Ren shrieked, "Senior, wait! I bear critical evidence. Information that will solve the crisis of the Beast Hall." Shang Xing paused, his expression dark. "What evidence?" When Ren straightened his posture, his resolve hardening. "Absolute proof. But I must deliver it to Lady Su's hands personally. Please, announce me." The elder glared with eyes like daggers, silence stretching for a suffocating moment. Moments later, the gates opened. Inside, Sujuju fixed her cold gaze upon him. "I was told you possess the key to the mystery haunting our sect." When Ren looked at her with eyes full of worship. "Indeed, this is for you." She took the ledger, her eyes scanning the pages. Shock flickered across her face as she uncovered the records of Su Nanling's bribery. "This content. It is the smoking gun we needed to purge the rot from the Beast Hall." She looked up, her gaze piercing. "Where did you acquire this?" When Ren struck a pose. "This humble scholar has connections. A friend from Mount Shu, moved by my devotion to you, sought me out to deliver this aid." Her expression darkened, her voice dropping to a freezing temperature. Was it Chu Liang? She knew the Mount Shu disciples in this city were few. When Ren blinked, stunned that his mysterious benefactor was known to her. "Lady Su, you are acquainted with Brother Siak." She rested her chin on her hand, murmuring, "Chu Liang." Her mind raced, trying to decipher the labyrinth of his intentions. Asterisk, if he uses this for revenge, it exposes Su Nanling's crimes to the world. A cold realization dawned on her. Su Nanling is walking a path to his own execution. Mercy was no longer an option. To restore the honor of their master and disciple lineage, the execution of Hua Nanling might be the only path left to balance the scales of justice. This calculated move would serve two purposes. It would provide the explanation they demanded, and simultaneously assist the Whale Gang in purging the trash from their ranks. However, if my deduction is correct, then extortion is not their true endgame. Hua Nanling's only crime is his utter insignificance. If he is truly an innocent pawn, then naturally, I must step in to protect his life. Would I really let them blackmail a beast of the fifth realm? Absurd. The moment the dust settles, they will play their trump card. The evidence of his crimes will be revealed, and the moment it appears, Hua Nanling is a dead man walking. And with that, Chu Liang's vengeance would be complete. Sensing her descending into a heavy silence, he spoke up to shatter the awkward tension hanging in the air. "Speaking of which, ... regardless of the methods Brother Chu used to acquire it, getting my hands on this ledger demanded a heavy price. I had to trade a supreme treasure to him. In exchange, Juju's temper flared instantly upon hearing this. Excuse me? You actually traded a heavenly treasure just for this notebook?" When Ren seized the chance to answer her inquiry, he replied with practiced sincerity. "Indeed, but is that not consistent with my philosophy of life?" Juju's face had already darkened, resembling the bottom of a burnt pot. Her hands curled into tight fists, trembling with rage. She frowned, raising a punch as she pictured that scheming master-disciple duo from Mount Shu. Chu Liang. Not only did he secure the beast armor as evidence, but he also swindled a treasure out of us. That man is truly sinister. Compared to him, I, Wen Ren, am merely, double quotes, ... an old fox playing tricks. But he is a manatine tiger in human skin. Meanwhile, back at the sword furnace, ... Sashu. Liang walked through the entrance, sneezing violently and uncontrollably. The sneezing fit showed no signs of stopping. What in the world? Is someone cursing my name thousands of miles away? Inside the main hole of the first-class sword furnace, Chu Liang approached with a warm smile. "Senior brother, Su. ... Where might my master be?" Su Jiang looked away, his expression a mix of awkwardness and hesitation. "Senor, the Enfi. Feng, she is currently in the back mountain, engaging in combat with the golden fur in the back mountain." The golden fur beast was nursing a head full of bumps from DNV's ruthless knuckles. Gone was the terrifying aura of the legendary How-To beast. It had completely devolved into a massive, obedient puppy. It panted, tongue lolling out, waiting for commands. "Come on! Sit!" Next, training module. DNV Feng extended her hand happily. "Shake hands." "Good boy." Left paw. The golden fur obediently retracted its razor-sharp claws and placed its massive paw in her hand. DNV Feng spun her finger in a circle. "Now, roll over." The beast did not hesitate for a second. It rolled in the grass with a look of pure satisfaction. Chu Liang arrived just in time to witness this surreal spectacle and stood frozen in shock. DNV Feng beamed with pride at her training results. Am I not simply exchanging emotional bonds with it? The people of the 10,000 Beast Hall do not lie. This little toy is truly obedient. Just look at him. He sits beside his master like a well-behaved husky. Chu Liang still couldn't believe his eyes, remembering how this monster once chewed through iron chains. He felt a lingering sense of trauma as they chatted in the clearing. A sudden noise nearby demanded their attention. A colossal sword projection, glowing with blinding golden light, pierced the heavens. Countless rays of divine light erupted from the forge, illuminating the sky. Chu Liang stared at the phenomenon in awe. Is this... DNV Fang's expression turned serious. The sword is born. They rushed toward the forging grounds. Standing atop the platform, Master Kun Wu was channeling his divine energy, pouring his heart and soul into the creation. Rise, sword. Flames erupted violently from the pit, roaring like a dragon. Chu Liang asked, trembling with anticipation. Master Kun Wu is still busy. Has it not succeeded yet? Su Jiang immediately countered. It has already succeeded. What you see now is the finalization. My father holds in his hands another legendary sword that will be passed down for generations. Master Kun Wu continued his rhythmic forging. He shouted 2 final words that shook the air. Wash sword. Instantly, water from the adjacent pool defied gravity, flying into the pit. Standing amidst the billowing white steam. Master Kun Wu panted heavily, exhausted but triumphant. Holding the precious blade, he turned to DNV Fang. Only in this moment do I understand your profound intentions. Although the ancient Taoist rhyme, hidden within the cloud, sword is gone. The process of refining it allowed me to comprehend a fragment of the truth. Even capturing a sliver of that imprint is a blessing for the mortal realm. This is the level of the Tao. He carried the sword, still pulsating with fiery qi, and presented it to DNV Fang. This blade has borrowed a trace of the cloud Tao rhythm. Not only has its quality ascended by an entire realm, but even I have benefited. My own cultivation base has seen improvement. You truly had good intentions all along. DNV Fang lifted her chin arrogantly, nodding in shameless agreement. That is correct. That is exactly what I was thinking. Chu Liang stood behind his master, watching her accept credit for a wisdom she clearly did not possess. He thought, that is definitely not what she was thinking. If she actually understood that, she would have bragged about it immediately. She wouldn't wait for someone else to point it out. Master Kun Wu rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sword in DNV Fang's grasp. A hint of regret colored his voice. It is a pity that this sword is a replica. It cannot be recorded in the 10,000 treasure registry. Otherwise, I estimate it would rank at least in the top 100. Even if it only scraped the bottom of the top 100. If I could forge a famous sword that ranks on that list, I could finally resolve the regret, the greatest regret of my life. Chu Liang heard the hidden sorrow in the old master's voice. He mused internally. Among the 3 great blacksmiths of this world, only the swords crafted by Chun Buyan are ranked in the top 100. Kun Wu and Bai Lijuan are locked in a fierce competition for the 2nd position. Whoever forges a top-tier famous sword first will win the dispute once and for all. DNV Fang passed the precious sword to Chu Liang. She patted the blacksmith on the shoulder to comfort him. Master Kun Wu, relax. If you weren't copying the ancient Zhao Yun sword based on your actual skills, you wouldn't have been able to forge a sword of this tier anyway. Thinking of it that way, doesn't it make you feel a bit better? Upon hearing this clumsy attempt at comfort, both Chu Liang and Master Kun Wu froze in awkward silence. They wanted to curse, but held their tongues. Holding the new treasure in his hands, Chu Liang nudged her, whispering urgently, Master, the man just forged a sword for us. Let us speak with a little more tact, shall we? Chu Liang stepped past her, wearing a bright smile to salvage the conversation. Master Kun Wu's art of sword crafting has reached perfection. This time, you have clearly ascended another step. I believe the day you forge a true divine sword is just around the corner. Hearing these sweet, soothing words from the disciple, Master Kun Wu's mood improved visibly. Ha ha! From today on, this is your sword. Give it a name. Chu Liang held the blade up. ... It radiated a magnificent, mystical glow. He spoke although I will wield this blade. A sword like this is an heirloom, passed down through ages. I will certainly not be its only master. But you, Master Kun Wu, you who forged it today, will forever be its only creator. Therefore, I humbly ask Master Kun Wu to grant it a name. The old master did not refuse the honor. He racked his brain for a title worthy of this masterpiece. Forged from enlightened jade and golden crystal, it was flawless, transparency, invulnerable to all evil. I name you, the dustless precious sword. As the words left his lips, a blinding radiance erupted, commanding an aura of unseen majesty. Meanwhile, back at Silver Sword Peak, little Yu was lazily napping by the orchard, drifting in dreams. Suddenly, a suspicious droplet plummeted from above. Still half asleep, she rubbed her cheek, only to find her hand covered in something slimy and gross, waiting for her vision to clear. A monstrous face loomed over her. Terror jolted her awake as the golden fur beast made a goofy face. Little Yu's expression crumpled, panic turning into an impending flood of tears. The injustice. She was just trying to sunbathe on her own bed. Burying her face in her pillow, she let out a heaven-shaking wail. Boo! Hoo! Chu Liang descended from the sky, beaming a warm smile. No more tears, now. He stepped between them, blocking the golden fur's cheeky, toothy grin. Golden Fur isn't a monster. He's our new best friend. Sniffling, little Yu slowly looked up, her teary eyes meeting his. Stop crying, and I'll take you for a feast. Hearing the word food, the beast's eyes narrowed happily. Woof, woof, woof. Chu Liang immediately pointed a finger. Objection. Why are you celebrating? There is no share for you. Little Yu looked at the massive creature, confused why it was being excluded. Chu Liang let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Because ... he is a spirit beast. He recalled the beast's ferocious form at the Beast Hall. An adult spirit beast was a different league entirely. They require massive amounts of spiritual energy compared to normal monsters. Big Golden Fur's appetite is likely 10 times that of a beast at the same cultivation realm. With the humble economy of our Silver Sword Peak, how could we possibly feed him? Even if we turned him into hot pot, the meat wouldn't be enough to fill our teeth. Little Yu stroked the sad beast's nose. Do spirit beasts really eat that much? Absolutely, he replied with frustration. But then a thought crossed his mind regarding little White Zephyr. That gluttonous sleeper. A brilliant, cost-saving plan sparked in his brain. That's it. Spirit beasts eat other spirit beast food. Right. It goes without saying. Let's take Golden Fur to mooch. A free meal. Action followed thought immediately. Chu Liang grabbed the beast and bolted. Too late to explain. Thanks, little Yu. Follow me, Golden Fur. We feast upon our return. Little Yu stood there, bewildered, watching man and beast vanish into the distance. Did she just accidentally help them commit a crime? They arrived at Guardian Peak, home of the divine beast, White Zephyr. The adult White Zephyr hadn't shown its face in years. Its whereabouts were a mystery. Now, Guardian Peak was guarded only by a solitary child. Perhaps it was that very loneliness, that drove the young White Zephyr to seek friends in the outside world. Before, it had only one companion. Every month, it would visit Pagoda Peak to play with Jiang. Its mind was always filled with the image of the super cutes Jiang Yubai. But then, destiny introduced another friend. Someone with a familiar aura, a scent from its childhood memories. That person was none other than Ch. When the three were together, joy filled the air. But humans were busy creatures, burdened with the affairs of the sect. unlike itself. A mere infant, not even 600 years old. Days were spent lying on the grass, bored and solitary. Suddenly, while sulking in its loneliness, a familiar voice echoed, "My dear little white Zephyr, are you home?" It was the voice it longed for every single night. It spun around and sprinted toward him with pure excitement. But suddenly, its forepaws slammed into the dirt, breaking hard. Facing a beast larger than itself, instinctual caution took over. Chu Liang quickly stepped in to bridge the gap. "Don't be afraid. I brought a new friend today. This is Golden Fur Roar. Shake hands with your big brother." Golden Fur obediently stuck out a paw. White Zephyr naturally bumped its horn against it. A bond formed instantly. Seeing them get along at first sight warmed Chu Liang's heart. He. From today on, we are all brothers. Chu Liang patted the soft fur mischievously and made a proposal. "Why don't we share a meal? This is your turf, so you should treat us." "Right." White Zephyr had no objections, crying out, "Wah wah." In agreement, hearing the food bell, Golden Fur licked its lips, eager to please the new host. White Zephyr excitedly led the way. Chu Liang hopped onto Golden Fur's back, high on adrenaline. "Mush, onward." At his command, Golden Fur bounded after White Zephyr. Woof, woof. Moments later, the trio arrived at the dining trough. Golden Fur stared at the pile of high-grit spirit pellets, gulping loudly. Without hesitation, it dove into the delicious mountain, devouring it like a starving wolf. Seeing the gluttony, Chu Liang worried the host would starve. "Little White Zephyr, you eat too. Eat up so we can go play," he urged the little divine beast. Hearing play, White Zephyr stretched happily and let out a cheer. The next day, 2 caretaker disciples arrived to feed the divine beast. Their jaws dropped at the sight of the perfectly polished trough. The disciple holding the gourd stuttered in shock. In the past, little White Zephyr ate half a basin, at most. "Why is the bottom visible today? I can't believe it. Not a single pellet remains." The other disciples set down a basket of spirit fruits, equally baffled. Even the fruits. It usually hates these. The Pill Elder always complained about its poor eating habits. Today, it didn't just eat the food. It licked the floor tiles clean. Meanwhile, back at Silversword Peak, Chu Liang was meticulously inspecting his harvest. Beside him, the massive Golden Fur rubbed its full belly, yawning lazily. Suddenly, its goofy eyes lit up, diving toward the pile of fruit with drooling desire. Chu Liang instantly wrestled its tongue back. "Get lost. Stay away from me. Go play by yourself. I'm calculating serious business here." Looking at the ripening fruits, by tomorrow, dozens would be ready for the market. The suspense was killing him. What kind of price will these treasures fetch? It was a pity. He had already consumed the dragon breath gold pattern fruit. These were just regular gold pattern fruits, so the difference in power would be vast. Behind him, Golden Fur refused to give up, jaw unhinged, saliva flowing like a river, looking ready to swallow Chu Liang whole. Just to get to the fruit, Chu Liang pointed a deadly finger at the stash. "Ah! Don't you dare touch this. That is an order. I have filled your belly with delicacies fit for a king. The rest is for sale. If I catch you stealing even a crumb behind my back, I will ensure your family line ends right here." The Golden Fur beast froze, terror spiking its fur as it held its breath. Suddenly, the skies opened up. Rain fell in a rhythmic downpour. He gazed up at the leaden sky, murmuring, "Rain." Again. Ignoring the heavy droplets soaking his robes, Chu Liang remained still, questioning the heavens. Little Yu had been very clear. Silver Sword Peak is supposed to be bone dry during these days, and Master's currently away at Greenfall Peak, returning the cloud-piercing ancient sword. Yet the moment she returns, the heavens weep. Could this be Dragon Key manifesting as rain? Is it forced precipitation? Even the golden fur beast seemed to ponder this anomaly, resting its chin on a paw to watch. Meanwhile, at the ancient mystic mountains, dragon fishing pond, the sky was a painted azure, the air still. A majestic waterfall crashed down like the Milky Way descending. A streak of blazing energy tore through the tranquility. It was none other than Di Nu Feng. Her phoenix wings unfurled in a display of scorching dominance. Junior sister Yen, I heard you were visiting Uncle Si Kong, so I rushed over to return your blade. Seeing the two gathered, Elder Si Kong let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Little Feng, suppress your divine phoenix fire before you agitate the true dragon spirit. Hearing his teasing, Di Nu Feng's expression shifted. She descended like a meteor, scoffing. True dragon, false dragon I do not care. If it provokes me, I will beat it into a deaf worm. The old elder shook his head, helpless against her nature. The true dragon anchors the very destiny of Mount Shu. All disciples must show reverence. Have you forgotten the sect leader's strict decree? Di Nu Feng waved her hand, dismissing the lecture entirely. Fine. I am far too lazy to worry about such tedious details. With that, she tossed the cloud-piercing ancient sword back to its owner. Jan, I have returned your precious treasure. Yanzai, seated upon a lotus throne, caught the blade gracefully. I was genuinely concerned you might keep the real one and hand me a replica. Surely your poverty hasn't reached such desperate levels. Di Nu Feng clutched her head in mock offense. A switch. Why did my genius brain not conjure that plan? Si Kong interjected from the middle. It is fortunate you forgot. Otherwise, we would have been forced to face a hard truth. We would have to determine who exactly has been the top martial artist of Mount Shu all these years. Di Nu Feng retorted with lightning speed. Old man Si Kong just proved how deep our sisterhood runs. Humph, you underestimate the bond I share with Yanzai. I might thrash anyone else under the heavens, but never her. And I trust she feels the same. Yanzai stared blankly, rendered speechless by this shameless bragging. Yet, she let Di Nu Feng continue praising this sacred sisterhood. Si Kong cut through the nonsense with a raised hand. Ha 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 ha! Enough jesting. Taoist Yan and I were discussing a grave matter before you arrived. You should hear this as well. Piqued by curiosity, she leaned in immediately. What matter could be so serious? Si Kong's expression darkened instantly. His eyes, veined with stress, narrowed as he growled, Mount Shu harbors a traitor. Di Nu Feng was stunned. She had not expected such earth-shattering news upon her return. She looked at the old diviner in disbelief. Yanzai, her face grim, slowly explained the situation. My disciple, Jiang Yubai, she was ambushed by a spirit beast on the mountain. It was clearly orchestrated. I launched a full investigation, yet the culprit left no trace. Later, senior brother Si Kong caught a thread of fate, so I asked for a divination. The old man closed his eyes, clutching his mystic turtle shell. The heavens are clouded. The results were hazy. I see only a shadow within our ranks. A hidden viper to mask their tracks so perfectly. The traitor must be a master of the 6th, or perhaps even the 7th realm. They might even stand among us as a peak lord. Suddenly, Di Nu Feng raised her hand with absolute conviction. Then, the first person I suspect is Wang Zhong. Yanzai sat on her lotus, eyeing her friend with deep, silent judgment. Si Kong sighed heavily. Do not use this crisis to purge your personal political rivals. She shrugged nonchalantly. Suspicion falls on everyone, so why not him? Furthermore, surely you too do not suspect me. Not with our unbreakable bond. Yanzai pointed a finger, delivering a truth sharper than any sword. We agreed on one premise. To be an undercover agent, one requires intelligence. Di Nu Feng froze, her confidence shattered instantly. Elder Si Kang dropped his mystic shell in shock. Meanwhile, back at Silver Sword Peak, sunlight filtered through the clear air. Chu Liang sat in his chamber, focused entirely on his cultivation. A sphere of pure energy, the luck key. Art rotated steadily between his palms. Although I rely on the big-headed doll to accelerate my progress, I cannot neglect my own comprehension. A borrowed power is brittle. True insight is eternal. Cultivating the technique does not merely raise my current cultivation base. It pours the bedrock for my entire future path. If my mastery of the technique is flawed, then even with godlike power, I would be nothing more than a castle built upon shifting clouds destined to collapse. Within the spiritual realm of the White Tower, the two big-headed dolls, one gold, one green, materialized, mirroring his cultivation. Finding shortcuts is human nature. However, these shortcuts must be walked with steady, practical steps. Steadfastness is key. Take the 9 heavens, profound hard art. It is gentle, containing the vast principles of the great Tao. If I study it meticulously, it may become the key to breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm in the future. He circulated his energy one last time before retracting it. The aura dissipated as he entered a state of recovery. He stared at his palm as the last embers of energy faded. Suspicion clouded his eyes. Why did today's session feel wrong? The absorbed true key felt unstable. Instead of settling, it was dissipating outwards. Even the energy transferred from the puppet felt fleeting. His gaze hardened as he calculated the possibilities regarding his power, thinking, "My physical body is sound. My circulation method is flawless. If the vessel is perfect and the method is true, then there remains only one explanation." He felt the energy humming deep within his cells, confirming his theory. That is, I have reached the perfect completion of the divine intent realm. Had the system truly pushed him to the absolute peak so soon? Oops! I accidentally broke through to the next realm again. The very next day, he returned to the sword transmission hall to fix his battle-worn robes. Junior Brother Wen, the artifact genius, examined the flying leaf blade with a critical eye. The core formation matrix is intact. Fixing this won't cost you an arm and a leg. But then, Chu Liang revealed the loot from his recent conquest. The moment the appraiser saw the red lotus orb, his eyes went wide with professional greed. He handed the blade back, his hands trembling slightly as he took the glowing orb for appraisal. The spiritual energy radiating from it was undeniable. This is worth at least 2,000 sword coins. Chu Liang began calculating his massive profits from the city of gluttony. But the junior brother's eyes suddenly lit up with a maniacal spark. A craftsman's obsession took over. Wait, the material of this red lotus orb, ... It's a perfect match for the flying leaf blade. We shouldn't just sell it. We should fuse it. If we inlay this treasure into the blade and engrave a secondary formation array. Chu Liang stared in shock at the audacity of the idea. You want to add another array? The junior brother nodded vigorously. Exactly. If we succeed, you won't just have a weapon. You'll have a shifting artifact capable of 1,000 transformations. Liang hesitated for a split second. Fusing the red lotus power into the blade would drastically increase his offensive output, especially against demon-type enemies. The damage would be catastrophic. He made up his mind instantly. Do it. The junior brother grinned, smile that bordered on deranged excitement. Chu Liang then pulled out a dark fabric. I also brought back this cloak of concealment. The craftsman's adrenaline was already peaking. No problem at all. Fixing the cloak is child's play. I won't even charge you. But reforging the flying leaf blade, that is a major operation. That will cost you 250 coins. Chu Liang didn't even blink at the price. Deal. Then, he leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. By the way, ... What can you tell me about forming a golden core? Hearing this, the junior brother's energy exploded, his voice booming with congratulations. Whoa! Has senior brother's spiritual intent already reached the peak? Congratulations, Chu Liang. Chu Liang coughed awkwardly, trying to stay low-key. It's a blessing and a curse. The junior brother's expression turned serious. Forming the core is no small feat. I only know the basics, since I haven't reached that realm myself yet. Chu Liang sighed dramatically. My cultivation speed is just too fast. ... I haven't had time to study the theory. Since you know alchemy, give me a crash course. The junior brother gathered his limited knowledge to explain. Generally, golden cores are ranked into high, middle, and low grades. There is the legendary supreme grade, but that's a myth. For us, Mount Shu disciples, the standard starts at the heavenly golden core. You'll need 6 earthly treasures: the green cloud, violet leaf, vermilion sun sand, mysterious core guide, double quotes, ... rootless rain, crystal, dragonflower bud, and the 9-li pearl. These aren't too rare. You can buy the set here for about 1,000 coins. He paused, doing the mental math. But that only gets you a low-grade core. If you want middle grade, you need 2 rare additives: Cloud Breath, Powder, and True Yangstone. With those, you can upgrade to the Divine Sky Golden Core. The hall sells those too, but the price jumps. Expect to pay another 1,000 coins just for those 2 ingredients. A disciple of Mount Shu shouldn't settle for anything less than middle grade. As for high grade, that depends on your ambition. Senior brother. Illustrations seemed to float in the air as he spoke. The Cloud Breath powder was a fine jade green dust. The middle grade core manifested as a strange orange gold sphere, while the true Yangstone bristled with crystalline spikes. For high grade, you must infuse the 5 elements. For example, if you add a fire attribute treasure like the Fire Spirit Mushroom or Ionic Sun Seed, you can forge the Divine Sky Trigram Fire Core. If the core develops spirituality, it is considered high grade. Chu Liang listened intently, imagining the blazing power of a fire attribute golden core. But those elemental treasures are rarely sold here. You have to hunt them down yourself. And finally, the supreme grade, the level beyond perfection. You would need the god tier of the ascending heaven grass. This ingredient can elevate the quality of the core to a higher dimension. The mental image shifted to a simple green plant, indistinguishable from a weed, except for the mystical, glowing orb radiating from behind it. The junior brother hesitated. But that is something you cannot buy. You can only find it if destiny wills it. Seeing Chu Liang drift into deep thought, he waved a hand. Senior brother. Chu Liang rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. Cultivation is such a hassle. The junior brother chuckled. It's troublesome, but worth it. A cultivator only forms their core once in a lifetime. No matter the cost or effort, you have to go all out. Chu Liang nodded, feeling the phantom pain in his wallet. True. Thanks for the info. This is going to cost a fortune. Back at Silver Sword Peak, Chu Liang paced back and forth, anxiety gnawing at him. If I want my puppet avatar to form a core to ... that means I have to fund TWO Golden Core rituals. Who wouldn't want to double their power? But usually, people only have one life to worry about. If I could pull off a dual-core breakthrough, it would be legendary. I thought I could rest, but it looks like the grind never stops. Time to hunt for medicine? He thought of his upcoming duel with Jiang Yubai, and his eyes hardened with resolve. If I want to reach the Golden Core realm before the Mount Shu summit ... I have to move fast. Every second counts. Suddenly, right in the middle of his planning, a vibration buzzed from his pouch. The soul-hooking token was shaking violently. He felt the urgent summons pulsing from within. The token! Is there a new mission? But the next chapter would reveal the chaos unfolding elsewhere. Empress Phoenix was unleashing hell. Her hands weaved signs, summoning the divine phoenix fire. The entity tore through the ceiling cloth, bursting out with explosive fury. Chu Liang ducked. The token trembled urgently in his hand, demanding attention. He grasped the soul-hook fragment as a sinister purple aura pulsed from within. A new message manifested within the soul-hook token. His consciousness plunged into the void, greeted by the aggressive aura of Sun Sha. The order was absolute. A direct summons from the south. Gather outside Zhen non-domain mountain in 7 days. Chu Liang stood silent, playing the part of an insignificant pawn. Hearing Sun Sha's command, his mind raced. The Southern Guide, a direct subordinate of the elusive purple gold marquis, a position rivaling the sect's upper echelons. Hidden beneath his black hood, Chu Liang's eyes narrowed, for him to issue a direct summons. Something massive is in motion. The projection shifted the imposing silhouette of the purple gold marquis, armor glinting with authority. Below him stood Sun Sha, posturing like a fanatical cult recruiter. He chanted praises for the Southern Guide. Standing behind him were the faceless minions. Soulhook, Envoy 58, 59, and 60. Envoy 59 stepped forward. What is the mission? Sun Sha hesitated, his voice cagey. All will be revealed once you arrive. This is a direct order. Wait at the perimeter of Zhen non-domain mountain. Move out immediately. Envoy 60 roared with zeal. Your will is my command. Shrouded in shadow, Chu Liang remained deep in calculation. Silenced. 4 weeks. And now a sudden gathering in 7 days. Do I walk into the lion's den? He could alert his sect and ambush them. But demonic cultivators were paranoid by nature. I only get 1 shot to close the net. Meanwhile, Envoy 60 was practically vibrating with excitement. This is thrilling. The Southern Guide must have found a heavenly treasure in the mountain. We're being called to secure it. Chu Liang ignored the chatter, his mind sharp as a blade. Are these small fry even worth the trap? It was only the Southern Guide, after all. The master's true target, the purple gold marquis, remains in the shadows. He had to play along to avoid blowing his cover. He mimicked their fanaticism. Order received. 7 days was plenty of time to prepare. But first, I must consult the master. Silver Sword Peak. The master's quarters. Dian Feng was engrossed in a book when Chu Liang approached. Master, this disciple has urgent news. Seeing his grave expression, her eyes lit up with the wrong idea. Asterisk, that serious face. Don't tell me, ... Asterisk, she slapped his shoulder enthusiastically. Did you get your ass kicked again? Chu Liang froze, a wry smile twitching on his lips. Asterisk, even if I was beaten, it just gives you an excuse to extort people. Why are you so happy? I wasn't bullied. Sorry to disappoint you, Master. He straightened his posture. The Ming Wang sect has made a move. The Southern Guide issued a summons via the Soulhook token. We gather at Zhen non-domain mountain in 7 days. Something is brewing. Dian Feng waved her hand dismissively. Bah! The Southern Guide is just trash. Chu Liang recalled Sun Sha's lethal black claws. Asterisk, easy for you to say. Master, that trash could easily crush this disciple like a bug. He imagined a row of captured demonic cultivators, bound in ropes. Low in his voice, he laid out his deduction. The purple gold marquis is biding his time, recovering strength, for his lieutenant to mobilize forces now. ... Their objective in the mountain must be critical. If we wipe out the cell and seize their target, that would be a legendary contribution, wouldn't it? Sensing her hesitation, he sweetened the pot with a pitiful tone. Plus, if we capture the Southern Guide, we might force the Marquise's location out of him. Dian Feng stroked her chin, intrigued by the logic. Little Secu infiltrates the Soulhook on, but once we strike, your cover is blown. It's a one-time gambit. Yet, if you don't show up, they'll mark you as a traitor. She smirked, her arrogance returning. Fine. If we can't slay the dragon yet, I'll settle for crushing the shrimps. Then, a chaotic light sparked in her eyes. Wait. The token doesn't recognize its owner. I'll go undercover instead. It's safer for you. I'll handle the Chu Liang stared at the fearless woman. She's trying to protect me, ... But the thought was horrifying. Envoys were the bottom of the food chain. They took orders. They got yelled at. The moment a superior yelled at her, she'd blow her cover instantly. He could see it. A fist to the face and a roar Of who the hell do you think you're talking to? Chu Liang suppressed a shudder. Asterisk, she wouldn't just blow her cover. She'd blow up the mountain. Forget catching the fish. She'd drain the ocean. He forced a polite smile. Master, perhaps not. Espionage requires a certain DNV Feng cracked her knuckles. Requires what? Chu Liang rallied his spirit, fist clenched. Subtlety. But, Master, you are like a firefly in the abyss. Your brilliance is blinding. Your presence is too magnificent. How could someone as outstanding as you blend in with that demonic filth? You would stand out instantly. The flattery hit the mark. DNV Feng preened, her mood soaring to the heavens. That makes perfect sense. Hey! She nodded. Very well. I will shadow you to the perimeter of Zen non-domain mountain. Take this, Jade Positioning Talisman. If things go south, crush it. I'll tear through the void to save you. Chu Liang bowed. Your disciple is reassured. Then, her expression shifted. One more thing. The dustless sword. Guard it with your life. Under no circumstances can that blade be lost. Naturally. It is a gift from Master, but the specific warning puzzled him. He drew the blade, its golden light shimmering. Why the sudden caution? What makes this sword so special? DNV Feng's eyes narrowed as she looked at the floating weapon. It possesses the nine-hued divine light. The cloud-high heaven gate opens in sequence. If my deduction is correct, this must be the key. Chu Liang stared, bewildered by the mystery before him. A massive question mark practically materialized over his head. Since when did his master learn to use firearms? Something felt wrong. Deep in the hinterlands of Silver Sword Peak, he held the precious sword, his expression grave. Since returning from Gluttony City, he hadn't dared to show this divine weapon to a living soul. Only now, under the cloak of midnight, did he dare retrieve it from his storage artifact. With a heart full of fire and reverence, his fingers traced the cold steel. He polished it gently. He knew the rule of the Jiang Yubai well. Never reveal your wealth, especially when his current strength was unworthy of such a blade. Chu Liang drew the sharp steel from its sheath. The blade hummed, ready to unleash its dormant power through his spiritual energy. If he acted like his master and flaunted a phoenix spirit blood jade, he would be robbed before he even left Mount Shu. But here and now, in this secluded sanctuary, it was safe. He finally unsheathed the dustless sword completely. Metal ground against metal, singing a sharp, piercing song of war. Time to test its edge. Chu Liang instantly shifted into a defensive stance. His wrists flicked with practiced agility. He slashed at the empty air, and a terrifying wave of sword ki exploded outward. The ground split instantly, a fissure tearing through the earth. The abyss below was bottomless. Chu Liang gasped, stunned by the devastation. Incredible. A casual swing held the same destructive force as the wind and thunder sword. That senior brother Fang Ting had unleashed in the ancient non-Zen forest. Was this the power of a near-divine weapon? Inside, magical artifacts. There are structures similar to human meridians, designed to channel true energy. One was deep azure, the other handle encrusted with a ruby. Mystery crackled around it like lightning. A standard flying sword could only output 7 parts of power for every 10 parts of energy. Poured in, the profound swords of Mount Shu could output 9 parts. But this? His eyes went wide as he stared at the glowing blade. This weapon could unleash the full 10 parts. This was a true treasure. Just like the high-tier blades sold at the Sword Inheritance Hall. But a legendary sword passed down through generations. Could amplify sword ki beyond the limit. Pour in 10 parts, and it returns 12, or even more. Chu Liang held the dustless sword upright, parallel. To his face, his mind racing. He could feel it. This sword could amplify his energy to 15 parts, and it possessed a unique special effect. rivaling his master's phoenix spirit blood, Jade. It had the potential to crack the top 100 of the myriad treasures record. Without a special effect, it would be trash. Chu Liang felt like he was entering a new realm. It was like sinking into an endless ocean, drowning in the intoxication of absolute power. The special ability of the dustless sword, ... manifested as a trace of Tao rhythm within the sword key. His master once mentioned this. The cloud-centered Tao fused into the blade during the forging of the ancient cloud-banishing sword. Its name was Cloudbreaker, a Tao that existed in the highest 9 heavens, a sword art that severed the clouds, a flow that never ceased. This was the great Tao that the Creator cultivated. Somewhere on a peak, a cultivator watched a beam of light pierce the 9 heavens. That senior had cultivated on Mount Shu for years in silence. Her rise to fame came from a single battle, ... where she unleashed the Earth Immortal technique, the heaven-propping sword, on Bailuo Peak. Her sword key slew a demon from 1,000 miles away, shaking the 9 provinces. The blade arrived from the horizon, ... and pierced straight through a grotesque, multi-eyed beast. He had once been curious about his own master's great Tao. She called it burning heavens, the fire virtue shining on the world, to incinerate all living things, a Tao of pure heat and absolute destruction. When Imperial Daughter Phoenix was engulfed in flames, she looked truly terrifying. He had been shocked back then. No wonder someone of her intellect could cultivate that Tao. It was practically made for her. Chu Liang stared at the sword, ... chin resting in his hand. Thinking back, it seemed every 7th realm powerhouse cultivated a Tao linked to their personality. Perhaps this was the secret to entering the heavenly gate. Choose a Tao that fits you, or choose a Tao and become the role. He sighed, shaking his head. It was too early to worry about such lofty things. Right now, he was just a handsome guy worrying about ... resources for core formation. His gaze remained fixed on the blade, but his grip tightened with newfound confidence. I am confident. I may only be in the divine intent realm, but I can claim the title of #1 divine intent in the 9 provinces, with a divine sword in hand, ... and the endless energy supply from the big-headed doll. In power and endurance, I surpass anyone in my realm. Time for one more test. The Talisman Tao Sword. Art. He pointed forward, unleashing a sphere of combined ice and fire. A massive explosion rocked the mountain. Ice and fire. Dual talisman sword. Go. A massive crater was gouged into the foot of the mountain. Debris flew like shrapnel. Dust choked in the air. Chu Liang sweated, his jaw dropping.
Oh!
A wall of spikes rose from the ground, thick with dark energy, but contrary to the ominous sight. ... Chu Liang grinned from ear to ear. The heroes of the world are nothing compared to this. It is decided. Tomorrow, I descend a mountain with my sword. Time to challenge a strong enemy. Black Hairball, Mount Shu, Red Lotus Peak. Chu Liang carried a massive bag of spirit fruits and a sign. ... Walking into the market, everyone's eyes lit up at the prospect of delicious food. A young girl in the crowd asked, "Boss, do you have any new tea?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "I stopped making that recently. I have changed industries." The crowd groaned in disappointment. Ah, what a pity. Chu Liang set up his sign. Dragon breath, golden patterned fruit. Men gain vigor, women gain beauty. The person at the front read the menu. It says, fruit paste, like the one you gave for free last time. The taste was amazing. Is it free this time, too? He fiddled with the sign. No freebies. This time, today, I am selling the fruit itself. He sat behind his stall, displaying trays of plump, glowing fruits. The line formed instantly. The first customer asked, "What is the price?" He smiled, pointing to the menu board. "Everyone, please take a look. The price is clearly marked. 1 sword coin per fruit, or bundles for 3 or 5 sword coins. ... corresponding to 3 and 10 fruits. When they saw the price, the crowd erupted in dissatisfaction. Did you misspeak? Or did we hear wrong? People began to shout from the back. Why is the price even higher if we buy in bulk? The crowd roared with questions. Chu Liang calmly stepped forward to educate these poor souls. Make no mistake. The dragon breath golden, patterned fruit is a treasure beyond price. Honestly, even this price is a steal. I'm practically giving it away as a benefit for my beloved Shushan sect family. He suddenly stood up, his voice booming with righteous passion. Since it is a benefit, I must ensure every disciple gets a share. That is why I set these limits. He gestured dramatically, just like the tea fruits before. I limited purchases not for greed. But because supply is scarce. If I didn't treat you all as my own flesh and blood, why would I even share such divine treasures? The crowd murmured, the word benefit brainwashing them slowly. Suddenly, a disciple pushed through the mob, eyes gleaming with a loophole. Wait a minute! If I want more, without paying the premium, can't I just ask another disciple to buy it for me? The man smirked. You limit the person, not the destination. If he buys it and hands it to me, you can't stop it. Right? Chu Liang froze. It seemed he hadn't calculated this possibility. His face went blank. Then, delivering an Oscar-worthy performance, he slumped to the mat, clutching his head in despair. No! How could I leave such a massive flaw? But, a rule is a rule. I have no choice but to accept it. The clever disciple laughed triumphantly and turned to leave. Behind him, Chu Liang's despair instantly morphed into a greedy grin. Ha! I'm going to call my entire dorm to buy these. You can't run now. The plan worked perfectly. The revenue today was going to be legendary. The commotion only drew a larger crowd. Even disciples who never visited his stall were drawn in by the chaos. In a single morning, the news spread through the red border market like wildfire. The tea fruit guy is handing out benefits again. A massive queue formed, fighting for the chance to buy. While the crowd went wild, a few satisfied customers lingered. Chu Liang wrapped up his profitable scheme and headed straight for the secret cave. It was time to consult senior sister Jiang about the golden core. The moment he entered, Jiang Yubai spoke up. I hear you're making waves with your fruit business again. Impressive skills. Chu Liang smiled, looking like a cat that got the cream. Hee. A poor kid has to hustle early. But it's all thanks to your support. Last time, senior sister, you opened the door to commerce for me. Without you, I'd still be penniless. Jiang Yubai tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feigning modesty. Is that so? Surely you would have found a way without me or the other sisters. You're too clever. Chu Liang immediately raised his hand, swearing a solemn oath of loyalty. I declare to the heavens. In all of Shushan, I only recognize senior sister Jiang. She rolled her eyes at his shameless boot. All right, enough with the silver tongue. Speak. What did you come to ask today? Seeing his cover blown, Chu Liang dropped the act and turned serious. I need your guidance. It's about the Golden Core formation. Since you are a supreme talent in the Golden Core realm, I need your wisdom. Jiang Yubai, tired of the flattery, cut him off. Why are you asking about that now? Suddenly, she sensed something. Cold sweat formed on her brow as she stared at him in disbelief. Wait, Don't tell me you've already reached the peak of the divine intent realm. Her heart pounded. This speed was terrifying. I knew he was close to the peak of the third realm last time. But to break through so quickly, she took a deep breath, forcing her Tao heart to stabilize. She composed her face into a mask of indifference. I cannot look surprised. I am Jiang Yubai. I have seen the world. Nothing phases me. Even if he defies the heavens, I must remain cool. Chu Liang, oblivious to her internal panic, spoke calmly. Yes, I was lucky enough to break through to the peak the other day. Jiang Yubai sipped her tea to hide her trembling hands. Peak stage. Not bad. Continue, Chu. Liang nodded obediently. I wanted to ask if you have any suggestions for my core formation. My situation is ... complicated, and I don't have many close allies on Shushan to ask. Jiang Yubai scanned his aura, assessing his foundation. With your current talent and comprehension, you must aim for nothing less than a high-grade golden core. Chu Liang accepted the advice. Agreed. I intend to strive for the best. I will secure a high-grade golden core. Jiang Yubai visualized the spectrum of legendary pills and cores. Her voice turned serious. Regarding the direction, if you lack a specific 5 elements affinity, I suggest the yin-yang golden core path. Women align with yin, men with yang. Like me, I lack elemental affinity, so I chose the divine firmament lesser yin golden core. But this isn't an absolute rule. Some men with a natural yin constitution can also cultivate the lesser yin core. The divine firmament, yin-yang core, may lack specific elemental burst damage. ... But for overall cultivation stability, it surpasses all others. She paused, considering another angle. The 5 elements golden core focuses on a single attribute. Its raw power exceeds the yin-yang path, but it leaves you weak against counter. The choice depends on your natural inclination. Chu Liang rubbed his chin, his mind drifting to a secret treasure. Yin-yang golden core. He thought of the mysterious Dark Sea golden lotus. Yesterday, when Yulong mentioned that the Dark Sea golden lotus I found is a supreme treasure of pure yin. It could be used as a catalyst for the golden core. It could help me form the divine firmament lesser yin golden core. It's a waste to use a treasure meant for the 5th realm just to break through the 3rd. Double quotes. ... But the pressure is mounting. If I can't find enough resources, consuming it now might be my only option. Jiang Yubai pointed to an illustration of a strange, ethereal plant. As for the legendary, supreme-grade, golden core, do not become obsessed with it. That requires the ascension herb from the southern region's Heavenman Swamp. Every Shushan disciple tries their luck, but few succeed. It appears perhaps once in a century. You can try your luck when the time comes, but don't pin your future on a miracle. Chu Liang nodded, absorbing the harsh reality. I understand. I won't chase a fantasy. Cultivation is not a game of chance. If I waste years at the divine intent realm chasing a myth, I'll fall behind my peers forever. To reach the true apex, one must know when to advance. She finished his thought naturally. That is the logic. However, ... fate is unpredictable. You truly possess heaven-defying luck to stumble upon an ascending immortal herb. Even I feel a twinge of envy. Hearing her playful tone, Chu Liang retorted with a grin, I wouldn't dare shake senior sister's Dao hearts. His eyes, however, betrayed a burning anticipation. Deep within the white pagoda of his consciousness, the golden core avatar awaited awakening. Thanks to senior sister's guidance, the path to forming his core was now clear. But a wild thought struck him. If I possess 2 golden cores, could they resonate with each other? Is there a perfect synergy I haven't considered? Driven by curiosity, he raised a hand. I have one more question. Hypothetically, if 2 golden cores cultivated together, would there be a special benefit? Jiang Yubai's eyes narrowed as she grasped his meaning. Are you referring to dual cultivation? Her words hit him like a gong. Right. He was in the world of cultivation now. I almost forgot, he thought. In this realm, dual cultivation partners are common. Legends speak of ancient techniques where yin and yang harmonize. When a man and woman join forces, the result far exceeds the sum of its parts. But orthodox dual cultivation isn't about carnal pleasure like the Huan sect. It is the spiritual resonance of 2 golden cores, merging their true energy. Yubai regained her composure and patiently explained, for an optimal union, one looks to the 5 elements. Wood feeds fire. Fire births earth. The two energy cycles form a microcosmic orbit, /1 acting as the host, the other as the fuel. It creates a cycle of mutual generation. However, this method usually benefits only one side. It is rare for both cultivators to gain equally. If not mutual generation, one must at least avoid mutual destruction. Like water and fire, only then can balance be maintained. Yet, there is always a hierarchy of power. She crossed her legs, visualizing the eight. Truth be told, only the union of pure yin and yang knows no master or servant. It is the supreme path for two souls entering the golden core realm. Usually, the one who formed their core first sets the foundation. The second cultivator must match that attribute. She looked at him with a serious gaze. You must decide the attribute of the golden core you wish to pair with. Before we discuss synergy, you need a target. Chu Liang fell into deep contemplation. My nether sea golden lotus can form a yin attribute core first. That means the second core must complement it. After a long silence, he looked up, his eyes shining with determination. For the golden core, I choose the divine firmament, lesser yin. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere froze. Yubi's face exploded into a shade of crimson. She stared at him. Wide-eyed, crash. With a wave of her sleeve, the stone table's tea set went flying. What kind of shameless thoughts are you harboring? Her outburst caught him completely off guard. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back as realization dawned on him. This is bad. Extremely bad. Senior sister Jiang, her core attribute is the divine firmament, lesser yin, and I just told her I want to dual cultivate with that exact attribute. No. It's a misunderstanding. But how do I explain that I'm talking about my second core? Not her. She thinks I'm proposing a romantic union with an inanimate doll. Chu Liang, having no way to extinguish this fire, desperately changed the subject. I was just asking randomly. Oh, right. My rune sword technique has improved recently. I've mastered the 3-rune sword. Yubai coughed, trying to hide her flustered state behind a commanding tone. Is that so? Then demonstrate it for me. Grateful for the escape. Chu Liang nodded vigorously. At once? His hands moved in a blur of seals. Gathering the surrounding energy, he thrust his palm forward with authority. 3 runes. Sword, art. Release. The blade shot forth, like a dragon leaving the abyss. Sharp sword, intent surged, triggering a violent explosion within the cave. Boom. A cloud of white dust billowed out. The shockwave ruffled Yubai's hair as the very ground split open. Where the sword struck, the earth melted into a pool of bubbling magma. Chu Liang lifted his chin, clearly pleased. The power has multiplied several times over. It's a world of difference from the basic rune sword art. When I first descended the mountain, I never imagined I could unleash such destruction before even reaching the golden core realm. In terms of raw firepower, I've likely reached the level of senior brother Fang Ting. Jiang Yubai stood up. Her composure returned. Not bad. Chu Liang bowed to the pouting beauty. I thank senior sister for the praise. But she wasn't done interrogating him. Didn't your letter mention acquiring a replica of the cloud-piercing ancient sword? Why haven't you used it? Chu Liang grinned sheepishly and drew the blade. I didn't want to draw too much attention. I simply forgot to bring it out. Let me see. She took the weapon, her fingers tracing the cold steel. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. This is a true treasure. To think you obtained such a high-quality replica of the cloud piercer. Chu Liang scratched his head, feigning modesty. It is merely an external object, he said seriously. Even with a divine sword, I could not match senior sister Jiang. She tossed the sword back into the air, her expression softening. Focus on your cultivation. I believe the day you stand as my equal is not far off. Chu Liang exhaled a long breath, muttering under his breath. Catching up to senior sister is easier said than done. His whisper, however, did not escape her ears. Her cheeks flushed pink again. She shot him a glare filled with complicated emotions. "Here we go again!" Ignoring her sharp gaze, Chu Liang grinned shamelessly. "I just hope, when that day comes, senior sister won't treat me as an enemy. You must continue teaching me divine abilities." She looked away, a small smile playing on her lips. "Rest assured. By then, you will have learned almost everything I know. Just hurry up and form your core. Once you reach the golden core realm, I will teach you true immortal arts." Chu Liang bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior sister." The lesson on the golden core had concluded. He bade her farewell, preparing for his next move. As he walked away, he waved enthusiastically like a child. Only after his figure vanished did Yubai reveal her true feelings. "How is his cultivation speed so terrifying? Is my ancestral, immortal spirit body a fraud? No, I cannot be complacent. I must enter seclusion immediately, right now." Meanwhile, deep within a desolate forest, withered trees clawed at the sky like skeletal fingers. A cloaked figure spoke urgently to a shadowed man. Who? The master has been in seclusion healing for months. The winds of the Mingwang sect are shifting. It seems there is no longer a place for us here. At this critical juncture, do you intend to lead us into the jaws of death at the Southern Suppression Mountain? If we lose our manpower now, we will never have the strength to rise again in the future. Facing his subordinate's fearful plea, the other man remained chillingly calm, his plotting mind already steps ahead. "The four of us are the last remnants holding the line. Only those who survive this purge will remain united." The shadowed figure continued his grim speech. "The North Dark Hall has delivered their ultimatum. Submit to their rule or face total annihilation. I assume you received the death threat as well," he whispered, his voice dripping with suppressed fear. "I also received a warning from the Red Robe Hall." The other man clenched his fist, his face hidden beneath a dark hood, voice steel. "Neither of us wishes to betray the Marquise, but our lord cannot emerge from seclusion right now. If we just sit here waiting, aren't we just death warriors waiting for the executioner's blade? I am merely fighting for a sliver of hope." The hooded man stared in shock at the proposed plan. "You call that fighting for survival? You want to enter the Devil Bone Ridges of the Southern Domain, to venture into that hellscape and retrieve the soul of an ancient great power." The schemer didn't flinch at the terror in his companion's voice. He countered sharply. "Why shouldn't we? I am certain an ancient soul sleeps within those ruins. However, with my strength alone, I cannot get close to it." He raised his hand, releasing a speck of yin energy that bloomed into an illusion, revealing a projection of a vast, colorful, yet treacherous landscape. "If we combine our strength and absorb it into the underworld heaven book, we can refine it into a war soul comparable to the seventh realm. With that power, even the masters of the four halls would have to think twice before touching us. It is the only way to hold the line until the Marquise leaves seclusion." Hearing this ambitious, almost delusional dream, the hooded man couldn't help but ask, "Are you truly doing this for the Marquise? I fear once you possess the combat power of the first realm, you might just establish your own sect." Accused of treason, the schemer snapped back furiously. "My loyalty to the Marquis is absolute. If you doubt my intentions, then the captured soul can be stored in the underworld heaven book, and you can hold on to it. That should be proof enough, provided you swear never to betray the purple gold mark." The hooded man shook his head frantically, terrified by the weight of such an oath. The schemer grinned, teeth gleaming white against the gloom of his darkened face. "I know what you are worried about. When the time comes, the Death Warriors will go first to clear the path with their lives. You can save your strength and only strike when I need support. I remain the Marquise's most loyal servant. You would do well to trust in my sincerity." After a long, tense silence, the hooded man finally relented. "Fine, but tell me, what intel do you actually have on that forbidden zone? The Southern Domain is a graveyard. One wrong step in those ancient forbidden lands means erasure from existence, no matter how many lives we sacrifice." The schemer hid his hands in his robes, Honestly, I know very little. That is precisely why I require you to lead the troops. Hearing the lack of confidence, the hooded man thought grimly. So, he intends to use human waves to trigger the traps, unless we sacrifice several squads of Earth Fiend warriors. But if it works, this deal isn't entirely a loss. After weighing the blood costs against the reward, he nodded, sealing the pact. Very well. Let us hope fortune favors us. The schemer chuckled darkly, his mind already drifting to the purple-clad god he worshipped. It will be fine. Once we return, you and I will wield a seventh realm war soul. And when that happens, ... The hooded man stood beside him, forcing a smile as they visualized their glorious, blood-soaked future. Meanwhile, CH was soaring back from Pagoda Peak on his flying sword, only to find himself trailed by a strange phenomenon. Was that golden rain falling from an azure cloud? It seemed the Dragon Key had taken quite a liking to him, following him all the way home. Upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, he spotted Little White Z, Little Fish, and Big Head Doll, along with Golden Fur and the others. The auspicious beasts were frolicking together. Usually, Little White Z's territory was limited to the Guard Peak and the Pagoda Peak. But now, it seemed Silver Sword Peak had been added to its playground. For the last 2 days, aside from sleeping at home, it spent all its time here. It looked like the little creature had completely forgotten about Mount Shu. Just as Chu Liang was basking in the warm sunlight of his peak, a voice called out from the sky, "Senior brother, see." He looked up to see a figure speeding towards him on a flying sword. Ah, is that junior brother when you come in to make a delivery? As soon as when you landed, he looked towards the commotion of the pets. Your Silver Sword Peak is becoming livelier by the day, isn't it? Chu Liang watched the race with a helpless smile. Ha ha! Well, kids love noise and excitement. When you pulled out a specialized artifact, eyes crinkling with joy. Noisy is good. I've finished refining the Dharma treasure for you. Take a look. Chu Liang looked at the upgraded artifact, eyes widening in surprise. Ignoring the chaotic playing in the background, he reached out to accept the weapon. Can I test it here? It won't accidentally blast a hole in the mountain, will it? When you giggled. Don't worry, I only added functionality this time. I haven't increased its raw power output yet. It's safe. All right then, let's give it a spin. Chu Liang immediately channeled his spiritual energy, attuning himself to the new treasure. The energy swirled and took form. He gasped as the light coalesced into a delicate, unfamiliar shape, resembling a blooming lotus. He thought, is this ... the Bolian lantern? No, it looks more like the green leaf lantern now. When you puffed out his chest, proud of his design. What do you think? I spent a lot of time perfecting that aesthetic. Chu Liang didn't blink, completely captivated. It's magnificent, elegant, luxurious, yet understated. He pressed the activation mechanism, injecting a bit more true ki to see what kind of power it concealed. Suddenly, a beam of blazing plasma shot out, forming a blade of light. Chu Liang jumped back in shock. Seeing a form so different from anything on the market, he was stunned. Wait, is this a light silver beam? He had no idea how to wield it, and called out, "Junior brother," when you explained with manic excitement, "Hee, this is my masterpiece!" The divine light of the red lotus orb used to have a massive area of effect, but the light was too scattered. It was great for crowd control, but the damage density was too low, making the actual lethality quite weak. I couldn't simply increase the raw power of the orb, but I had a different idea. I modified the array to focus all that divine light into a single point. He pointed at the fiery orb, which now projected a deadly laser beam. The old light covered 30 meters and could only push back minor ghosts. But now, I've condensed all that destruction into a single 3-foot blade of pure energy. One strike to slay a demon king. It looked majestic, radiating dominance. Yet, its actual power was 0. Chu Liang stared, his expression twisting in sheer disbelief. Junior brother Wen really was a mad genius of design, but he wasn't done selling his pitch just yet. Just wait until your cultivation base breaks through. Senior brother see the blade's aura can stretch nearly 100 junk. Any vile spirit that touches it will be instantly vaporized. I call it the Divine Light, Ghost Slayer. But wait, there's more! What if you want to condense that power to amplify the destruction tenfold within a single strike range? It is entirely possible, he grinned, practically bursting with pride. Chu Liang remained skeptical, narrowing his eyes. And how, exactly, do we achieve this miracle? If you can maintain that condensed lethality and simultaneously expand the reach of the Divine Light, it becomes the perfect weapon. Seeing his brother's doubt, Wen Yulong grabbed the artifact. Hey! Just watch closely. Senior brother, Chu Liang, recoiled in horror, scrambling back. The junior brother began to spin, the blade flashing wildly. He was completely lost in his own world, oblivious to everything else. He slashed at the empty air, his voice trembling with the effort. Between heavy breaths, he shouted the instruction. You just ... need a little physical conditioning. Master the flowing cloud technique, and the beam expands. Chu Liang watched the ridiculous display. Deadpan, he was witnessing a clown, not a swordsman. Is this guy actually an idiot? Chu Liang raised a hand to stop the madness. Junior brother Wen, that's enough. You must be exhausted. Wen Yulong stopped, gasping for air, like a dying fish. Phew. No, not at all. He sheathed the blade. I just ... haven't mastered the breathing yet. If I refine the technique, I'm sure of it, you'll be able to perform this dance effortlessly, senior brother. Chu Liang offered a polite, strained smile. I think using the red lotus orb as a power source, that alone is genius enough for me. No need to complicate things with ... gymnastics. Chu Liang imagined himself mid-flying through the air, twirling like a ballerina, a dazzling disco ball amidst a field of dark killers. He shuddered at the thought. The enemy wouldn't die from the sword. They'd die of laughter. Even if the defense is impenetrable ... Being the clown of the battlefield is not my style. The great demon kings of the underworld, they certainly wouldn't applaud that performance. Oblivious to Chu Liang's internal cringe, Yulong patted his shoulder. If you don't like the dance, you can skip it. But remember, preparedness prevents peril. It was a wise saying used in the most foolish context. Chu Liang could only laugh dryly. Ha! Ha! Seeing the lack of enthusiasm, Wen Yulong slumped. I guess senior brother isn't a fan of my masterpiece. True artistry is lonely. ... double quotes. He sighed heavily. But wait, there is a second form. Senior brother. Behold, ... divine fire mode. Visually, it is simple. Nothing flashy like the sword mode. Almost boring to look at. Really? But the Red Lotus Divine Fire is the nemesis of all evil. A single touch will incinerate a common spirit instantly. Without a word, Chu Liang flipped the switch. A roaring crimson flame erupted from the hilt. Now this ... This was what he wanted. Not bad at all. The flames danced in his reflection. In Wen Yulong's hands, it was a toy. In his, it was a weapon. Its power spoke for itself. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Next, Yulong revealed a pitch-black robe. I have fulfilled your request. Brother, crafting the breath concealment robe was child's play, but I added a shadow weave to obscure your face, and a micro-ray formation stitched into the collar, ... to alter your voice automatically. No need to waste key on disguise spells. Chu Liang's eyes lit up. He snatched the robe and threw it on. It fit like a second skin. When he spoke, his voice echoed from the abyss. Junior brother, your craftsmanship is terrifyingly good. If cultivation fails, you'd make a killing as a tailor. Chu Liang admired his new shadowy persona. Excellent. The voice modulation is flawless, with my aura completely masked. Infiltrating the demonic sect operation will be a breeze. My true identity will be buried deep. The journey to Mount Zh. ENNAN. ... is finally ready to begin. He doffed the robe, turning to Yulong with a bright smile. Junior brother, you always go above and beyond for me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. When Yulong basked in the praise, laughing, haha, it was my pleasure. But if words fail you, senior brother, you could always pay me extra. Whoosh! Chu Liang was already walking away. Look at the time. You should head back. My master will wake soon, and you know how cranky she gets. ... She bites. When Yulong stood there, dumbfounded. ... Deep into the night, Chu Liang was fast asleep when a violent vibration jolted him awake. Inside the communication network, the gathering had begun. He sat up, heart pounding. The soul hook token, the artifact pulsed with cold, dark energy. He recalled the words of number 60. Are they calling for an assembly? He stared at the ghostly glow in the dark. It's only been 3 days. ... Why summon us so soon? Has the mission changed? He projected his consciousness into the soul realm. The chaotic chatter hit him instantly. Disembodied voices filled the void. Number 60 revealed a fragment of his face. I have reached the border of Mount Shu. Number 59 gasped. Already, the envoy gave us a 7-day window. It has barely been 72 hours. Chu Liang, disguised as number 58, lurked in silence. This guy, ... he thought. Does he live on this network? Instant replies in the middle of the night. Does he not sleep? Regardless, I suppose it is time for me to move. He pulled his hood tight, obscuring his face. Logically speaking, the Earth Fiend envoys must consolidate their squads first, before the Grand Assembly takes place. Which means establishing an internal hierarchy was crucial. As Chu Liang imagined the two demonic cultivators communicating in secret, holding their tokens behind their backs, his mind raced with tactical possibilities. It would be best if he arrived second. That way, he would only have to face a single disciple of the demonic sect alone. If his disguise held up, he could weave a web of connections between number 58 and the other members of the Ming Wang sect. But if his cover was blown, he would simply signal his master to capture the target and force the truth out of him. A single missing person might be suspicious, but it was explainable. Even if one vanished, it wouldn't necessarily alert the whole snake pit. Suddenly, number 60's voice echoed from the token. I am already operating in the vicinity. If there are no issues, I will head over first. The one known as Dark Killer chimed in. You are quite early. I needed an extra day to tie up some loose ends before rushing to Mount Zhennan. Since you two are ahead, feel free to gather at the perimeter first. Chu Liang stayed silent, listening intently while analyzing their words. These demonic cultivators from the Mingwang sect... Why did they always scurry in the shadows to commit their atrocities? Still, this time difference created the perfect opening. Sensing his moment, Chu Liang sent a message. I will arrive by tomorrow morning. Where shall we meet? 60 slowly revealed his coordinates. Mount Zhennan, the left ear region. Langvai Forest. Look for a pile of black stones at the entrance. Follow them to find me. Chu Liang almost slipped, nearly revealing his true voice with a casual Fortunately, it went unnoticed, as number 59 interrupted with enthusiasm. I should arrive tomorrow night. Since the envoys won't gather for a while, why not meet up? We could head down to the town and enjoy ourselves. It's my treat. His words were met with a suffocating silence. The air grew heavy with second-hand embarrassment. He laughed nervously to break the tension. Ha ha! Everyone is busy. Being busy is good. Mount Zhen Nan. The left, Deer region. The Langvi forest. Thick fog swallowed the landscape. Empress Feng accompanied him. Her voice, grave. Tread. Carefully. Disciple. Signal me. Once the net is cast. Clad in black robes, Chu Liang descended from the sky. Rest assured, Master, await my good news. He waved, then plunged into the gloomy canopy below, misclung to the damp earth. Soon, a pile of black stones appeared, marking the exact spot mentioned on the token. Ahead lay a mysterious cave, its mouth like a dark abyss devoid of light. He stepped inside, senses on high alert. A voice echoed from the shadows. You have arrived. Chu Liang. Advance with calculated steps. I am here. He scanned the figure. Voice distorted. Height slightly shorter than expected. Something about the posture felt... off. Sit. 60. Gestured. They sat in silence, the air freezing around them. Chu Liang analyzed the icy aura radiating from the stranger. From the black robes to the concealed presence, this guy was doing exactly what Chu Liang was doing, hiding everything. First, he needed to start with a broad topic. If 58 and 60 shared a past history, he might be able to extract a clue from a vague opening. He broke the stalemate. How is the situation this time? His exterior was cold as ice, but his mind raced with anticipation. If there was no specific mission, he could bluff by mentioning the transaction with number 59 to cover his tracks. Offense is the best defense. The stranger rested his chin on his hand, replying coldly, I assume you have already guessed it. Chu Liang blinked. He hadn't expected a flicker of panic rose in his chest. Why didn't he ask a question? Does this mean 58 and 60 share a secret code? Or a specific mission? If the answer was something he should already know, this was dangerous. It was a disastrous start to the interrogation. He crushed his anxiety and deepened his voice. It has been difficult lately. Nothing is going according to plan. He needed to bait the hook, using the stranger's own reactions. He would let the situation play out and trap him with his own words. Suddenly, 60 stood up, pointing a finger directly at him. Exactly. And you. You seem weaker than before. Chu Liang's eyes widened behind his mask. Weaker is number 58. Supposed to be stronger than 60? Or is he testing me? Another vague statement with zero actionable intelligence. He needed this guy to spill something of quality, something real. He had to trick him into revealing high-value information. Chu Liang let out a dry laugh. And how have you fared recently? 60 replied mechanically. Nothing worth mentioning. And you, Chu? Liang sighed internally. The same. The conversation died again. Was this just going to be a staring contest? A waste of time. Should he just signal his master to smash him? No. They were too close to the Langvi forest. 60 had broadcasted his location on the soul token. Chu Liang calculated the risks. If he struck here, the energy residue would alert the other two members. Chu Liang felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. He was burning with impatience. He needed to move this fight elsewhere. He had to invent a reason to leave. He would tell him he found a heavenly treasure nearby and invite him to inspect it. But just as he opened his mouth, 60 shattered the silence. Just before you arrived, I scouted a valley on the outer slopes of the forest. I believe a rare artifact is hidden there. I only returned so I would not miss you. Since the others will not arrive until late, then shall we venture forth together and see what fate holds. He paused, stunned. Every single word the man spoke aligned perfectly with the script he had secretly orchestrated. Wait, isn't that my line? Is he trying to lure me toward the golden lotus of the dark sea? Is this guy plotting to use me as a pawn? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This stranger's heart was pitch black, a true schemer. But my ultimate goal is to escape this place with him. I might as well go with the flow. After weighing every possibility in his mind, he finally gave a slow, calculated nod. If fortune favors us, so be it. The two exited the cave, one leading, one following. Chu Liang trailed behind, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As he watched the man's gait, suspicion took root. The stranger walked with a slight tilt, a defensive posture designed to instantly counter any sneak attack from behind. Every movement seemed drilled into him by a master. His defense was an impenetrable fortress without a single opening. However, after analyzing his opponent's aura, a new theory formed in his mind. Could this guy be an undercover agent too? Regardless of his motives, once my master arrives to suppress him, the truth will be laid bare for all to see. You may copy my techniques, but you will never find a master as legendary as mine. They emerged from the cave into a desolate wasteland, the air thick with gloom and withered trees. Suddenly, Chu Liang's foot snagged on something hidden beneath the earth. Instantly, he shifted into a battle stance, eyes darting around. He had stepped right into a trap formation. Shock rippled through him. Is this ... voodoo arts? A forbidden zone. The voodoo techniques of the King's sect cultivators were nothing like the standard arts. He knew. What is his game? Suddenly, a barrage of sharp spikes shot toward him. Trapped in the formation, Chu Liang was forced to dance with death, dodging with desperate speed. Is that a poison geoworm? Inside the chaotic array, Chu Liang used his agility to effortlessly shatter the trap. The attacker watched in horror, stunned by his overwhelming prowess. Is that the flowing return movement? The martial arts of the Heavenly Gang sect. Realizing the tide had turned, the stranger pulled out a white umbrella and roared, "Forbidden Dharma Zone." A complex, twisting formation erupted from beneath his feet. The umbrella spun open, unleashing a wave of chilling yin energy. Shielded by the umbrella, he summoned a water puppet, wielding a razor-sharp blade, and charged. Chu Liang retreated instantly, secretly preparing a flying leaf talisman. That curved blade. It represents the southern Red Ridge, and that looks like the soul-hooking method. As the blade slashed toward his throat, Chu Liang threw off his disguise, revealing his true identity. He raised his hand and bellowed, "You are no soul envoy. You are a disciple of the Three Absolutes Valley, and you should know that I hail from Mount Shu." Hearing this, the assassin cast aside the cloak, revealing a woman's silhouette with a water puppet clinging to her form. It was none other than Luo Yao of the Three Absolutes Valley. Luo Yao kept her blade pointed at his heart. Eyes narrowed. "You are truly from Shushan. Are you an undercover agent as well?" Chu Liang cleared his throat. Indeed. After clarifying his identity, explaining how he obtained the soul token, and exchanging words with Lady Luo Yao, the killing intent finally faded. Luo Yao leaned against a tree, letting out a frustrated sigh. What a pity, confused Chu Liang asked, what exactly is a pity? Luo Yao spread her hands helplessly. The elders of my valley are waiting outside. I promised them that I would harvest a few living souls and hand over the soul token, so we could all infiltrate the Dark King sect together. It was a one-time infiltration plan. Since the token can't be reused once detected, they just wanted to experience it. A chill ran down Chu Liang's spine. Are you people treating a life-or-death mission like a sightseeing tour? He forced a stiff smile. There will be plenty of chances later. For now, we should ally ourselves to deal with the guide envoy and the Earth Fiend envoy. Luo Yao straightened up. Fine. Then my soul token is still useful. The Earth Fiend envoy. He is a 5th realm cultivator. Not invincible. But we still need a plan. Chu Liang looked at her intently. By the way, Lady Luo, how exactly do you utilize the soul token? He pondered to himself. My access to the token was a stroke of pure luck. But listening to her, it sounds like gaining authority over it was trivial for her. she replied. I captured a wicked soul envoy. I intended to rip out his living soul as raw material, to refine my voodoo arts, she continued casually. After extracting the soul, we can command the token, I thought. I was the only one who knew how to crack the code. I planned to slaughter a few more Dark King sect demons, and seize their tokens. I never expected you to figure it out too. Chu Liang stammered a vague explanation about his luck, while thinking internally, she's a true professional in the dark arts. Normal searches trigger the token's restrictions. I definitely don't have her savage expertise. The image of Luo Yao's brutality flashed in his mind. He recalled how viciously the soul envoys devoured human souls. Yet in front of this little girl, they are nothing but toys to be played with, denied even the mercy of death. He cleared his throat. Lady Luo, what intelligence do you have on the Dark King sect? My knowledge is limited. We should exchange information. Luo Yao nodded. Agreed. Let us trade secrets before returning to the cave, Chu Liang mused. Even though the Three Absolutes Valley has a dubious reputation in the righteous world, they are still one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, a legitimate orthodox sect. Compared to the villains of the Dark King sect, she is the best ally I could ask for. He listened intently as she revealed the sect's inner workings. I don't know much, only that the subordinates of the Purple Gold Marquis manage different tiers. The Marquis only directly oversees the Guide Envoy. He doesn't know the Earth Fiend Envoy, and the Guide Envoy barely knows the Soul Envoys. Chu Liang fell into deep thought. That structure gives us a massive advantage for infiltration, Luo Yao confirmed. Exactly. The only person in the Dark King sect who can expose our identities is the Earth's Fiend Envoy who manages us. Once we enter the mountain, if we assassinate him, our cover becomes perfect, she added. My sect's ghost control arts are similar to the Dark King sect's techniques, so my disguise is seamless. But your fighting style screams, Shushan, and will blow your cover instantly. You must hide your true power at all costs, he responded instantly. I know. But his mind raced. To keep his true inheritance hidden, there was only one path. He would have to mimic the Heavenly Dipper style, brute force, disguised as martial arts. Meanwhile, her thoughts drifted to the cloaked figures. The Valley Elders demanded absolute secrecy, she explained, for the Southern Road to mobilize such forces. A legendary artifact must be hidden in the suppression domain. Agreed. Luo Yao continued. We wait until the prize is in their hands. One net. To catch them all, we stay in the shadows until the critical moment. Chu Liang smiled. Deal. His thoughts drifted to the Empress. So, that's how it is. Once the artifact is secured, the elders from both sides will fight over ownership. It all comes down to whose backing is stronger. Though regarding stubbornness, the Three Absolutes Valley has nothing on my master. Luo Ya broke the silence. The Ming Wang sect, masters of soul manipulation, but physically frail. That makes the Forbidden Zone their graveyard. Your physique, it is tyrannical. Together, we would be a devastating storm. Chu Liang recalled the skirmish. It all clicked. No wonder she triggered the Forbidden Zone. She relies on hidden arts and she needs a shield, combined with my 10 Tiger Brute force, a tank and a caster. The perfect kill squad, unless they faced a Cloud River Realm Master. None could survive this combo. He tossed a glowing object toward her. Lady Luo, take this hidden essence pill. It masks your key fluctuations completely. You might need it. Her eyes widened in shock. That pill is nearly extinct. Days turned into nights within the cavern. They shared stories and silence. Though she was a woman of few words, a subtle harmony formed between them. Suddenly, purple light pulsed from their tokens. Ishigunaru, the contact code name. 59. He messaged the group. Have you two regrouped yet? I'm close. Meet me at Wolftail Slope. Chu Liang smirked. He's coming to us. Time to squeeze him for intel. Same plan. I take point. You support. She nodded instantly. Understood. She replied to the message. The Black Rock formation remains. Correct? 5-9 replied. Excellent. I feared you two might kill each other first. Wait for the third member. I arrive at dawn to lead you to the envoy. The next morning, he emerged from the shadows. Finally, I found you. The reunion is complete. Luo Yao assessed him instantly. His aura is completely suppressed. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes. His guard is down. Perfect for an interrogation. They offered him a seat. 5-9 sighed heavily. Ah, to sit is heaven. You can't imagine the hellish journey I've had. C.E. Liang cut to the chase. The target began to whine immediately. A torrent of complaints. Chu Liang interrupted. Any big scores recently? That was a mistake. Let me tell you about my experience. First 100 Flower City, then Brocade City, then the Nightwalk City. And the result? Nothing. They listened for an eternity. Boring detail after boring detail. Chu Liang felt his soul withering. What is wrong with this guy? Half an hour of gibberish. Zero intel. Asking him was a tactical error. He signaled with his eyes. Kill him now, she agreed instantly, internalizing her annoyance. How can one man be this loud? They sprang the trap. Actually, we found a valley nearby. It reeks of spirit treasures. Care to join us for a look? We should stick together. 5-9 jumped up. Let's go. Even a walk is better than sitting. Looking at his innocent excitement. Who? Liang hesitated. Is this guy really from the demonic sect? He's pure as a blank sheet of paper. A short time later, they led the lamb to slaughter, crossing the ridge along the familiar path. Curiosity filled the victim's eyes. Wait, where is this valley? Suddenly, ... They crossed the boundary. The forbidden magic zone. The three of them launched into the air. Chaos erupted. Spells flared in a kaleidoscope of colors. Panic seized the target. But then, ... a golden halo exploded from his body, chanting the ancient sutras. Buddhist art. Indestructible glass body. He hovered in the air. Golden light repelling the suppression array. Chu Liang's mind raced. Immunity to magical suppression. How is he using artifacts in a nullification domain? Luo Yao gasped. The glass body art. She calculated quickly. Forcing through the seal drains power. It won't last. Once the buff fades, he falls. Disengage. The energy turbulence was insane. Chu Liang braced himself. What raw power? Luo Yao didn't back down. Immortal art. Immortal art. 5 labors. 7 injuries. A forbidden curse. Designed to cripple the target instantly. To strip a warrior of all fighting spirit. Purple gloom swallowed the forest. But 5-9 smirked. Reflect. Taoist art. Heaven and earth. Reversal. The ultimate countermove. Turning the attacker's power against them. Luo Yao was blasted back. The battle had only just begun. The forces of the Silent King sect were gathering like a storm on the horizon. The Southwest envoy declared, My legions have assembled. And what of the Southern Division? The Southern envoy smirked. Nearly complete. By dawn, our army will be whole. The Southwest envoy hummed. Deep in thought, intelligence suggests the path to the dream abyss lies through the misty fog valley. That place is choking with heavy killing intent. Who knows how much of our strength will survive the journey back? Despite the grim words, the man maintained a chillingly cheerful demeanor. Compared to a 7th realm war soul, these soul catchers are nothing but fodder. Who cares if they perish? They can be easily replaced. Even if every subordinate is slaughtered, Trading them for one war soul is a victory. When the Marquis emerges from seclusion, rewards await us. The Southwest envoy frowned. I just hope we don't lose everything. The Southern envoy laughed. Expand your vision. Brother, once we return with the war soul, the underworld king sect will rise. Beyond the white bone, red robe, and northern dark halls, the sect master plans to erect a fifth sanctuary, the Azure Hall. With the Silver King dead, the left guardian seat sits empty. Destiny calls to us. We cultivate the demonic path to defy the heavens themselves. Why fear anything when power is within our grasp? The other agreed instantly. You are right. Meanwhile, the battle reached its zenith, the heaven-inverting technique unleashed, striking Luo Yao down in a single breath. Chu Liang froze, his mind racing. That was the heaven-inverting art. This is bad. The tides of battle have turned against us. He rushed forward, sensing impending doom. The enemy's cultivation base was terrifyingly high. The exchange of spells was so intense that a mere mortal could not hope to intervene in this clash of immortals. Luo Yao was battered and bruised. If she could not trigger the reflection mechanic of the heaven-inverting art, defeat was certain. Yet Chu Liang stood firm, gripping a gold ingot in thought. Trusting his instincts, he prepared a jade talisman, ready to summon reinforcements if needed. The opponent, Wu Ju, grinned with twisted delight. Hey, what a pleasant surprise! Meanwhile, Luo Yao used her sword to prop herself up, struggling to rise from the dust. She drew her blade from the earth, assuming a stance. The steel hummed, erupting with a blinding azure radiance. Wu Ju's eyes widened in shock. The light exploded outward, a shockwave so powerful it nearly swept Chu Liang off his feet. Wu Ju panicked, raising his hands in defense. Wait. No. Stop. Terror drenched his face in cold sweat. His mouth hung open, staring at death itself. The light intensified, threatening to swallow the world. The energy dominated the entire valley. Luo Yao gritted her teeth, anchoring herself. Standing there was the red-robed child, motionless and ominous. Its very existence radiated pure dread, a powerhouse of destruction. Slowly, the entity raised its hand and drew its sword with lethal precision. Its eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chu Liang dared not breathe. The killing intent was suffocating. Wu Ju scrambled back, trembling. This is a sin. A grave sin! Why release that monster? I know you. You are Luo Yao, of the Three Absolutes Valley. Before Chu Liang could react, Luo Yao was blown backward. She vanished into the distance. Clutching her umbrella, Wu Ju clasped his hands, shouting desperately, Stop this madness at once! Fear distorted his features. He summoned a sphere of golden light. Two supreme forces clashed. Wu Ju's golden radiance against the red-robed child's violet-blue aura. Wu Ju screamed, I am a good person. Suddenly, the red-robed child was recalled, and the oppressive energy faded. Chu Liang exhaled, his knees weak. That killing intent was monstrous. Thank the heavens Luo Yao recalled it in time. If that red-robed child had finished off Wu, it might have turned around and slaughtered me next. He glared at Wu Ju, who still radiated energy. Annoyed, Chu Liang gripped his weapon tighter. The man raised a hand. Peace! Allow me to reveal my true lineage. Wu Ju pulled back his hood, revealing a perfectly shiny, bald head. Chu Liang and Luo Yao stared in disbelief. The man bowed with a solemn expression. This poor monk is Pushan of the Cloud Sparrow Temple. Greetings to my fellow Taoists. Truly, this is a misunderstanding. Moments later, the three retreated to a cave. The monk scratched his head awkwardly. What? A mess. Chu Liang broke the silence. To think a master from the Buddhist sect was hiding among us. Pushan laughed humble. No master. Not me. I am but a humble traveling monk. You see, I practiced the silent Zen for years, so my social skills are... rusty. I lacked wisdom, so I descended the mountain to train. Who knew I'd encounter such drama? Luo Yao gave a dry huh, while Chu Liang looked skeptical. You practiced silent Zen. Master, if you walk in the sun with your mouth open like this, even your teeth will get a tan. The monk sighed. Precisely. After 13 years of silence, the seal is broken. I am now suffering from a severe verbal rebound. He spoke without breathing. So 13 years of silence means you are now taking revenge on the air itself. The monk stood up, energetically. He continued his story with burning passion. Exactly. I used the heaven and inverting art to reflect his soul-shaking attack right back at him. He trapped himself in his own heavenly book, Underworld. Such is the fate of malicious cultivators. That is how I acquired the soul-catching token. Chu Liang grinned. With Brother Pushan's aid, our demon-slaying mission is assured. Meanwhile, Luo Yao's eyelids grew heavy. The story could have been 2 sentences. Why has he been talking? For half an hour. Luo Yao yawned, eyes tearing up. I am sleeping. Chu Liang immediately sided with the terrifying girl. It is late. Let us rest. Miss Luo, please, take the cave. We men shall keep watch outside. She summoned a puppet maiden and laid her head on its lap. The puppet created a curtain to shield her. She mumbled, "No need." Understood! Pushan looked disappointed. Just sleeping like that. He turned to Chu Liang. Brother Chu, shall we continue our chat? Tomorrow is a big day. I suggest we cultivate energy for the battle. The monk waved his hand dejectedly, but finally conjured a golden barrier to rest. Just keep it tight around me. Chu Liang pondered. Everyone needs their own personal space, right? He manifested 2 massive leaves, cocooning himself in a protective shell. Is he pouting? Whatever. We represent Mount Shu. We cannot lose face here. As dawn broke, the trio embarked on their mission. It seemed Chu Liang had more patience for the monk, Pushan. Throughout the journey, the chatterbox tried to engage them, but I only offered sparse replies. Luo Yao remained stone-faced, a silent fortress. One was ice, the other fire. I had a sneaking suspicion this trip would be ... entertaining. The wait wasn't long. The soul-hooking token finally vibrated. The entity known as Shaw issued commands to number 58. I'm en route. Prepare yourselves. We rendezvous with the reception envoy shortly. Received. Number 60 signaled. Understood. We've awaited your arrival. Venerable Shaw. Number 59 added. The trio stood revealed, cloaked in silence and disguise. Chu Liang, Luo Yao, and Pu Shan. Suddenly, Chu Liang froze. The legendary crimson/sword. It was vibrating. This Shaw... His demonic aura was pure. As an earth fiend envoy, he led them on a breakneck path through the wilderness, descending into a treacherous valley. Be warned. When we meet the reception envoy, tread carefully. Yes, sir. The disciples chanted. Unseen by others, a faint crimson aura began to shimmer around Chu Liang. He trembled, confusing his companions. But it wasn't. Furit was the crimson slash. The blade was going berserk, clanging against its sheath, sensing the evil nearby. Facing such overwhelming pressure, wrapped in that crimson glow, Chu Liang gritted his teeth. Just great, he thought. My arm's going to go numb from holding this thing back. So, this is what it feels like to walk among wolves. Surrounded by villains. The envoy waved his hand, summoning a ghostly green flame. Within that emerald blaze, something twisted danced. Their destination lay deep within the southern region, the deadly misty frost valley. They gathered at the precipice, swallowed by a suffocating fog. Chu Liang fought a silent battle, his grip white-knuckled, as his sword threatened to leap from its scabbard. He poured his spiritual sense into the blade, desperately suppressing its bloodlust. Luo Yao massaged her temples, whispering, "Enough already. ... Stop the vibrating. It's annoying. Just now, you wanted me to jump for justice? Now are you trying to get me killed?" Just then, the envoy named Shaw extended his hand. He summoned a fragment of scythe ghost bone. His voice cut through the air. "Flying over is impossible. The illusionary abyss rejects all who approach from the sky. The only path is through the misty frost valley. But be warned. It is a hellscape of miasma, poison, scythe ghosts, and wandering souls. Vigilance is the only way to survive." The spectral green fire flared, illuminating the gloom. The bone fragment levitated within the flame. "Only by burning the bones of scythe ghosts in the nether fire can we part this fog and repel the spirits. Follow the trail of the nether fire smoke. Do not rush. Do not stray. If you lose the path, the spirits of the mist will claim you, ... and you will remain here for eternity." Understood. The disciples roared as Shaw raised the intensifying flames. Chu Liang watched with analytical eyes. What are these scythe ghosts, exactly? He wondered. To think even a fragment of their bone possesses such power. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams pierced the fog. Wailing ... weeping. Voices echoing from everywhere. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed. "No! Those screams aren't coming from the bone fragment ... They're coming from the mist itself. The fog. It's alive." He slipped away from the formation, stepping into the swirling gray. Whispers beckoned him. "Come ... come to us ... Chu Liang followed the spectral invitation. "Come closer." Ahead, the world was a wall of white. Visibility was reduced to mere feet. Even his spiritual sense was suffocated by the density. "Such evil energy," he muttered. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward him and Luo Yao. They spun around, senses flaring. A crimson mist materialized behind them. "Ghost key," Chu Liang hissed. But Luo Yao already knew what it was. A scythe ghost. She placed a hand on his shoulder, shoving him back. "You can't blow your cover. I'll handle this." In the rear, Pushan turned in surprise. He saw Chu Liang retreating toward him. "Ah, young hero, see, you've joined me." The monk immediately launched into another lecture, picking up right where he left off this morning. "Perfect timing. I was just explaining the scythe ghost's origins to Lady Lu. According to the ancient Buddhist texts, these creatures are souls punished in the netherworld. ... stripped of their bones in hell, fleeing to the mortal realm to reconstruct bodies from skeletal remains." Chu Liang suddenly realized the truth. Luo Yao didn't just want to fight. She wasn't protecting me ... She was escaping him. Before he could sigh, they felt the chilling presence approaching through the fog. They turned to face the nightmare. A colossus constructed of mismatched giant bones loomed over them. Crimson lightning crackled around its massive pincers. Luo Yao faced it, fear absent from her eyes. She didn't flinch. Instead, she flared her aura. Power exploded from her form. In a single heartbeat, energy converged from all sides, shattering the construct. The monster was obliterated before it could strike. Bones rained down like hail. Chu Liang analyzed the debris. Impressive. That scythe ghost was easily at the level of a third realm cultivator. Its assets were speed, defense, and raw power. Yet against her, it didn't stand a chance. She crushed it effortlessly. Even I would have needed to exert some energy. Suddenly, in the distance, the envoy Shaw stiffened. He sensed the fluctuation. Shaw turned his head, letting out a cold snort. The trio froze. Had he detected their true strength? Anxiety spiked in Chu Liang's chest. Did that burst of power expose us? He scanned the other disciples. Fortunately, they seemed oblivious, trudging along like sheep. "Excellent," Shay's voice boomed. Harvest the bones. We need them to fuel the path. If the nether fire dims. ... The Earth Fiend envoys will lead the soul hookers to hunt. Fresh fuel. An hour passed. Luo Yao glared at Chu Liang, her patience wearing thin. If you want to prove your worth, fight them yourself, she hissed. Why send your subordinate to take the risk? Chu Liang grinned shamelessly. Splitting up increases efficiency, doesn't it? It gives me a chance to act freely, he whispered. I know, Luo Yao sighed. I just felt like scolding someone. Meanwhile, Shoal was assigning kill quotas. Each squad leader will take their subordinates to hunt scythe ghosts. You have the duration of 2 burning bones. When the last ember dies, you return prey. Or no prey. Move. Yes, my lord. The voices echoed in unison. But then, a chilling command cut through the air. Sun Sha narrowed his eyes. 50th? 59, 60. Follow me. One of the 3 bowed low, hiding the glint in their eyes, and replied with feigned obedience. The envoy led them deep into the shadows, far from the main army's prying eyes. Suddenly, he halted. The silence was deafening. 59 feigned confusion, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Sun Sha, why have we stopped? Are we not moving forward? Sun Sha didn't move. His killing intent spiked, suffocating the 3 followers. Among you, he hissed, there is a rat. At that very moment, a secret sound transmission pierced the minds of 2 disciples. Asterisk, when I strike, you 2 will instantly execute number 60. Luo Yao's heart skipped a beat. She realized the trap immediately. Sun Cha's eyes bore into number 60. I suspect he has a method to contact the outside world, he sneered. We must obliterate him in a single breath. Before he can send a signal, Chu Liang blinked, feigning total innocence. Huh, only 1 spy. But behind that blank expression, his mind raced. It seems he realized that my contact method doesn't match the original number 60's records. The technique Luo Yao had used earlier. It was far beyond the capability of the original number 60. Sun Sha was no fool. He knew with absolute certainty. This subordinate was an imposter. The Southern Guide placed immense importance on this mission. If a spy infiltrated an earthly evil envoy's unit and ruined the plan, the punishment would be a fate worse than death. Sun Sha couldn't afford a single mistake. That was why he hadn't exposed them in front of the army. He needed to lure number 60 into the darkness, eliminate the threat silently, and pretend nothing had ever happened. A perfect crime. Yet Chu Liang almost smiled. Asterisk, your desire to cover this up is your downfall. It saved them the trouble of luring him out. The time for acting was over. Pooh! Shan ripped off his hood. Boom! The myriad Dharma-glazed body erupted. The sudden explosion of power shocked everyone, even Luo Yao, and Sun Sha's eyes widened. I only told you to coordinate with me, not start a war. Since when do you give the orders? Luo Yao scoffed. If they were going to start a commotion, they might as well go all out. She didn't hesitate, launching her own assault right behind the monk. Terrifying spiritual energy detonated like a bomb. Luo Yao summoned to supreme artifacts instantly. Ahead of her, Pushan unleashed the might of the golden body Arha, crashing down like a falling mountain. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the sun. Chu Liang leaped high into the air, catching Sun Sha off guard. Surrounded by 3 experts, the evil envoy found himself unable to move a single muscle against the pressure. Blinding golden light flooded the forest. The energy release was cataclysmic. The 3 of them combined their powers for a single, devastating execution strike. Pushan pressed his palms together, channeling the wrath of Buddha. Chu Liang descended like a hawk, the golden brick in hand. Smash! Sun Sha tried to block with his bare hands, but the sheer weight of the attack was overwhelming. His defense shattered instantly. The envoy stumbled, crashing to the ground, but the assault wasn't over. The massive avatar of the fighting monk loomed over him, extending a giant hand to crush him into dust. Desperation flashed in Sun Sha's eyes. He slammed a palm into his own chest. Asterisk. P. Essence blood sprayed out, activating the god diagram blood, refining art. A blood shield materialized just in time to save his wretched life. Luo Yao's sharp eyes analyzed the situation instantly. He refined his own essence blood. She shouted. A single mouthful of that blood formed a wall strong enough to withstand Pushan's Buddha palm. Suppressing a fifth realm cultivator was taking a massive toll on their stamina. The envoy was wounded, yes, but he was far from defeated. However, the Forbidden Land's restrictions were beginning to crumble. The clash of energies refused to end. The blood shield didn't just block the attack. It erupted with a counterforce so violent it knocked the golden monk avatar backward. A shockwave blasted through the clearing. Sun Sha clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. So ... Quotes he roared, realization dawning on him. All three of you are rats. Then die together. With a guttural scream, he unleashed 100 ghosts. Nightwalk, dark energy exploded outward, slamming into the trio and forcing them to skid back several meters, just to keep their footing. Luo Yao said nothing. Her gaze was cold, sharp as a blade. She stabilized her stance, her mind racing through thousands of combat simulations. She was ready. Spiritual energy surged around her. Countless elemental spirits materialized at her back. An army of ethereal warriors ready for her command. Her killing intent locked onto Sun Sha like a guided missile. At her signal, the spirit army charged like a tidal wave, but Sun Sha merely pointed a single finger forward. He uttered one word that carried the weight of a mountain. Halt! The earth split open. Countless jagged spikes shot up from the ground, impaling the spirits midair. The attack was stopped dead in its tracks, the spirits struggling helplessly against the binding spell. But on the other flank, Pushan was already moving. He channeled his ki, summoning a mystic sphere, reversing the heavenly gang. He manipulated the soul force of the red-clothed boy to invert the enemy's attack. The spikes twisted, turning their sharp points back toward their master. Seizing the opening, the trio launched a synchronized assault, weapons drawn, aiming to pierce the villain's heart. The tables had turned completely. Sun Sha was overwhelmed, his face twisting in humiliation. A sharp blade breezed past his throat, drawing a thin line of blood. It was too fast. He couldn't even process the movement. The blood sacrifice arrows screamed through the air, demanding his life. Sun Che's eyes bulged. Asterisk! Damn it! His survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Moving like lightning, he jerked backward, desperately looking for an escape route. You think you can run? Luo! Yao screamed, chasing him down with the red-clothed mother spirit close behind. Sun Cha's mind raced as he fled. Asterisk 59 and 60. They appear to be fourth realm cultivators, but they are no ordinary trash. They are heaven-chosen geniuses. Asterisk. Their combat prowess defies logic. If I stay here and fight, I will undoubtedly perish today. He made a ruthless decision, activating the blood sacrifice shield. He dodged Luo Yao's fatal strike but at a terrible cost. Asterisk / Sun Cha's leg was severed clean off. He gritted his teeth in agony. Burning my life source. Sacrificing a limb for survival. The explosive boost propelled him far away, leaving Luo Yao's group in the dust. He was safe. For now. Hateful. He howled into the wind. Absolutely hateful. Asterisk, I must contact the reception envoy immediately. Behind him, Pushan shouted, panic rising in his voice. We can't let him escape. If we lose him now, the mission fails. Chu Liang didn't panic. He calmly drew the legendary /red famous sword. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the Traitorous wind sword formation. Go. Sun Sha was sprinting for his life, but faster than sound, a flying sword tore through the atmosphere. It moved like a meteor, locking onto its target with deadly precision. There was no time to dodge. Asterisk. THWACK. The sword pierced right through Sun Sha's chest. Silence fell over the forest as everyone turned to stare at Chu Liang in disbelief. Even Chu Liang, was slightly surprised. Asterisk, oh! The stat boost from the /red sword is actually insane. Asterisk, 1 hit, 1 kill. The earthly evil envoy lay dead on the ground, bleeding out like a stuck pig. Chu Liang sheathed his sword and let out an awkward laugh, breaking the stunned silence. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Wow. That Fifth Realm guy was pretty tough to deal with, huh? His innocent act left Luo Yao and Pushan completely speechless. They stared at the corpse, then at him. Asterisk, that Fifth Realm demonic. Cultivator. ... Was hard to kill? Really? Luo Yao looked at Chu Liang, a chill running down her spine. Asterisk, when I first met him, I thought he was just a divine intent realm, weak. I didn't even expect him to help in the fight. Asterisk. I exhorted everything I had against that envoy, and you just casually one-shot him. Pushan raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of betrayal and awe. Asterisk, brother, aren't we on the same side? Asterisk, if that was hard for you, then what was our desperate struggle? A joke. If it was easy, would you have just sneezed him to death? Unaware of their internal screaming, Chu Liang just flashed a dazzling, harmless smile. It was as if the devastating ultimate move from moments ago had nothing to do with him. I worry the Earth. Spirit envoy left behind a trap upon his death, Chu Liang said. His face, the picture of caution. I must go investigate first. You two should recover your true key. That battle took a heavy toll. Luo Yao and the monk agreed in unison. Understood. Without wasting a second, Chu Liang rode the wind and flew off, leaving Pushan and Luo Yao far behind. Chu Liang scanned the scattered debris, the remnants of the enemy, and couldn't help but sigh internally. The Earth Spirit Envoy had been blown to smithereens. Even if his artifacts weren't destroyed, who knew where they had fallen? I have to search properly. He spun in midair, scanning the ground with hawk-like precision. He was determined not to miss a single coin. Nothing here, nothing there either. A frown marred his face. Did he really leave nothing behind? Meanwhile, Luo Yao watched from a distance, observing Chu Liang's theatrical performance. She lowered her voice, whispering a critique. Judging by his terrifying methods earlier, he must be a core disciple of his sect. So why does he look like a money-grubbing merchant? Pushan stroked his chin, offering a philosophical theory. I hear some peerless geniuses have hobbies that mortals cannot comprehend. He must be one of those eccentrics. Just then, a glint caught Chu Liang's eye. His heart leaped with secret joy. He had found a jade slip. But the moment his fingers brushed the artifact, crimson lightning crackled ominously above his head. Pushan shouted a warning. Careful! But the trap had sprung. A terrifying skeleton materialized directly above. Yet the protagonist remained calm. His hands moved in a blur, instantly summoning the voidless sword. He slammed the blade into the monster's chest. Chu Liang glanced at the scythe ghost. He had just unbalanced and clicked his tongue. This bone is tougher than steel. He didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing the ice and fire twin talisman sword art to crush it. Pushan, seeing the threat neutralized so quickly, spoke up with admiration. Young hero Chu, we helped you search earlier. It seems the Earth Spirit Envoy didn't leave any traps behind after all. Chu. Liang's eyes curved into innocent crescents as he replied warmly, Good. The monk pointed at the fallen scythe ghost, puzzled. But young hero, why does the power of your sword energy fluctuate so wildly? Chu Liang laughed heartily. I am a man who despises evil. When I see villains, I cannot control my rage, and my power explodes beyond its limits. Pushan nodded as if enlightened. So that is the reason. I understand. Now, but deep down, the monk had a much more cautious thought. When someone invents such a clumsy lie to deflect a question, pressing further would be rude. Luo Yao slowly interjected, cutting through the awkward atmosphere. Since the Earth Spirit Envoy is dead, we proceed with the original plan. Pushan and Chu Liang responded together. Agreed. The monk then lifted a fragment of the scythe ghost's bone. Watching the green fire dance around it, he broke into a cold sweat. Young hero, sick you. This thick fog corrodes spiritual consciousness more aggressively by the minute. I am at the golden core realm, yet even I feel drained. You are at the divine intent realm. Your soul is far more fragile. Are you holding up? See Chu Liang, holding a torch in one hand and a bone fragment in the other, replied cheerfully. Methods always outnumber difficulties. I happen to have a treasure perfectly suited for this. I am tired, but I can still hold on. The monk didn't waste words, simply giving him a thumbs up. Impressive! Tricks! Suddenly, a deafening sound. Boom! A thunderous noise exploded right above Chu Liang's head. His gaze instantly sharpened into a blade. Without a word, he raised the torch in his hand. A pillar of brilliant golden light shot forth. The beam acted like a divine sword, slicing the massive bones of the scythe ghost in two. The monsters he had just defeated. Their bones were wrapped in mysterious red and black lightning, hovering in the air. Chu Liang took a step back to create distance. It's a swarm of lesser scythe ghosts. His eyes burned with newfound determination. Brother monk, apologies for laughing earlier. To break the siege, Chu Liang wielded the torch as if it were a legendary blade. He slashed wildly, unleashing the immutable water wave sword style. Pu Shan watched from the side as beams of golden light lit up the entire sky. He couldn't help but marvel. This young hero from Mount Shu. He may only be at the divine intent realm, but his arsenal is endless. Luo Yao stood behind him, equally captivated by the spectacle. This guy acts foolish. Yet, meanwhile, elsewhere, the Southern Reception envoy and his team stood together, waiting anxiously. The second incense stick had already burned down. Logically speaking, all three hunting squads should have returned by now, but only two teams had made it back. Suddenly, a voice screamed out in panic. Reception envoy. The Earth Spirit envoy has been killed. The Southern Reception envoy felt a surge of fury. He demanded answers immediately. What happened? A subordinate named Wu Zhu fell to his knees, explaining hurriedly. We were hunting scythe ghosts ... when suddenly, a figure in black robes emerged from the mist. His cultivation was terrifying. With a single sword technique, he critically wounded the Earth Spirit envoy. The green fire consuming the bones cast a ghostly pallor over Wu Zhu's face. The envoy asked coldly, "And you returned alone?" Wu Zhu clasped his hands respectfully, whispering, "Yes." The Southern Reception envoy didn't buy it. He raised his voice, exposing the lie. Deceit. This fog is teeming with yin spirits. Even with a white bone torch, going alone is suicide. How could you possibly return by yourself? Wu Zhu shouted back, feigning indignation to clear his name. Subordinate dares not lie. The fog is indeed full of wandering souls, but I relied on my burning loyalty and will to serve the sect. I resisted the temptation of the spirits and persisted until I made it back. The Southern Reception envoy stroked his chin, weighing the man's words. The entire squad was wiped out, yet this one man returned. This is truly suspicious. Just then, another figure dashed in, looking frantic. Reception. Envoy. Lord. Someone ambushed the Earth Spirit envoy in the mist. My teammates and I got separated, and I barely managed to find my way back. The Southern envoy glanced at the newcomer, his voice dripping with doubt. You saw the Earth Spirit envoy die. The newcomer replied quickly, Yes. I run slow. I saw him fall to a sword technique and immediately turned and fled. The envoy remained silent, observing the two men bowing before him. Their stories seemed to corroborate each other, but the possibility of collusion remained. Suddenly, a third figure cloaked in heavy robes appeared, voice high with panic. Lord Reception. Envoy. He stumbled toward the group, barely keeping his balance, but desperate to report. I almost didn't make it. A black-robed man appeared out of nowhere. We had slain the Earth, Fiend envoy, and scattered in panic. In the mist, within the ghost formation, scythe ghosts swarmed like a plague. The path was fraught with peril. But the southern envoy's eyes narrowed. Suspicion took root in his heart like a poisonous weed. His resolve began to crumble. He stroked his chin, calculating the odds. One lie he could spot. But two, could all three be deceiving him? Impossible. Someone must have ambushed the Earth Fiend envoy in the fog. But who possessed such power? What was their motive? He barked out his orders, deciding their fate. You three return to the formation first. We will depart shortly. Join another Earth Fiend squad. The trio bowed in perfect unison. Yes, sir, at your command. But those three were none other than Chu Liang's group in disguise. Pushan recalled the young hero's cunning plan. If we return together with the strongest envoy dead, suspicion will fall on us instantly. It would ruin our future moves. Better to return separately and verify each other's lies. That is the path to safety. Pushan sighed in admiration. He mentally gave Chu Liang a thumbs up. As expected of young hero, a crisis averted with a silver tongue. The trio sat to meditate. Meanwhile, Chu Liang's spiritual sense quietly drifted away. Now that we have rejoined the ranks, it is time to reap the rewards. He scanned a black jade slip dropped by the fallen Earth Fiend envoy. His divine sense penetrated the artifact, the divine diagram blood-refining art. He fell into deep thought. Is this a technique for refining one's own life essence? Chu Liang recalled the desperate battle, specifically, the terrifying blood shield technique. The envoy had been cornered by a forbidden seal, yet, by detonating his own blood, he blocked a fatal strike. He nearly turned the tables and escaped, all thanks to his overwhelming blood vitality. I thought it was just body tempering, ... Refining bone and blood happens at the 5 elements realm. But this was something far more sinister. No ordinary training could achieve that. The image of the crimson sky was burned into his mind. So, this manual is the secret source. A special blood-refining art. It devoured the essence of slain beasts to strengthen the user. A truly demonic path to power. Using their blood to purify one's own. Chu Liang compared it to the orthodox methods he knew. The human body holds infinite mysteries. Essence, ki, and spirit are the foundation of all cultivation. Every realm stems from this trinity. Warriors focus on tempering the skin, flesh, and bone. But blood flows through every vein. It bridges the gap between internal energy and external strength. Few cultivators focus solely on the blood's spirituality. The creator of this art was a mad genius. Knowledge flooded his mind. The technique consisted of 9 terrifying cycles. Each cycle required the blood of a beast from the 9 realms. The first cycle demanded only common beasts. Simple enough. But the price rose steeply. The 7th and 8th cycles require divine beasts. And the 9th cycle demands a beast god of the void realm. He remembered the blood sacrifice arrow the enemy fired. A chill ran down his spine. He was dreaming. Pure delusion. That envoy was at the 5th or 6th cycle at best. Slaying a divine beast for the 7th. Impossible. Still, the power is undeniable. It was a technique worth considering. He closed his eyes, weighing the odds. But without resources and knowing the risks. ... I should shelve this for now. I slew those scythe ghosts. But where is my loot? While it is safe, I must visit the White Tower. His consciousness manifested before the great prison. The scythe ghosts inside were frozen in time. Their bones shimmered with a golden hue. Chu Liang did not hesitate. He pressed the hexagonal rune with expectation. The ghost bones vanished instantly. They coalesced into streaks of golden light in his palm. He looked down at his prize. A pill had materialized. Another alchemical treasure. His eyes shone like stars. Red light washed over him. The soul bone inch gold pill. A permanent upgrade for the physical body. Consume it, and 1 inch of bone becomes indestructible. Hard as diamond, tough as steel. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Where should he apply this divine hardness? Any inch eye choose. A pity, it only works on actual bone. The part I want to harden most, ... has no bone. He clenched his fist with a strange intensity. If only. Organs. If I could reinforce my heart, or lungs, ... That would be a legendary upgrade. But reality set in. He activated the technique. Alas. The ghost bone pill is strictly for the skeleton. I have 6 pills, for 6 kills. 6 soul bone inch, gold pills. 1 inch is 3 centimeters, totaling 6 inches. The perfect length. Chu Liang stared at the golden elixir. We are resting anyway. Pop a pill now, and no one will be the wiser. This was the destined moment. Seizing this opportunity now would accelerate his cultivation base beyond measure. Without a second thought, he downed the spirit pill. Instantly, the 2 fingers on Chu Liang's right hand began to transform. A surge of power blessed him, forcing a confident smirk onto his lips. Faint spiritual energy circulated through his The alchemical refinement was a success. The White Tower never failed to deliver miracles. After a few more cycles of key circulation, the reinforcement was complete. He finally possessed the legendary golden finger of his own. With his cultivation stabilized, the squad pressed onward into the unknown. But suddenly, a legion of ghost soldiers materialized from the void. The dreamy forest was choked by a suffocating mist. Roaring, "Kill the enemy!" The undead battalion charged madly toward the southern envoy's formation. Their war cries shook the very heavens. Kill, kill, kill. Unfazed, the southern envoy simply waved his hand, conjuring a sinister swirl of black and crimson ki. With a mere flick of his wrist, the energy vortex decimated the front lines of the spectral army. Watching from the rear, Chu Liang analyzed the situation. Judging by their armor, these spirits belong to the fallen dynasty, he noted. Beside him, Pu Shan lit up with excitement, eager to deliver a history lesson. Legend has it that over 1,000 years ago, the former chancellor led a desperate retreat to save the infant emperor, who was merely a child at the time. They vanished into the treacherous southern domain mountains. The Wu dynasty's forces searched in vain, losing countless soldiers to the unforgiving terrain. Eventually, a massive army was permanently stationed in the southern domain, standing guard against any attempt to restore the fallen empire. Yet to this day, not a single soul from the previous dynasty has ever been seen, leaving these mountains. As Chu Liang listened to the tale, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He mentally marveled at the monk's endless stamina for conversation. Throughout the journey, Pu Shan's mouth hadn't rested for a single second. Just as Chu Liang wondered how much more he could say, a bizarre, blood-red aura pierced through the dense fog. It was a malevolent energy, thick with resentment. A crimson glowing stone stele suddenly materialized directly in front of the southern envoy. The envoy merely raised a hand, and the heavy monument rose from the earth in obedience. It was the legendary tomb-suppressing stele. Suddenly, senior sister Luo Yao, standing in the rear, erupted with a killing intent so intense it instantly grabbed Chu Liang's attention. Why would the appearance of a stone monument trigger such murderous rage in Miss Luo? Meanwhile, Pu Shan gasped in pure astonishment. The tomb-suppressing stele, sensing a mystery. Chu Liang feigned ignorance. What is that artifact? The monk glanced at him, eager to educate. Young hero, Chu. Doesn't know? During the Great War against the demon gods, countless cultivators of the 9 provinces sacrificed their lives to shield humanity. Later, the flying immortal tomb was constructed to bury and honor those fallen legends.